Hey guys, I hope you're ready for another. Sorry, I did it again. Okay, I hope you guys are ready for another morning of Phil Spector, the California versus Phil Spector. We got done with opening statements yesterday, so this will be the beginning of testimony. And I'm not feeling good, and I don't feel like fighting with StreamYard this morning, so I'm just going to leave my camera off. So let's go ahead and get started.
July of 1993. Did you know Phil Spector?
I did.
Do you see him here in the courtroom?
I do.
Could you point to him just for the record and tell us what he's wearing today?
The gentleman in the gray suit, black shirt.
Indicating Mr. Spector for the record.
When did you first meet Phil Spector?
Somewhere in the early 90s, I think around 90, somewhere around there.
Where were you when you first met Phil Spector?
A mutual friend was my house guest in New York, at my home in New York, and she told me that he was taking a group of people out that night to a jazz club and wanted to meet the person she was staying with and invited me to come. I had a friend and the two of us went.
And your best recollection was this was the early 90s, maybe 1990, 91? Event, you met Phil Spector, correct?
Mr. Spector came and sat down next to me at a table that was set for 17.
Did you have some conversation with him?
Yes, he was very charming, very attentive.
And how long did you spend with him that evening?
Maybe 20 minutes. My friend was flying back to California and he had to leave, so we left.
When is the next time that you heard from Phil Spector or any message that you assumed was from Phil Spector?
The following evening, I came home from work and there were a number of messages on my answering machine. And the first two were the song Let the Four Winds Blow in their entirety. And I thought there were children that were messing around and playing and, kids. And then the next message was from him. I don't recall what he said. It was kind of a rambling message. And there might have been one or two like that. The message after that was a young woman named Paulette Brandt who said, "Miss Melvin, this call is for you. I am Paulette Brandt. I'm Phil Spector's secretary. Mr. Spector would like to see you tonight at the Ritz Towers."
And this was Paulette Brandt. Let me ask you a few more questions about your last answer. The voice that you heard, the first voice, the male voice on the telephone messages, did you recognize that as Phil Spector's voice from the day before?
I recognized the voice. He also said, "This is Mr. Spector."
How about the songs? What were these songs again?
It's a song called Let the Four Winds Blow, and the lyrics are, it's embarrassing. I like the way you walk, I like the way you talk.
Did it mean anything to you at the time?
Well, at first I thought it was just children playing.
When you first met Phil Spector, did you know before that, or did you learn that he was somehow involved in the music business, or had been in the past?
Absolutely. A legendary name in the music industry. And I am a child of the 50s and 60s. I was always a big fan of his music.
After the message from Paulette Brandt, did you call her back?
She called me again and said there was a limo on its way to pick me up.
And did you go?
I did.
Tell us a little bit more about that.
My mutual friend came home and said she had gotten a number of phone calls from him.
I'm going to object. It's hearsay. Sustained.
Let's go to her state of mind. I think it's relevant.
In that case, I'll receive it, not for the truth of the matter asserted, ladies and gentlemen. I could explain that to you, but to explain certain actions that took place after that, but not for the truth of the matter asserted. You may. It's all right. You may finish your answer.
Okay, well, she came home and I said, guess what? You're never going to believe this. Phil Spector wants to see me. And she said, he likes you. He's been calling me all day at work.
And so because of that and everything else, you went out with him. Is that correct?
I went to the Ritz Towers, to a suite at the Ritz Towers.
Is it correct or fair to say that started a dating relationship?
A couple of years.
At the time, what were you doing? What was your employment?
I was manager to Joan Rivers.
And that lasted for some period of time.
Lasted 23 years.
Okay. At the time that you first met Phil Spector, where were you living?
I was bi-coastal. I had an apartment in New York and a home in California.
And when you met or saw or dated Phil Spector, where was that? In California or in New York?
In New York. He was living primarily in New York. I thought that was his only residence.
Did you later learn that he had another residence?
Yes, I did.
And when was that and how did that happen?
I don't know. It was during course of conversation, my Pasadena home, whatever, nothing memorable.
During the period of time from the early 1990s until the date that I started our conversation with, July 2nd of 1993, did you see Phil Spector often? Can you characterize how often for your day?
That's really difficult to say. With Phil, it's more of a casual dating relationship because Phil goes into...
It's non-responsive. Sustained, and the answer is stricken. You may re-ask the question.
Did you see him from time to time, and can you characterize how many times a month or it was?
That's why it's difficult to answer.
Okay. Your Honor, we put up here, I'd like to mark as people's one for identification a photograph that I think has Phil Spector and this witness in it. May that be so marked?
All right, so marks People's Exhibit 1 for identification.
Ma'am, you can see our exhibit up here on the screen. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
And why do you recognize it?
It was taken at a Christmas party where he accompanied me.
Approximately when?
He came a couple of times with me. It would have been 92, 93, perhaps even 91. That one might have been, because of the length of my hair, that might have been 93.
And you said a business party?
No, Joan Rivers had a Christmas party every year. And I always brought a date.
And you said that he may have gone once or twice?
No, he went twice.
I'd like your date that I gave you earlier, July 1993. Do you have that? 4th of July weekend?
I do.
Did you travel somewhere that week?
I traveled from New York to Los Angeles.
Why?
It was 4th of July weekend. I was going to spend it with friends and family.
In California?
In California, yeah.
Where in California?
Well, at my house in California and my sister in Laguna Beach, and I was just going to go around and see family and friends.
So you were traveling out here to the Southern California area?
Yes.
Prior to that trip, did you have any discussion with Phil Spector that you were coming out here?
Yes, I did. I spoke to Phil.
Excuse me, objection, the question's been answered.
Without perhaps a little less vigorously, thank you. The objection is sustained. When asked a question, and I know it's difficult because most people aren't familiar with the witness stand, if you can answer it as directly as you can. Thank you.
I will try.
All right.
You flew out?
I flew out.
Prior to flying out, did you have a conversation with Phil Spector and did you discuss your plans?
Yes.
And what did you say and what did Phil Spector say about your plans for that 4th of July weekend?
I said I was flying out for the holiday because I had a few days off, and he said, why don't you come over?
And what did you say to that invitation?
Fine.
And so then your plans that weekend included spending time with him.
At that point, yes.
What time did you arrive on July 2nd, 1993 here in Los Angeles? Morning, afternoon, evening?
It was evening,
Okay.
early evening.
And where did you go? What did you do first?
I went first to my parents because I kept my car there. And I picked up my car and then I drove out to Phil's.
And where did you go when you drove to Phil's?
I drove to the Pasadena house.
Had you ever been there before?
No, he gave me directions.
Okay. You followed them and had no trouble finding his house?
I think I called him at least twice, perhaps 3 times from my car phone.
Okay.
Because I was having a little difficulty in Pasadena.
And you eventually arrived at his home?
I did.
Your Honor, we'd like to mark as People's 2, another set of, I think, 2 photographs that are up on the board here of a home at 1210 Arroyo in Pasadena. May that be so marked.
All right, 2 photographs, A and B, people's 2, marked for identification.
Thank you, Your Honor. Invite your attention to the screen up here. You had a chance to look at this photograph before taking it with the stand, correct?
Yes.
In some detail close up, right?
Um,
Where you had a chance to look.
I saw these photos.
Does that look like a home that you went to on the July 4th weekend in 1993 where you met Phil Spector?
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. So about what time did you get to Phil Spector's house?
I don't know, somewhere around 8, 9, 10 o'clock.
Okay. Now you'd left that morning from the East Coast from New York City, right?
I'd left that afternoon.
So you were 3 hours ahead, so to speak. Is that
Yes,
right?
yes.
Okay. What happened when you got to his house? What did you do?
I went in and he showed me around the living room. He has lots of memorabilia. He has John Lennon's guitar on a stand. He's got a number of wonderful, wonderful things to look at. And we just chatted, talked. He played the piano. We danced. He had music playing. We talked. He talked. And he was drinking.
Did you have anything to drink that evening?
No, I'm not a drinker.
When you say that the defendant, Phil Spector, was drinking, describe that for us.
Well, I mean, the most vivid scene is him at the piano with a fifth of vodka. It was a red label, and it was clear it was vodka. And he kept picking it up and drinking.
Drinking from the bottle.
Yeah, the bottle was going down.
Could you describe the bottle for us? Was it
It was round with a handle.
but it had a handle?
Glass, yeah, it's all a glass bottle with a handle.
And during the course of the evening that you spent with the defendant, how much of that bottle did he drink?
My recollection is
Excuse me. I'm going to object. It's vague. How much she could testify to how much she saw him drink. Hold on.
I believe the question clearly calls for how much he observed, and that's the way I accepted the question. With that understanding, the objection's overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. You can answer.
there were about 2 inches left in the bottle by then.
Do you know whether or not it started off as a full bottle? Did you see that?
It was like there's a glass handle, and when he first took it out, it was at the top of the handle.
And you saw him drink it down to a couple inches? Is that what you said? Okay. And you indicated,
I don't know
what, 2
what that
inches,
is.
Your Honor?
I think it's 2 inches.
That's about 2 to 3 inches.
Thank you. And you didn't have anything to drink?
No.
So how late did this evening with the piano and the drinking and the dancing and the singing go on to?
It went on quite late. At some point, we went to the second floor and we shot pool and just chatted and laughed. It was a lovely evening. It really was a nice evening.
And this house, which was in Pasadena, do you recall how many stories it was? How many floors?
I didn't go beyond the second story. I know there was another story above it. There might have been 2. I don't recall.
At some point, did you fall asleep?
At some point, he disappeared, and I sat down on the couch in the living room, and next thing I knew, I woke up.
Well, let me ask you a question or two about that. You just said that Phil Spector disappeared at some point after you played pool. Is that right?
After we came back downstairs, he played piano a little bit more, and then I assumed he went to the restroom.
In your prior experience, and you've been seeing him as you told us for a while, was that unusual for him to disappear, or
No, not at all. Not at all. He would go away for an hour or two, and
without announcing it?
no.
So you weren't initially surprised by that?
No.
And you said in an earlier answer that at some point you fell asleep.
Correct.
Where?
On the white couch in the living room.
On the first floor?
On the ground floor, yes.
And were you in your street clothes, how you'd come, or did you change?
I was still in my clothes, still in my shoes.
Could you describe, if you recall at all, and I know it was a long time ago, how you were dressed that evening and how you were dressed when you fell asleep?
I was wearing a black turtleneck sleeveless dress with a hot pink fuchsia jacket.
And do you have Any sense of what time it was when you fell asleep?
It felt like before daybreak. It was still dark, but just a little.
When you fell asleep?
No, when I fell asleep, but probably about midnight, 1 o'clock.
And then at some point you woke up
Yes,
the next day.
correct.
And you anticipated my next question. Do you have any sense of what time it was when you woke up?
It was sometime before daybreak.
Oh, it's still dark outside.
Still dark, but a little glimmer of,
It's just starting to be twilight. Is that right?
yes.
What happened next?
I got up and I started looking around. I called Phil, and he didn't answer. And then I walked from the living room into the foyer, and I saw the front door open. I looked out the front door, and he was standing there pointing a handgun at my brand new little green Mercedes.
He was outside
He was outside.
in the dark,
Well, it was lit from the
but
front
you
of the
could see him.
house. Oh, yeah, he was only a couple feet away from me.
How far? Can you point to something in the courtroom? Mr. Jackson?
The edge of the desk here.
That's about 8 to 9 feet.
Thank you, Your Honor. So after calling out for Phil, walking outside, you saw him standing, pointing a handgun at your car? Had you had any experience with handguns?
I would shoot regularly at the Beverly Hills Gun Club.
So you knew what a gun was, a handgun, a rifle, a shotgun?
I had shot probably every one of those.
And based on your experience, it was what kind of gun?
Snub-nosed revolver.
And could you tell us how he was pointing? Was he pointing at your car with both hands, one hand?
Both hands.
By the way, the measurement to the front of the table is actually 11 feet from the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. What kind of car did you have?
I had a green Mercedes.
Well, when you walked outside, saw the defendant pointing a handgun at your green Mercedes, what did you do? What did you say, if anything?
I started screaming at him and screaming, "What the F do you think you're doing?"
And did he respond to that? What did he say?
He kind of looked over his shoulder and screamed at me to get the F back in the house.
And the witnesses looked over her right shoulder.
And what happened next? What did you do?
Well, I was pretty angry. I was jumping around and screaming at him. And then he turned
Go ahead.
and started walking at me, screaming at me to get the F back in the house.
So,
And I stood my ground.
I think the question is,
No, actually, she said she stood her ground. The answer was,
how many times do you think you screamed at him? What are you doing? What are you doing, as you said?
3, 4, 5 times.
And how many times did he yell at you to get back into the house?
In answer to me 3, 4, 5 times.
Now, when he turned and faced you, what was he doing, if anything, with the gun?
He was pointing the gun at me.
Right at you?
Yes,
At your face, at your head, or were you moving around?
I was jumping around.
And as he's pointing the gun at you, he's telling you to get back into the house.
Correct.
And is this in a loud voice, threatening voice? Can you characterize it for us at all?
Loud, threatening, yes.
What did you do after he said that to you?
I kept screaming at him, "What the F do you think you're doing?" And at that point, he took his right hand that was holding the revolver and smacked me in the side of the head and said, "I told you to get the F back in the house." At that point, I knew I was in trouble.
Where did he hit you?
strike the last part.
the latter part of the answer at that point, and from there to the finish is stricken. The jury's admonished to disregard it.
Thank you.
What was your reaction? Were you afraid or not after he hit you?
I was terrified.
Where did he hit you in the head?
Right here.
All right, so you're pointing to the right side of your head, just above the ear of the temple, in the temple area?
Right in here.
That was an accurate description.
Thank you, Your Honor. And you said he hit you with his hand. Was that the hand that he'd been holding the gun in?
The gun was in his hand.
It was still in his hand. Is that correct?
Yes.
And did he hit you with the backside of his hand, or with the gun itself?
My vision is of the hand coming like that.
Like that, so he hit you with the back.
With the back of his hand, yeah.
Did you feel anything that felt like a gun though when it hit your head?
Something sharp hit my head.
And so then you said that you were frightened, you were terrorized. What did you do next?
I went back in the house.
And what did Phil Spector, what did the defendant do?
He went into the house and I stood against the wall just to the left of the front door. And he sat on the stairwell, which was a couple of feet away.
What were you doing? Were you crying?
I was sobbing and I said, "Why are you doing this, Phil? Why are you doing this?"
You'd known him at that point for how long?
A couple of years at least.
And you were crying and saying, "Why are you doing this?"
I was crying, I was terrified. I was saying, "Why are you doing this? What is this about? Why are you doing this?"
And did he say anything in response?
He said, "I was looking all over for you. Where have you been?"
When he said that to you, what was he doing with the gun?
The gun was pointed at me.
It was still pointed at
He
you.
was seated on the stairs with the gun pointed at me,
With both hands, as you just indicated?
both hands.
And he's asking you where you went, or where were you?
Correct.
What did you say?
I said I was asleep on the couch.
And did he say anything?
He said, "No, you weren't. I looked in the living room. You weren't there."
And did you respond?
I was crying and I said, "How could you have missed me? I'm wearing black and pink. It's a white couch. How could you have missed me? I was sleeping on the couch. You couldn't have missed me, Phil."
You were wearing the bright pink sweater or
Fuchsia
jacket.
pink jacket.
And when you said that to him, what did he say?
He kept screaming at me that he'd been looking for me. He wanted to know where I was, that I was snooping for things to sell, that I was stealing things. He'd had some, well, that's hearsay, so I won't say it.
I'm sorry.
Never mind. But I kept saying, "No, you know, I was wearing a very tight black dress. It was a very, very short." And I said, "Look at my pockets," like, you know, and he had my hand bag, and he said, "I'm going to find what you took."
Now, while you're there crying and he's sitting there pointing the gun at you, he's asking you if you were stealing souvenirs?
Yes, he always thought people were trying to sell things with his name.
The portion of the answer, yes, he always thought is stricken, the jury's admonished.
Did he accuse you of stealing souvenirs from his house?
He just said
Excuse
stealing.
me.
Yes.
Excuse me. I'm going to object. Questions are becoming leading and suggestive. Becoming leading and suggestive.
Based on a previous answer, the objection is overruled. You may proceed.
Did he accuse you of stealing souvenirs from his house as pointing the gun at you?
He didn't say the word souvenirs. He referenced that people sold things with his name.
Did you take it to be memorabilia or souvenirs?
Objection.
At that
It's-
point,
The objection is sustained.
I think in your earlier answer, correct me if I'm wrong, you said at this point he had your handbag.
he did.
What happened then?
He told me to take my clothes off and to go up to the third floor.
Take your clothes off?
Yes,
Was he pointing the gun at you when he
yes,
said
he
this?
was.
What was your reaction to this?
I was crying. I said, "Phil, don't make me do this. I don't want to do this. Why are you doing this?" I was sobbing. I was terrified.
Did he ask you again or not?
He has said it numerous times.
Numerous times?
Yes,
And what was he doing with the gun as he asked you numerous times to take off your clothes? And was this the first floor?
he was sitting on the stairs and pointing the gun at me.
What did you eventually do?
And eventually he got up and he backhanded me with the pistol again and said, "I told you to take your effing clothes off."
And describe for the jurors how he hit you again.
It was virtually the same. It was in the back of the hand and it was a little lower than the first.
On the right side of your head near the temple
Correct,
with the hand that he was holding the gun in.
correct.
What did you do then?
Then I hit real terror and I took off my jacket and threw it to him. He went back to the stairs. I threw it to him on the stairs.
Then what happened?
Then he started going through my handbag.
While you were still sitting there?
Mhm.
Yes.
And
Excuse me, was that a yes?
yes, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
I'm so sorry.
You may proceed.
So you're sitting there, he's holding your handbag and going through it.
Correct.
What is he doing with the gun as he's going through your handbag?
The gun was in his hand, but not always pointed at me. It would, he would pull things out, and he pulled out my wallet. He pulled out my house keys. Then he pulled out a lipstick and said, "What is this?" And I said, "It's a lipstick." Lipstick. It's a lipstick. I don't know what he thought I had in a lipstick.
The portion of the answer I don't, concerning whether he didn't, actually I've lost the train, but that small portion is excised. The objection is sustained. The jury's admonished.
You explained to him what he pulled out of your hand.
It was a lipstick.
At that time, you told us earlier that you were crying through this after you'd been hit. Were you still crying then?
I didn't stop crying.
After he pulled out the lipstick and you said, "Phil, it's a lipstick," words to that effect?
Correct.
Is that correct? What happened then?
The same exchanges went back and forth, and then at some point he said, "Get the F out of here."
Before he said that, before he told you to get the F out of here, did he make any more demands at gunpoint or not to have you take off your clothes? Or get
Yeah, it was the same exchanges: take off your clothes, go upstairs. Where were you? I was looking for you. It was the same words over and over.
After that, when he told you to get the F out of here, what did you do?
I said, "I need my keys."
Where were your keys?
My keys were in the jacket pocket.
And that's the jacket that you took off at his direction
Correct.
and threw to him. And then?
Look at me. And I grabbed the keys and I ran out the door
To your car?
to my car.
What happened then? What did you do?
I got in the car, I went down the driveway, and I got to the gate, which is a gate with a heavy black tarp over it that swings in. And I thought it would be like you break a beam and the gate opens, but the gate didn't move. And I had a car phone. It was in the days of the car phone, and I was afraid, because Phil always referenced cameras, I was afraid I was on camera. And I didn't want him to see me calling the police.
The objection is completely non-responsive.
No, it is responsive, and it's explaining her train of thought and what she was doing in the objection.
Please continue.
So I didn't call the police for that reason, and I was sitting there crying. I didn't know what I was going to do, and then I heard footsteps come running down the driveway.
Narrative answer.
I don't believe that length of answer was a narrative. The objection is overruled. It will stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. So as you're sitting in your car at the gate that didn't open, correct?
Correct.
You heard footsteps.
I did.
What did you do? Did you look?
I looked in my side view mirror.
In our conversation that you'd been at the Beverly Hills Gun Club and that you knew.
He's setting a preface for a question. The objection is overruled.
Thank you. And you were familiar with guns, correct?
That's correct.
Do you ever handle or were you familiar with shotguns?
I had shot shotguns in the past. I did one for a television show as a demonstration.
So the sound of the pump action of a shotgun was not unfamiliar?
It was not unfamiliar.
Should have said it was just familiar, but okay. So you heard the pump action of a shotgun from the direction that Phil Spector was. What did you do next?
Out of here. And I was screaming and crying, "The gate won't open, the gate won't open." And Phil stopped in that split second. He went, "Gate didn't open?" And I said, "What? The gate didn't open, the gate didn't open." And he said, "Okay, well, I'm gonna go open the gate. And then you better get the F out of here." So no problem. Gate opened, I was gone.
I take it from your last answer that at this point, even in the car, so the gate opened. What did you do next? Where did you go?
I drove a few blocks away and called 911
On your car phone?
on my car phone.
And when you called 911, you got a police agency.
I did.
Did you say to them?
I told them that I just had an incident in a home, and
And after that, what did you do?
I waited, they asked me where I was, I gave them the address and the street where I was parked, and they came and they met me there.
How many police officers?
Two.
Were they in uniform?
They were in uniform.
And did you see whether or not they were in a marked vehicle?
They were in a police car, a marked police car.
Now, since you've been here in this courthouse today, have you seen a man that is a police officer that looks like one of the men that met you?
I did.
I don't know if he's here in the courtroom, but you did see him.
I did.
Okay. Do you remember his name?
Russ.
Okay, thank you. So a couple uniformed police officers met you on the street. What happened next?
I told them what had happened. I showed them the side of my head, which I had not seen yet. I could just feel the welts there, and there was a little bit of blood on one of them. And I said that he had kept my handbag, and I needed my handbag, that I was a high-profile person. He was a high-profile person, and I managed a high-profile person. And I really needed my handbag because that person's passport was in there, my passport. And otherwise, I wanted to file assault and theft charges.
Did you also have some money in your handbag?
I had over $2,000.
And your other ID?
All my credit cards and house keys.
And what, if anything, did the police officers suggest to you or say to you?
They had me follow them back to the Pasadena Police Department and wait there. Somebody got some ice for my head. They said, we will go, we will get the handbag, we will be back. I made it very clear that I did not want to press charges.
The objection is sustained as to the portion of the answer. I made it very clear that portion is stricken and the jury is admonished.
Well, earlier you told the two uniformed officers that came up to you that you needed your handbag back.
I did.
So you got to the police department, somebody got you some ice for your head?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
Yes. And you waited.
I waited.
And your understanding was you were waiting for the police to go to the defendant's house, Phil Spector's house, and try to retrieve that handbag.
Correct.
Did there come a time when the same police officers came back to the police department there in Pasadena and met you for a second time?
Yes, they came back.
Sometimes yes, although all we were doing was yes or no's. It is responsive, and she has not yet answered the question, so the objection is overruled. You may finish your answer.
Yes, they did come back.
What happened then?
They didn't have my handbag in tow.
Sorry.
They didn't have my handbag in tow. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And at that point, when you learned that the police officers who you thought went to Phil Spector's house didn't have your handbag, was there some more conversation?
I said, where's my handbag? And they proceeded to tell me.
Excuse me, objection to what they said.
It won't be received for the truth of the matter, certainly, but it sounds like it's going to explain certain things that took place. So the jury is admonished and they understand how to treat it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes.
Phil told them I had taken the handbag with
Excuse
me.
me, it's double hearsay now.
Again, even though it is double here, it is explaining her conduct. Well, all of these comments, ladies and gentlemen, are not being admitted for the truth. They're to explain what the witness did after hearing the comments. With that in mind, you may proceed.
Thank you. And you can finish your answer if you recall.
They said Phil had these lover spats all day. I always called the police, and this was my MO. And then they proceeded to tell me about the house and John Lennon's guitar and such. And I said, that's it, we're going back. I'm pressing charges.
And did you, in fact, after this conversation you've just told us about, go back to Phil Spector's house?
Correct.
Did you go?
If I interrupt, the objection that was made earlier, the comments that were made to the witness are admitted solely for the purpose of explaining what she just said, that based on what she heard, she said, we're going back, I'm going to press charges. It explains her state of mind and what she was about to do. It's received only for that purpose. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you return to the defendant's house alone after this conversation, or did you go with somebody else?
No, I followed the police officers
In your car?
in my own car.
You followed the police car.
Correct.
What happened when you got there?
The gate was open about 2 feet, and we went up, and they went to the back door, which turned out to be the kitchen door.
Let me ask you this. When you arrived at the defendant's house with the police officers, Did you exit your car and walk up near the house with them?
I walked with them.
And there were two of them?
Yes, there were.
Then tell us what happened then.
We walked up to what turned out to be the kitchen door. The windows were open, the door was open, there was an outer door, like a screen door. We could hear Phil on the phone talking to somebody, laughing and joking.
And then what happened?
The officers knocked on the door,
And then?
and Phil said, "Gentlemen, when I told you to come back anytime, I didn't realize it was going to be so soon. Please come in." Phil is very charming,
He could be charming.
very charming.
And in fact, during your relationship was often charming with you.
Oh, for sure.
After the defendant expressed surprise at the police officer's quick return, what happened next?
They told him that I was with them and that I wanted my handbag or I was pressing charges.
It's not being offered for the truth of the matter asserted, but to explain what took place after that, and the jury is so admonished. You may proceed.
And then what happened after that?
And then I heard him say, "Miss Melvin is here? Please tell her to come in."
And did you?
I did not.
You stayed outside.
I stayed outside.
What did you hear or see next?
I heard the conversation that I wanted my handbag. He said she took it with her. She took it with her.
And you knew that wasn't true.
That was not true. And they said that I was going to be pressing charges if they did not come back out with the handbag. At that point, he started threatening them with lawsuits and trespassing and breaking and entering, and they exited the house immediately.
When you say he, who do you mean?
Phil,
The defendant, Phil Spector. Is that correct?
that's correct.
And from where you were, you could hear Phil Spector yelling this, you're trespassing or whatever it was?
I was right outside the door.
Was he speaking in the kind of tones that we're talking now, or was he yelling? Was he
No, he was yelling. I'm sorry. He was yelling.
Was he agitated, angry? You'd known him for a while.
He was very angry and he went into "I'm going to sue you" mode.
Had you ever, well, I'll wait for later. Then you said the police officers exited the house.
Yes.
Did they come back to where you were?
They came out and I was standing maybe a few inches from the door. I was right by the door. And they said, he's now accused us of breaking and entering, and we have to call our sergeant.
And after they told that to you, where did you all go next?
We all walked down to the street where they called our sergeant. We waited for the sergeant.
And did there come a time shortly thereafter that another police officer, presumably a sergeant, showed up?
The sergeant did show up.
And after the sergeant showed up, did it appear there was a conversation between the police officers who'd been with you and the sergeant?
They had a conversation. They told the sergeant with me present what had transpired. And he said, "We're going to take care of this right now." And all four of us went back up the hill.
The instructions is only being received to explain why they went back to the house, which is where her answer ended. So the jury is admonished to consider it only for that purpose.
Thank you.
So after the sergeant had the conversation with the two officers and you, did you all go back to the house?
The four of us went back together.
What happened then?
The sergeant and the two officers went inside. There were words, I could hear some scuffling, and then the next words I heard from Phil were, "They're too tight, they're too tight." So I knew he was in handcuffs.
Did you later enter the home?
I then entered the kitchen.
Right then?
Yes,
Did you see the defendant, Phil Spector, at that time?
I saw him in handcuffs.
What happened then? Did he say anything to you? Did you say anything to him?
I said, "Phil, where's my handbag?"
And did he
And he
respond?
said, he was looking at me very intently, and he was going, "You took it with you, Dorothy. You took it with you."
Okay, he was looking at me intently, as stricken the rest of the answer will remain.
So he was screaming at me, "You took it with you. Don't you remember? Don't you remember? Dorothy, you took it with you. You took it with you. Don't you remember?" And I said, "Phil, I'm not leaving without my handbag, or you're being arrested for assault and for theft."
You knew you didn't have the handbag.
I knew he had.
Did there come a time when you saw your handbag?
One of the officers asked him if he could look around, and he said, yes, it's not here. She took it with her. And then I don't think it was Officer Russ, I think it was the other officer, came walking in from the dining room saying, I found it under a table.
And it was your handbag.
It was my handbag.
Did you check to make sure the things that you were so concerned about were still inside?
I did immediately.
And they were.
Everything was there.
What did you do next?
I really don't enjoy media and limelight, so
The objection is, Mr. Rosen, all you have to do is let me know. I can hear you.
Your Honor,
Mr.
Mr. talks over my objections.
But you don't need to raise your voice. I can hear you. The objection is sustained. The answer that came in was stricken. You may re-ask a question.
Thank you, Your Honor. You got your handbag back. Did you leave the property?
I left the property.
Earlier in our questions and answers here today, you told us, you told the court that a number of times you told the police officers who responded to this situation that you would want to press charges of the important documents in it.
Correct.
And if you got the handbag back, it was your intention not to press charges?
That's correct.
Why?
Because I didn't want it to become a National Enquirer cover.
You were concerned with your employer?
With my client and with myself.
You didn't want this to be all over the newspapers?
No,
And you got back what you wanted?
I did.
Now, and you also told us, in answers to my questions, the defendant hit you with his hand holding the gun twice. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you had blood on your head,
There was.
and you received some ice, some help at the police station. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you get any medical assistance for this?
No, there were small welts.
Okay.
I put some Neosporin on the one that was bleeding.
Okay. So you got back in your car, you left the defendant's property. Did you continue your weekend with your family or return back east?
I was out there for a week.
Okay. Could I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
Can I have a moment, counsel?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Just one question. I just kind of need a yes or no on this. Following this incident, did you receive on a message machine or anything like that messages from the defendant? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. We'll revisit that later. Did you ever see Phil Spector after this?
I did.
Did you ever see the defendant, Phil Spector, again in a situation where you were alone with him?
Never.
Why?
I was frightened to be alone with him. I didn't know if he would turn again.
But you did with other people, you were in his company
With other people, yes.
a few times.
2, 3, 4 times maybe, tops. 2 for sure. I'm thinking 3 or 4.
Pardon?
2 for certain. I'm thinking 3 or 4.
Just one more moment, I think. All right.
All right. We'll take our 15-minute afternoon recess at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition will resume at 3 o'clock. The witness may step down. Thank you. 3 o'clock.
Well, I thought it was going to jump to the next one, but I don't know what it's doing. Yeah. Um Yeah, pew pew is stupid. Now, I'm going to still say self unalive because I don't know. Like the way, because talked to Bill from American Courts, and as long as you're not saying you're going to do it to somebody else, like use it as a threat, then you can say the word. So you can say, I'm watching a murder trial, but you can't say, I'm going to someone else, or, I'm going to, because that's a threat to somebody else. But you can say, I'm watching a murder trial. If it's a murder trial involving a gun. Now, another one that I don't know about is baby corn, which I changed from cheese pizza because I thought cheese pizza was stupid. Why? Every time I click on Legendary Trials on Court TV, a different menu comes up. I learn where it is and then they change it around. Court TV, quit changing your website. Be specific. Or be not specific. Be, what's the word I want? Consistent. That's it. That's the word. Well, dang it. It could also be my brain fog this morning because I don't know if the nerve block is ever going to work. Although I've been told it doesn't work right away. So maybe that's why I'm about to die. I'm not about to die. I'm just in a lot of pain. Dang it. Okay, I'm just going to close Court TV's website and then go right back in. Bam Bam is better than Pew Pew. Absolutely. Cheese pizza. CP. CP is the initials for something else that we can't say. Cheese pizza. CP. Think of what else starts with the letter CP. Flash. That's why I like baby corn better. Because baby and then corn rhymes with the P word. No, it's not a drug. It's pictures. Oh, another thing that I have got to delve into is the Gene Hackman death. They think now it might be foul play. How did they change their dang website from 2 hours ago when I started? I cannot find this now. Oh, I am going to be red. It's still here somewhere. I just can't find it. Yeah. And they were partially mummified. Just meaning that they were, oh, I found it. Yay. Just meaning that they were deceased for a period of time before they were found, and the weather conditions at the time mummified like their hands and feet. They weren't like literally mummified like Egyptian mummies, and like they were bloated. The rest of their bodies were like bloated. But see, the dog too. That's why I was like, oh, well, they must have been like in their beds and carbon monoxide or something like that, because the dog is dead too. And then no, like I think his wife was found on the bedroom floor. I don't know where he was found. I was just like, what? And Randy Quaid, you guys who know who Randy Quaid is, he's the guy from Christmas Vacation. Shitter's full. He got on X and said, he's like the highest revenue making actor in Hollywood. This was murder. So he's implying that he was murdered by Hollywood execs because they didn't want to pay him revenues anymore. Do you really think they would do that? I mean, the man was 95. He was going to die of natural causes soon. I don't think Hollywood would do that. I mean, I think that's a little far-fetched. I don't know what, I'm speechless. Like, I don't know what else to say. It's just, it's bizarre. Oh, really? They did I think it was Randy Quaid that did say it was his guard dog that was dead. So maybe that's why. Maybe that makes. Oh, okay. Then that would make sense if the one dog was dead, was a guard dog, and the other ones weren't. That's just, oh, that is just so weird.
Maybe 91, is that right?
That's correct.
And obviously, in the photo, you're on the right, Mr. Spector is on the left, correct? Mr. Spector has on some sunglasses, doesn't he?
Yes.
And he's got on a blue shirt, right? Looks like a blue silk shirt with white buttons, correct?
It actually was black.
Okay, but in the picture up there, it looks blue,
It
doesn't it?
shines blue.
And he has on, it looks like a sport, looks like there's something over on the right hell. It looks like it might be something like a red ribbon.
He always wears a red ribbon.
And what does that signify?
That was in memory of his,
He had a son that passed away at 9 years old. Isn't that? That was something that affected him tremendously, didn't it? He spoke to you
Yes.
about it, didn't he?
many times.
It was a very, very sensitive and a very difficult subject for him, wasn't it?
The loss of a child is very difficult. Yes, it was difficult for
Did you
him.
guys see that? That was creepy. Get a room.
Can we have that taken off and I think people's too, please?
I don't know what's going on with the sound. That's not me. That's not Courtney.
Thank you very much. You see that? On the overhead screen for you to look at, I think you indicated, you said, I saw these photos. You said that, didn't you?
But it did.
And when you said I saw these photos, what it suggested to me is that you had seen these before you stepped into the courtroom here this afternoon. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
When was the last time you saw those before, say, 15 or 20 minutes ago when you testified about them?
I never saw them before. I never saw aerials.
Okay. The first time you've seen that exhibit, which is up on the board right now or on the screen, was here this afternoon?
Yes, it was.
But that was not the first time that you spoke with Mr. Dixon, was it? Here this
Yes.
afternoon in court.
I never met Mr. Jackson before. Before today,
Before today? When did you meet him today?
upstairs today.
Did you speak with him before you testified?
Yes, I did.
Speak with Mr. Jackson at all? Okay. How many times did you speak with either Mr. Jackson or Mr. Dixon before you came into court and testified? And when I say that, I'm not, let me just add something. When I say that, I don't mean necessarily vis-a-vis, not face-to-face, even if it's on the phone or through email or any other type of communication device. How many times have you spoken with him before you testified?
I don't recall ever speaking with Mr. Dixon.
Okay. How about Mr. Jackson?
Mr. Jackson, I think twice.
And how long were those conversations?
The first time was, I think, about half an hour.
And you talked about your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. When was that?
2-3 months ago.
And between 2 and 3 months ago and today, you spoke with Mr. Jackson again because you said twice. When was the next time you spoke with him?
On the telephone would have been right around March 22nd.
Of this year.
Yes, I was leaving the country.
Okay. How long did you speak with him at that time?
Just a few moments.
Was it just to inform him that you live in, okay. Let me ask you this. Within the last couple of weeks, have you spoke to anybody from the prosecution team in terms of preparation of your testimony?
No.
Had you today come to this building? Earlier today, this morning?
Had I come to this
Yes.
building?
Did you come to this building earlier this morning?
Yes. But not earlier this morning, this afternoon.
Did you look at anything or read anything between the time that you arrived at the building until the time that you got up on the witness stand?
I looked at the photo of the Arroyo house that is up right now.
These photos here.
Yes, these photos.
So you had seen these before. You saw them this morning.
Yeah, that's
This
what I said,
afternoon.
not before today.
Okay. What else did you
And,
look at?
I tried to look at the grand jury testimony, but I didn't have time. What I saw jived with my memory.
All right. And that was your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes,
Because you were called before the grand jury. You did testify there, didn't you?
I was subpoenaed, yes.
I didn't ask you that. I'll ask you, did you?
Okay, let's not,
I did.
wait just a second. We're not going to have those kinds of exchanges between counsel and the witness. If you want to make an objection or move to
Very well.
strike something, that's fine, but not that kind of interplay.
Okay. You indicated that when you came out to California in 93, I think you indicated you were bi-coastal, is that correct?
That's correct.
And you came out for the 4th of July weekend, is that right? To spend about a week to see family and friends.
Correct.
All right. And I think you indicated that when you arrived, you went over to Mr. Spector's house. He had given you instructions how to get there in Pasadena, correct?
Correct.
All right. And I think you described the evening as a very lovely evening, a delightful evening. Is that correct?
Yes.
What time did you get to his house, approximately?
It was somewhere around 9:10 p.m.
9:30, 10?
Yeah. I don't recall the time. I'd flown in from New York and stopped to see my parents, picked up my car, and then continued.
All right. And then as I understand it, at some point that evening, you fell asleep. Is that right?
I did.
And that was about midnight?
It was in the middle of the night sometime, midnight, 1 a.m.
And as I understand it, there was music, correct?
Yes,
Mr. Spector played the piano for you, correct?
he did.
The two of you danced together, right?
We did.
And I think you said that Mr. Spector drank. Is that correct?
He did.
And you described what he drank. You described it as being from a bottle with a glass handle. Is that right?
Yes.
And it was about this big. Is that correct? Is that
Yeah,
big?
it was a fifth, I guess.
A fifth?
Yeah, it's got the big one with the glass handle.
That's a half gallon.
Well,
That's half
okay.
gallon.
That's called for speculation.
Sustained, there's other sizes as well. It could be anything, so the objection is sustained.
Okay, it was about this big. You're showing about, say what, about 18 inches, something like that, 16 inches?
She's indicating closer to 10 to 12 inches.
10 to 12 inches. It was roundish,
Yes,
and it had a glass handle.
yes,
And when you indicated when the evening started that it was fairly up to the top, and by the time Mr. Spector finished drinking, there was only a little bit at the bottom. Is that right?
it was at the top of the label when he first brought it out and put it on the piano, because I was standing by the piano. And towards the end of the evening, it was about,
I think it's about 3 inches.
Okay. And he was the only one to consume from that bottle. Is that right? You did not.
I did not,
And there was no one else in the house that evening, so it was only him.
that's correct.
So that amount of alcohol was consumed by him over approximately, say, 2.5, 3 hour period. Is that a fair estimate?
I have no idea, because I fell asleep.
At the time that you fell asleep is when you noticed the bottle only had 2 or 3 inches at the bottom,
No,
correct?
at the time I woke up is when I saw the bottle.
Okay. When you fell asleep, how much alcohol was left in the bottle?
I didn't look.
Now, as I understand it, there was a period of time during the evening where Mr. Spector disappeared. Is that right?
Yes,
And you indicated in answer to Mr. Dixon's questions, that wasn't unusual. That had happened previously, correct?
correct.
So when he disappeared, he went away, I think you indicated for an hour or two. You weren't surprised, right?
No,
And during that time, he left you alone, correct?
yes,
Okay. Now, as I understand, you called on the Pasadena Police Department for assistance. That's right, isn't it?
yes,
And 2 officers wound up eventually going with you along with the sergeant to the residence, correct?
initially the two and then the sergeant joined.
Okay. And you recall one of the 2's names as Officer Russ, is that right?
Yes,
How did you remember his name since this incident occurred about 14 years ago?
I saw him upstairs today.
Correct. You didn't remember the name from then. It was because you
At
saw.
that point, no, I didn't remember the name.
We can't talk at the same time. Okay, you may think I finished my question, but please let me because it's very difficult for
I
the report.
apologize.
It's okay. It's not a problem. Just we can't talk at the same time. It makes it very difficult for her, okay? All right. So when you said you remembered his name as Officer Russ, it's because you saw him today, and I assume the 2 of you were either introduced or you introduced each other.
That's correct,
All right. Not because you remember it from 14 years ago.
correct.
By the way, is Russ his first or last name?
Last name.
Last name, thank you.
Now, there was a police report that was prepared by the Pasadena Police Department as a result of you contacting them. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And in that police report, it reflected your conversations with the officers on July 3rd of 93. Is that correct? Which was
Jackson, that seems that's not evidence that you've read.
Sustain. Rephrase.
sure. Have you seen the police report?
I did not read it.
Have you seen it?
I saw it laying on the table. I didn't look at it
And was there some reason why you didn't look at it?
because I was going in to talk to Mr. Dixon.
Okay. Am I correct that you told those officers at that time, and that would be Officer Russ, and the other officer was a man named Dahlstein, spelled Dahlstein. Am I correct in indicating that you told them that you did not desire to prosecute or further any police intervention?
At what point are you referring?
At some point when you were in their presence and you talked to them, did you tell them that you did not desire prosecution of Mr. Spector nor any further police intervention after you got your purse back?
That's difficult to answer because it was at the end. I said I didn't want to prosecute.
When you say at the end, after the event was over, you told them that you did not want to prosecute and you didn't want any further police intervention.
There
Isn't
are
that
two actually twice that I told them that.
Let me, twice you told them that.
Well, so you did tell them, and it was twice that you told them.
I need to elaborate. Otherwise I can't.
If you need to.
The first time was when I was at the police station and I told just wanted my handbag back and to get out, and I would not prosecute if they got my handbag back. The second time was I had my handbag and I just wanted to leave and I wanted it over.
Okay.
Sorry.
Would the reporter read back the latter part of the answer?
Yes. After the first time when I was at the police station, I told them that I really just wanted my handbag back and to get out of there, and I would not prosecute if they got my handbag back. The second time was after they had him in handcuffs and I had my handbag, and I just wanted to leave and I wanted to get over.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
As I understand it, you had a dating and an intimate relationship with Mr. Spector from about 1989 to about 1993. Is that correct?
Somewhere early 90s. I thought it was 89, 90. I didn't commit it to memory. It was over the course of 2 or 3 years.
Okay.
And we were doing so good.
Mr. Dixon before today.
I said that you spoke with Mr. Dixon today and Mr. Jackson previously.
Correct.
Have you ever spoken with anybody else about your testimony here in court other than Mr. Dixon, Mr. Jackson, or Officer Russ or Dahlstein when you made the original report in July of 93?
I don't think they're on this.
Have you had any discussions about the incidents you testified to today at any time with anyone, with the exceptions of the district attorneys or the police officers involved?
With Douglas Servina, who is the initial district attorney.
Mr. Sortino.
Sortino, sorry.
Okay, we talked to him.
When they contacted me about going in front of the grand jury.
Okay, and you did go in front of the grand jury, correct?
Yes, I did.
And he prepared you before you went in, didn't he?
We talked about my testimony.
Correct. He spent time with you. He didn't just throw you up on the witness stand in there. He prepared you and then you went in, right?
Well, he listened to the story, yes.
Okay. And was there anyone else you spoke to about this?
There was various law enforcement people along the way.
In fact,
Rich Tomlin, Detective Fournier, who initially showed at my door. And, currently my own attorney, Daniel Brookman.
and he's here in court today, isn't he?
He is in court today.
So you spoken with the prosecutors, you spoke with the officers from Pasadena PD, you spoke with Mr. Sortino, and you spoke with Mr. Tomlin or Mr. Fournier, and possibly other individuals from law enforcement about your story, correct?
Correct. No others really come to mind right now.
All right.
Oh, an investigator. There was an investigator.
So if I'm counting, excuse me?
But we didn't really talk about the story. We just talked about just whatever he was looking. I don't recall.
When were you first contacted by anyone from law enforcement or the prosecutor's team about your testimony?
Mr. Rosen, I'm sorry, I couldn't give you a date. I don't know.
Can you give me a distance in time? A year ago, year and a half ago, 2 years ago?
No, I would think it was 3 or 4 years ago.
So over this 3 or 4 year period of time, sporadically, you have spoken with somebody from either the prosecution team or law enforcement about this. Isn't that a fair statement?
That is a fair statement.
In speaking with investigators Fournier, and that's spelled Fournier, and Tomlin, Tomlin, I understand it that you told them that you felt that Mr. Spector's behavior regarding the incident that you described was bizarre and erratic. That's a fair statement, isn't it?
Yes.
That's how you described it, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you felt that way when, in fact, it happened, right? That it was bizarre and erratic. That's why you use those terms, correct?
I suppose in retrospect, yes. At that moment, I was scared.
Now, as I understand it, when this occurred, you indicated that you were struck twice, correct? That's what you testified to.
Correct.
And in both instances, you were struck with the hand that held the handgun, correct?
Correct.
And in one instance, I think you indicated you felt something sharp struck you on the scalp.
Yes.
And you've pointed out here in court today the 2 areas where you were struck. Is that right?
Yes.
And I think you even went so far as to say that one of the areas you applied Neosporin because it was bleeding, correct?
There was a slight cut, but yeah,
And you testified before the grand jury about this, didn't you?
I did.
And you indicated in the grand jury as well as today that you pointed out these injuries to the officers, correct?
I did.
And that would have been Officer Russ and his partner, Officer Dalston, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you remember doing that perfectly clear, correct?
Oh, for sure.
All right. Because it hurt and because you knew you had been injured, right?
Because I knew I'd been assaulted.
You had a bump on your head, correct? A contusion.
Correct.
You had a laceration and you were bleeding, right?
It's a very slight laceration, yes.
I didn't ask you this, you had a laceration enough that you were bleeding, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you had to apply
Yes.
medication to it.
Yes.
You turned down their offer for medical treatment, didn't you?
Just the ice.
You turned down their offer for medical treatment, didn't you?
I don't recall if they asked me if I wanted to seek medical treatment. They may have, they may not have. I don't recall.
You didn't see a doctor.
No.
You didn't go to an emergency room.
No.
You didn't go to the hospital.
No.
You treated with Neosporin and ice, correct?
There were 2 welts with a slight cut.
Okay. And there's no doubt whatsoever in your mind that you pointed those injuries out to these officers, correct?
No doubt whatsoever.
Just as positive you are as to everything that you testified here in court today, correct?
The objection is overruled. That's an appropriate question.
May I rephrase?
I overruled the
No,
objection.
I know, but I don't know if she heard.
I didn't hear the question.
Are you as certain about the testimony concerning your wounds as you are about the rest of your testimony?
I am absolutely certain.
All right.
I want to talk to you for a moment about the point in time when you get in your vehicle and you drive down to the gate area, okay? You with me?
Yes,
Now, as I understand it, the gate was not open, correct?
correct.
You therefore could not drive your car into the public domain without crashing the gate. Is that fair statement?
That is.
And while you're stopped at the gate, and I assume you're trying to figure out how to get out, is that right?
Yes,
Okay. You hear footsteps and you hear what you believe to be the pumping of a shotgun, correct?
yes,
And you look in your rearview mirror and you see Mr. Spector coming down the driveway, is that right?
yes,
Now, as I understand it, he gets over to you near the car and he says to you, I thought I told you to get the F out of here, is that correct?
yes,
And you turn to him and you say, I can't get the F out of here. Look at the gate. It's shut. Correct?
Well, I was screaming, the gate is closed, the gate is closed.
And Mr. Spector looks and sees the gate is closed, correct?
Yes.
And what does he say?
He said, the gate is closed. Want me to go open it and then you get the F out of here.
And you've described that conduct previously. You've described that as him going into Phil mode, correct?
Yeah.
Why don't you tell the jury what you meant when you said Phil mode?
Phil is a very brilliant and charming man, and you really enjoy him when he's in his charm mode. Then all of a sudden, I've never seen this with him when he wasn't drinking, I only saw it with him when he was drinking. He snaps and he turns on a dime and he becomes a lunatic. And then in the middle of his lunacy, all of a sudden he'll have a moment of, huh? And then he goes back to what he was.
So when you said he went into Phil mode, he was, oh, the gate wasn't open, I'll go open it for you, right?
But no, Phil mode was really when he was screaming.
Okay, so
Yeah.
when he said he would
He
go
went
and
into charming. And
All
then,
says, I'll go open the gate, and what happens? The gate opens, and what do? You leave.
he stabbed, yes.
You leave, right? I think you indicated everything was in your purse, correct?
When I left,
Yes,
everything except the lipstick,
correct. Otherwise, everything was in there, including the money, right?
including the money.
And as I understand it, he never grabbed you or held you down physically during this, did he?
No,
And this was the only time this had ever happened between you and him, correct?
the physical violence,
The incident that occurred that you described. It's the first and only time that happened, correct? What you just told us about, with the pointing the gun at the green Mercedes and leaving.
yes, that's the only time that happened.
Okay. Now, as I understand it, you said something about at the back door, you started screaming back and forth at each other. What the F are you doing? Get the F back in the house, things to that effect, correct?
It's at the front door.
The front door. The screaming went back and forth, I think you indicated at least 3 or 4 times between the two of you, right?
It seemed like it, yes.
And I think you described what you did is you stood your ground, correct?
I did,
So if I understand it correctly, you were standing there and he was standing there, feet apart, correct?
yes,
You're looking at one another, right?
yes,
He's screaming at you, you're screaming at him, correct?
yes,
He's got a gun in his hand, right?
yes,
And you told the jury he's pointing the gun at you, correct?
yes.
No doubt about it, right?
Oh, no doubt.
And in the face of that, and as you said, you never experienced anything like that with him before, you stood feet away from him, looked him in the eye, and screamed at him 3 or 4 times before you went back in the house, correct?
Are you referring, Mr. Rosen, to the fact that he had a gun in his hand?
I'm referring to the fact that when the two of you were having this screaming match with one another, he had a gun, according to your testimony, in his hand, pointed at you, and you're standing there and you're screaming at him, and you testified on direct examination, I stood my ground. Those were the words that you used. Is that not correct?
That's correct.
And when you went back in the house, you were able to do that because the door was open, correct?
Yes,
And you went in first, correct?
yes.
And then it was a matter of moments before Mr. Spector came in. He was out there for a short while, right?
No, he came right in.
You didn't slam the door in his face when you got across the threshold of the front door, did you?
He was right in.
I didn't know so.
He was on site.
Did you slam the door in his face?
No,
Did you push him down?
no.
You said there came a time where he asked you to take your clothes off, correct?
Yes,
And he made that request of you or demand on you several times, right?
yes.
And you were talking with him at that time, correct?
Well, I was sobbing, he was yelling.
And you were talking to him also. I think you testified to that. You said to him, Phil, why are you doing this?
Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this?
Right. Well,
Yes.
that's talking to him, isn't it?
Well, it's not exactly conversational.
I didn't ask you about a conversation.
We were having an interchange.
Okay. Miss Melvin, you took your jacket off, correct?
I did.
You threw it across to the stairs where he was seated, right?
He told me to.
You threw it across the stairs to where he was seated, correct?
Yes,
How many feet apart were the two of you? What was the distance between you and Philip?
maybe 2 feet. 2, 3 feet.
You never took off any other garment,
No,
only your jacket, correct?
correct,
You didn't take off any undergarments, correct?
correct.
Now, as I understand it, this incident occurred on the July 4th weekend of the year 1993, is that correct?
Yes,
And I think you told Mr. Dixon that thereafter you saw Mr. Spector from time to time in public places with other people, correct?
yes.
And I think you estimated, if I'm wrong, correct, it was 2 to 4 times, something like that?
No more than that, I don't think.
As a matter of fact, you stayed in touch with him continually after that event by use of email, isn't that true?
As a matter of fact, he stayed in touch with me continually after that effect by fax, phone, and email. And also mail.
You sent him an email. Let me ask this. Is your email address DTM, and I'll spell it. If I spell it wrong, help me.
We've got the first part.
I'd rather not have her email. If you want to come up or write it out and show it to her so
All
that
right.
you're in agreement
May I
or
approach?
non-agreement, yes, you may.
That's correct.
Miss Melvin, you in fact sent him an email as late as January 22nd, 2003, where you sent him 2 jokes. Isn't that true?
Could be. It's not unusual.
Who's Nicole? It's his daughter, isn't
His
it?
daughter, yes.
You maintained a relationship with her subsequent to the July 4th weekend of '03, isn't that correct?
Yes, no. Of 93. You said 03. I'm sorry.
I'm
you
sorry,
threw-
pardon me, I
you threw me.
misspoke.
Okay.
After '93, my
Yes, she came to New York. I took her to dinner.
Okay. And is it your testimony, you said a moment that Mr. Spector sent you emails, but now that I've refreshed your memory that as recently as January of '03, you sent him a couple of jokes via email,
No,
that
I'm sorry.
that you in fact maintained contact with him through email, in addition to seeing him in public places, correct?
We maintain contact with each other.
Did you send him emails? It's all on, after July 4th weekend of '93, did you or did you not send him emails? You did, didn't you?
Yes,
And he sent you emails, correct?
he did.
Okay, let's take a look at a couple of those right now. Can we mark this?
Yes.
As it's.
I know.
It's not her email address.
Which-
Oh, sure. Thank you.
You want to mark, how many exhibits are you going to mark?
We're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
And are they each an email?
2 emails, and the rest are not, as I recall.
The first two,
Just 2.
defendants A and B would be emails.
Okay. Can you get that a little larger, please, Jim? Is that possible? Well, first, before we take it, let's take it, bring it back. Ms. Melvin, take a look at the top of this. What's it say up there? Phil Spector International, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And what's the address there?
Yes, thank you.
What's the address there? Can you see it?
I can't see that.
Okay, it looks like 686 South Arroyo Parkway, Penthouse, Pasadena, California. Correct?
Yes,
What's the date on this email?
I can't see it.
Take a look about
Oh, wait, January
lines down.
26, 2002.
who's the email to?
Dorothy and Toto.
Dorothy and Toto. Philip used to tease you about Dorothy and Toto from Kansas, didn't he?
He did.
Okay. And who's it from?
It's from Philip.
Take a moment and read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your memory. It's 2 pages, so I'm going to just show you the first page and then the second page.
Your Honor, I can't see that.
Why don't you approach her with the actual exhibit so she can read it?
I can
Yes.
see the Prince of Darkness at the end, but that's all I can see.
All right, we'll give it to you so you can read it.
She's got it. I can't.
Well, just take it off the screen and allow the witness to.
Thank you. May I examine for a moment?
Why don't you let her read it and familiarize
That's all I was
yourself
going to
with
say.
it?
Okay, this is where I live in this article.
No, just read it to yourself.
Oh, I thought you wanted me to read it out loud.
Just read it to yourself.
That's correct.
Okay, and that's an email that you received from Philip on January 26th of the year 2002, correct?
Did I recall it?
About 9 years after the incident, right?
Correct.
And how does he sign the email and provide? I will put it up there. He signs it, "Love and come have lunch with me someday." Philip, AKA Prince of Darkness, correct?
Yes.
Defendants B, Your Honor, please.
This is another email.
Yeah, this is the second one we're going to email.
All right, this will be defendants.
Okay.
You may.
Just read yourself and see if they familiarize yourself. Have you completed reading?
Yes, it is.
Ms. Melvin, that refreshes your memory that you received another email from Philip on January 25th, 2002, correct?
Correct?
Can we have that up there for me? Sure, of course.
Your Honor, objection, is the relevancy with the body of the email.
We have no objection with the fact of her receiving emails back and forth.
Okay, let's see what the questions are and we'll go from there.
Before it's published to the jurors, we have an objection about the
You
content.
don't want to put up on the screen. All right, approach the bench.
Usually they skip this stuff. I don't know why we're watching it. All of my back teeth are starting to erode, I guess, from all the medicine and the surgeries and the whatever over the years.
Ms. Melvin, we're going to save a little time here. I've shown this to you. This was an email that Philip sent you, correct?
It appears to be, yes.
And he signed it Love Philip, right?
Yes, he did.
Now, he also sent you some postcards, didn't he?
Yes, he did.
And he sent you postcards after the July 4th weekend incident of 1993, correct?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Let's take a look at some of those. Your Honor, I have, it's on 2 pages. I have the front of the postcard and the back of the postcard.
Right.
Government's provided me these. So what I'd like to do is mark it as defendants 3A and 3B, if I may.
No, it'll be defendants C, A, and B.
I'm sorry.
C1 and 2, pardon me. Got it. C1, C2.
C1, C2, okay.
Okay.
I can't wait for the wigs to start changing. That's going to be fun.
Sorry.
You may approach it.
Objection is to relevancy with respect to.
Why don't you approach it? It's going to be the same as the previous exhibit.
A little different twist on it.
Come on up.
Okay, we're showing, I think, of course, in C2, is that?
Well, if it's the front would be C1, the back would be C2, or that would, so I would mark that as C1.
This is C1.
Yes.
Do you see that, Ms. Melvin?
I do.
And it says, what, hi, Dorothy, love Philip, correct?
Correct.
All right, let's take a look at the front of that card.
Oh, we're discussing front and back differently. Front to me is the address part.
Okay, let's talk about the picture, the pretty picture side.
All right.
Okay, you see up there where it says missing you?
I do.
Remember getting this postcard?
I do.
Okay, and that was after the incident on the 4th of July weekend, correct?
It was.
Okay, let's take a look at another one, and this would be D1, defense 1. And that's addressed to you, correct?
It is.
And let's take a look at that. It's addressed, it states, Dorothy, oops, someone forgot to tell the postcard makers the Queen Mother is dead, love Philip, right?
Correct.
Now, to have meaning to that, we got to look at the front of the postcard, right?
That would help.
And who do we have?
Oh, I'm so sorry, I didn't bring my distance glasses.
Okay,
It
well,
must be the queen. I
it's
guess.
the Queen Mother, yes. You're right. Okay.
Those will be marked D1 and D2.
We have E1 coming up next, Your Honor.
So marked.
Position.
Yes.
I'm going to show you another postcard here in a moment. And let's take a look at that. That's addressed to you, correct, in Beverly Hills, California?
Okay, I can't, I'm so sorry, I just don't see that.
I should wear my glasses, but then I go to see. Okay, and it says, greetings from London, where Halloween is coming, the season when horrible apparitions rise from the primordial slime and stalk the land, hunting their innocent victims. That's right, it's election time. Love, Philip. Correct?
It's very funny, man.
Okay. It's got quite a sense of humor, doesn't it?
He does.
Along
Really
with his
does.
brilliance, correct?
No question,
And his talent.
no question.
And can we see the front of that, please? And lo and behold, Big Ben, the River Thames in London, correct?
If you say so.
These last two postcards, again, you received both of those after the July 1993 incident,
I
correct?
did.
Okay. And I think we have one more. Two more. And
Do you
again,
want these marked as F1 and F2?
F1, please, yes. And F2. And again, this is addressed to you in Beverly Hills, California, correct?
Yes,
And it says, from Phil Spector in Savoy, my dear Dorothy, greetings from London, from where I'm sorry I haven't lately, but then again, neither is Shakespeare. Love, Philip, right?
again, funny.
Okay.
It's very clever.
And lo and behold, there's what I call the front of the car, the judge calls it the face of the
The
car.
Savoy Hotel.
The Savoy Hotel in London, correct. And finally, we had one more, Your Honor, which is G. Are we on?
We'll be on G for the next one.
Yeah, block that out, please. If you would, thank you. And can we shrink that, please? Okay, a little more, please. Okay, pull it down a little bit so we can start with the top. Pull it down further. Good, okay. And we have here, it says Dorothy, that's you, correct?
Correct.
And it says from the desk of Phil Spector, I miss hanging out. And it shows two, what look like baby raccoons, correct?
Correct.
And how does he sign it?
Love, Philip.
He sent you a lot of cards and emails with Love Philip, didn't he?
He did.
I just have one other area of questioning that I want to ask you about. Ms. Melvin, I assume that you did not know Lana Clarkson in life, correct?
I did not.
You never met her and never spoke with her,
Never.
knew nothing about her.
Never.
I assume further that, and it may sound like a silly question, but I am compelled to ask it. In the morning hours, the early morning hours of February 3rd of the year 2003, you were not at Phil Spector residence, were you?
I was not.
Anything that you have learned about this case that is being presented by the government in this courtroom, you either read, heard,
There appears to be no relevance. It is sustained.
you've never spoken with me before you testified, correct?
No.
You've never spoken with anybody from the defense team before your testimony, correct? It's been many years since you've seen Phil Spector, isn't that right?
It has been.
By the way, in 2002, Mr. Spector invited you to his personal party after the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremonies at the Waldorf. Isn't that true?
In 2002,
Yes.
I had moved back to California. I was no longer there.
Okay. He did, in fact, extend a personal invitation to you to come to his personal party after the induction ceremonies, correct?
Mr. Rosen, he invited me every year, so that's not unusual.
And the only way you could have gone to that party, because it was his own private party, it wasn't a public party, was through his invitation, correct?
I don't know. I didn't pay attention to how at the parties he had, it seemed like anybody showed up, got in.
Okay, but you went to these parties. You've been to them.
I'd been to them in the past, yes, when I lived in New York.
Okay. You never brought a civil suit against Mr. Spector for anything that occurred on July 3rd, July 4th weekend of 1993, correct?
I'm not litigious, I did not.
And you didn't file a criminal complaint against him, did you?
No,
And you didn't seek any sort of compensation from him for that, did you?
none whatsoever.
You indicated that in this incident, there were two weapons involved, right? One was a handgun and one was a shotgun.
Correct.
Mr. Spector never fired either weapon that morning, did he?
No, he did not.
He never had you touch the handgun, did he?
No,
He never had you touch the shotgun, did he?
no,
He never had you hold the handgun, did he?
no,
And he never had you hold the shotgun, correct?
no,
He never put the gun in your hand and asked you to point it at yourself or put it in any orifice in your body, isn't that correct?
that's correct.
Both with the shotgun and the handgun, right?
Correct.
He never put the gun in your mouth, did he?
No,
And he never asked you to put the gun in your mouth, did he?
no,
The truth of it is, you can't sit there today and tell us if you even know if either of those weapons were loaded that day, correct?
he didn't show me, no.
You didn't examine the weapons.
I wasn't given the weapons to examine. He
So
was
the answer-
aware that it was shooter. He's aware I'm a markswoman, so he would not have handed me a gun to look at that was loaded.
No, I'm asking you one question. You can't sit on that witness stand and look at this jury and tell them that you knew that that shotgun and or that handgun was loaded that morning, isn't that true?
I didn't know if it was loaded or not loaded.
You can't tell them it was loaded. You didn't say that.
I cannot tell them if it was loaded or not loaded.
Thank you, ma'am.
Before we go to redirect, and assuming there is some, about how long would it be? I'd like to accommodate the witness and not have to come back next week, but I've got to figure out how much time we need.
Well, my initial questions will just be a few moments, and then I'm happy to excuse the witness for today. And we were going to ask the clerk outside the presence of the jury for a legal ruling, and that would.
Why don't we go ahead and excuse you for the day now? Because, well, go ahead and ask. If you have just a couple of questions, go ahead.
And then that, your ruling would be dependent on whether she would come back.
Okay.
You could communicate that to her.
Go ahead. You may proceed.
Just following up on a couple questions that Mr. Rosen just asked you. I think in one answer you said you're a markswoman, correct?
Yes,
So did you assume that that gun, the handgun and the shotgun that the defendant pointed at you in July 1993 was loaded or unloaded?
when you deal with guns, you always assume a gun is loaded.
And that's how, is that
That's
correct?
how I do with every weapon.
Now, Mr. Rosen also asked you whether or not you filed any lawsuits against him. Recall that just a moment ago?
Yes, I do.
You did.
Of course not.
Did Phil Spector ever threaten you with lawsuits, legal action, or anything like that as a result of the July 93 incident?
Well, excuse me, I think that's getting into another area.
Well, I think it's part and parcel. If the objection is
Well,
whatever, what might it be? Tell me so I can rule on it.
it has to do with what we're going to take a look at over the evening hour.
I don't know. I think that question is an appropriate question in any event. He may ask that.
Okay.
Did he ever threaten to sue you
Many times.
over the July 93 incident?
Yes,
And lastly, at least for this evening, Mr. Rosen showed you all these, for want of a better term, cute postcards with raccoons and Big Ben and that sort of thing, right?
correct.
The defendant sent those to you.
He did.
Did you specifically respond to any of those postcards?
No, they didn't require responses.
And notwithstanding all the cute postcards, did you, after July 93, the incident that we talked about, ever allow yourself to be alone with the defendant?
Never.
Thank you. Nothing further at this time.
Thank you. Recross?
Yes, I do. Couple things. He never sued you, did he?
No,
And Miss Melvin, I want to turn your attention to Wednesday, January 22nd, 2003, in the afternoon hours, okay?
Yes,
Do you recall sending an email to Phil Spector as follows? And I'm quoting, this is from you to him. Your mail to me is still being routed through AOL, and that account won't exist after January 31st. Please put this in your address book, referring, and I don't want to say it in open court, to your new email address. You remember sending him that?
not him in particular. It was done through Plaxo, which sends out to the entire address book in your computer.
I see. So his address was still in the computer, correct? And that's why it got sent to him from you.
I've had his address for many years, yes.
Well, you didn't delete it because he got this from you on January 22nd, 2003, approximately 10 years after the incident, correct? If you want, I can bring it up and show it to you.
No, that's fine, Mr. Rosen. I have people that are dead that are
Stop,
still in my
please,
address book.
stop. Jury's admonished, disregard that. Just let me ask a question. Did you still have his email address in your computer?
Apparently so.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Yes, actually, there is further. Ms. Kenny Bond just pointed this out to me. The rest of your email states as follows. Joke was funny. Here's another. A cardiologist died and was given an elaborate funeral. A huge heart covered in flowers stood behind the casket during the service. And following the eulogy, the heart.
A question here, Jim?
Well,
Yes, there will be.
Just hold on a second. Do you recognize that joke?
So far, no.
All right, continue.
Okay. And following the eulogy, the heart opened and the casket rolled inside. The heart then closed, sealing the doctor in the beautiful heart forever. At that point, one of the mourners burst into laughter. When confronted later, he said, "I'm sorry, I was just thinking of my own funeral. I'm a gynecologist." At that point, the proctologist fainted. You remember sending that?
You know, with all due respect, maybe we should have done that, let the witness read it.
You told me to go and read it.
Well, you could have given me a warning. All right.
You know what? I could have given you, Miss Van just showed it to me, and I thought, maybe the jurors would enjoy it.
All right.
May I ask a question?
I'm
No,
sorry.
there's
I don't
no
know the
question
joke.
pending, ma'am, excuse
Oh,
me.
I thought you asked me if I knew it.
Let me ask you a question.
Your Honor, if I may interpose an objection,
You may.
there is a question pending. Mr. Rosen asked if she recognized the joke. She needs to be able to answer that, I believe.
I agree. Do you recognize that?
I don't get it either.
Sorry you asked that.
I'm not going to admit or deny whether I get it or not, and I'm not going to deliver the punchline, but in any event, do you recall sending that to Mr. Spector?
I don't know. I don't think so.
All right, you may proceed.
Well, would you like to see the email here on the computer and you can refresh your memory?
Possibly. It just doesn't sound familiar to me. I'm happy to see it.
I'm sorry, I'm gonna have just a moment.
Yes.
Jackson, Mr. Dixon would like to see it first. All right, I'm going to bring it up to you. I'm going to hand it to you. You can read it. And
Can you get closer?
sure. Here, would you like my glasses? They're blended bifocals.
Okay, so it's for me, yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I didn't hear. She
Yes.
said
It's for me. It says it's for me, yes.
From you to Phil, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the date, once again, is January 22nd, 2003.
Correct.
Your Honor, I need one moment with Mr. Spector, please.
All right.
One final area. The postcards and the emails that we showed you here on the Elmo, were those in your possession at some time and turned over by you to the prosecution?
Correct.
So you kept those all these years, correct?
It wasn't all those years at that point. It was only a year or two. They went into a box with other postcards and things from other friends.
But you kept them. And when the prosecution asked you to give them to them, you did.
I did.
How many total did you give them? Did we see the universe of all the postcards and emails from Philip that you gave to the prosecution?
I don't remember.
But the ones we showed here in court came from you, from your possession, transferred by you to them.
Correct.
When did you give those to them?
I gave them to Mr. Sortino.
Sortino's right.
Sortino. When he came to my home to interview me.
Last year? 2006?
Been a couple of years.
2005?
I couldn't tell you the exact date.
Just help me here. The two emails that we looked at, those were dated 2002, weren't they?
I'd been in contact with Phil. We never were out of contact until I stopped when I was subpoenaed to the grand jury.
So, from the time you were subpoenaed to the grand jury, looking back to the July 4th week of 1993, as you just said, I did it.
I'm sorry, no, I just want to amend it when you give me a moment.
Go ahead and amend it now.
I was in contact with him until the knock came at the door and the two homicide detectives were at my door. At that point, I did not respond to any of his emails, although he continued to email me.
And that's because they told you it would be better if you didn't have any contact with them, correct?
No, I chose that on my own. They didn't tell me what to do or what not to do.
So these two investigators who were the lead investigators in this investigation knock at your door, show up.
To that extent, the objection is sustained because I don't know who the lead investigator is.
Okay. The two investigators who showed up were Fournier and Tomlin, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and they showed up last year, or no, they showed up in March 18th of 03, correct?
If that's what you have, that's when it was.
That's what I have here. And actually, excuse me, February 19th of 03, correct?
Whatever date you have on a calendar.
These two investigating after that, without any instruction from them, even though they alerted you may be a witness in this case, you decided to cease contact with Phil. But up till then, you did speak with him, correct?
I hadn't spoken with him in some time.
When I say speak, I mean either verbally or...
There hadn't really been very much in some time. Do you wish me to continue?
If you've answered the question, then you've answered the question.
Because there was contact.
Okay, when was that?
He was sending me clippings about the murder,
Okay.
the alleged murder.
Okay. And let me ask you this. Between the incident in 1993 and the time when you were contacted by Mr. Fournier and Mr. Tomlin, is there any way you can estimate how many times you emailed each other back and forth?
Oh, no. There's no way. When Phil emails, he in faxes, it's to lists. It's to we all get the same thing.
So you can't put a number on how many went back and forth? Okay. More than one, correct?
For sure.
Okay, thank you. Nothing.
Thank you. Redirect.
Nothing on that, just pending
All
our
right.
conversation.
I'm going to excuse you at this time, subject to recall. The district attorney will contact you if we need you back either on Monday or at some other time. So you're excused at this time. Ladies and gentlemen, keep in mind the admonition will be in recess until Monday at 9:30. Thank you. The prosecution you wanted me to be aware of something?
I'm sorry, Judge?
Is there something you want to raise in front of me?
There is.
All right.
I believe the defense has opened the door to a prior incident or maybe incidents. We have not explored this link with the witness, Ms. Melvin, but I am aware, at least tangentially, that she is aware of prior conduct with the defendant involving guns. The defense made kind of a point of suggesting to the jurors through cross-examination that either she was mistaken or less than truthful or something to that effect with regard to him holding her at gunpoint, suggesting, for instance, while he's standing there holding a gun in your face, you're screaming at him. While he's standing there holding a gun in your face, you're standing your ground. You weren't doing anything. You weren't complying. You were basically confronting him, although he was loaded, he was standing there with possibly a loaded firearm, et cetera. If allowed, and the reason we brought this up outside the presence of the jury, in an abundance of caution, because this is a prior bad act, if allowed to testify to the reasons that she stood her ground, to the reasons that she yelled at him, to the reasons that she walked out and said, "What the F are you doing?" initially when she saw him with the gun, is because she had seen him with weapons previously. She had seen him pull a gun on one or more patrons at a Christmas party at Joan Rivers' place in New York. He had to be escorted from the building. And this is concomitant with the Tenazzo testimony we've already litigated at length. As a matter of fact, Vince Tenazzo, according to her recollection, was the party who escorted Phil Spector out of the Christmas party. Now, she doesn't remember the exact dates of which Christmas party it was, but when 2 and 2 are put together, Vince Tenazzo's testimony along with her testimony corroborates one another, and they're self-corroborating, or I should say cross-corroborating. She, in fact, knew that he had a history with weapons. She didn't think that he would take it to that next step of either hitting her with the gun or seriously assaulting her with the gun, which he, in fact, did do. I think to leave the jurors with this impression that they're kind of left with at this point in a vacuum without knowing what the defendant's history with guns was and what her knowledge of that history was, leaves them with a misimpression. Well, either, Ms. Melvin, you're a liar, he really didn't assault you with a weapon, or you're mistaken, he wasn't pointing the weapon at you, he was pointing the weapon at something else, or that you knew the weapon was unloaded, which was another point of cross-examination. I think it misguides the jury into believing that she wasn't really in fear. And subsequently, that Lana Clarkson may not have been in fear or shouldn't have been in fear, notwithstanding the disparity between the two incidents. So I think that for the jurors to get a full, for the full complexion of the testimony to make sense, they need to be told, hey, she's got a history with Phil Spector, and that history includes the use of weapons at parties, pulling them on other people.
Have you ever asked her whether that was in her mind?
Yes.
And
Yes.
is that a statement that the defense has?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
I asked if it was a statement the defense had, which of course you should.
Yes, I believe.
Maybe, could I be pointed to where that statement is? I don't have anything about that. I have the grand jury minutes. I have the transcript of the voicemails that are left. I have Mr. Fournier and Tomlin's report, Mr. Bennett's report, and the original Pasadena police report from Officer Rust. That's it. There's nothing in there to that effect.
I'll tell you what, I'm sitting here looking at this, and it's in the Tenazzo statement. Tenazzo, I'm sorry, I was looking at Dorothy Melvin's statement thinking, where did I put that? They are aware of this incident because Vince Tenazzo says Dorothy Melvin was there. When I took him, Spector, out of the elevator and escorted him out, it was with Dorothy Melvin.
Well, that's fine. That shows her presence, but I'm asking, did you ask Dorothy Melvin whether any of her actions were based on her prior observations of Mr. Spector?
I don't think I've ever posed that particular question to her.
So you don't even know what the answer is.
I don't, but if I asked her right now,
Well,
I mean, we can find out.
Just a second, because I have to be honest with you. That's not what I thought the defense was trying to establish with the questions. What they were trying to show is when faced with an angry woman or whatever, with having a gun pointed at him, that he did not react by shooting her. And I believe that's what they were trying to show. I think that, to me, I picked it up at least, and I hear Mr. Rosen saying that's right.
I don't mean to be flip.
Don't be.
Okay, so I won't.
Okay.
The fact that
That's
Dorothy
easy.
Melvin, the fact that Dorothy Melvin walked into this courtroom and sat right there and wasn't suffering from a gunshot wound previously, pretty much answers the question that she wasn't shot. I think that the defense, well, let me put it this way. I don't know what they were intending to do, but I can tell you what my impression is of what the jurors gathered from that she was being somehow less than honest or less than credible or is somehow less than credible. And I can guarantee Mr. Rosen in closing argument will bring up her credibility, given the fact that she said, hey, look, he was standing out there with a pistol that could have been loaded, and I took him on, if you will.
Well, what I suggest, Mr., just before, I'll give you a chance, Mr. Dixon, is I don't know if the witness left with her counsel, I don't know if she's left the building, is both sides should interview her and ask her whether or not at the time that the incident with her took place, whether that was a concern to her or whether she had it in her mind. And then if the answer is no, that's probably the end of it. If the answer is yes, then I have to consider whether it is admissible.
Maybe I can add to, because Mr. Jackson was not in the room when I talked with her today. And when we got to that point in the discussion where she said, he pointed the gun at me when he's outside before he hit me, I stood my ground and I said, why? She said, because I know from the Joan Rivers party about what happened. And I said, having in mind the court's earlier decision about Vince Tenazzo, I said, we cannot, and I will not ask you about that at all, because the judge has ruled that inadmissible at this time without a further ruling from the judge and without direction from me or from the judge. So that's as far as I got into it. I didn't bring it up because I didn't think it was admissible until the cross-examination.
All right.
Well, if
Mr. Rosen.
if that were the case, I think, and this is not a criticism of Mr. Dixon in any way, but I think certainly if that were the case, and Mr. Jackson's representations of the purpose of the cross-examination were our purpose, which they weren't, the court hit the proverbial nail on the proverbial head, then I probably should have been made aware of that. The fact that I wasn't, I think, clearly ends the discussion here. The court understood exactly what we were doing with this cross-examination. It was not what Mr. Jackson is suggesting. And I don't believe anybody's going to stand here whenever we get to that at closing argument and scream and yell and spend a lot of time saying this didn't occur. So I think that ends it there.
Well, not anything in, and I'm not suggesting that I am, not for a moment. I just want to give it some thought. It would merely be as interpreted. And again, I have to consider it as to whether it's still too prejudicial given its possible probative value. But if I let it in, it's just basically, had you ever seen him with weapons during your relationship? End of question, period. If I let anything in, it would go about that far unless the defense wishes to go beyond that. And then, of course, they could. I'll give it some thought, but I can't tell you before Monday, so we'll consider that.
That's fine.
And between the two of you, Mr. Jackson, you get to explain the joke to Miss Melvin. Okay? We're in recess. We're in recess. Thank you. All right.
Well, somebody earlier said John Lennon. Why does it keep doing this? Every time it goes to do the next one, it...
Where this court is now in session, the Honorable Larry Paul Fither, Judge presiding.
All right. Good morning. The defendant is present with his counsel, with the exception of Mr. Cutler, and I'll get to that in just a moment. The jurors, the prosecution is present, the jurors and the alternates are present. Gentlemen, a couple of things. First of all, It's very minor, but Mr. Cutler had to go to the doctor today. And after discussions with counsel, we will not be able to proceed today. These things will happen, and we hope to have a better understanding. Hopefully, we will not be in session tomorrow because we can't guarantee with the number of people that are going to be downtown for various marches. The judges have been asked if they have non-essential, means non-custodial matters in trial, not to have them in session because it's going to be so hard to move the custodies that we do have. And I can't guarantee access to the courthouse. They may start closing streets down before you come in. So as we told you earlier, we won't be in session tomorrow. So we're going to resume Wednesday. If there's a problem, we'll try to make arrangements if we find out anything. If it appears we can't go Wednesday, we'll try to call you ahead of time and do whatever. But other than that, we would be coming in Wednesday at our normal time at 9:30. Now, there's an additional matter before we go ahead and break for the day. What was the name of the show? 48 Hours last week ran not about this trial, but it did run a show concerning another case, and one of the prosecutors featured in that case was Mr. Jackson. And we're just trying to find out if anybody happened to see that. Just right, you weren't forbidden to see it. It had nothing to do with this case. Did anybody happen to see that show? Well, so much for their ratings, but sorry about that for them. However, that takes care of the problem. That's very. If for any reason, I don't know why it would come back on. If you see anything about Mr. Jackson or Mr. Dixon or any of the defense lawyers, just go ahead and ignore it if you would. Okay. With that in mind, if you'll keep the court's admonition in mind, we'll see you at the present time. We're expecting to see you 9:30 on Wednesday morning. All right. We're in recess for your purposes at this time. Thank you.
What March?
Well, we can go ahead and get started, and if the jurors appear, we'll just stop. It's been brought to my attention that at least one and possibly two defense witnesses have appeared on court TV talking about the case. That would be Dr. Wecht and Dr. Lee.
No, can't be Karen Reed. This was 2007. It must have been another case. I have no idea.
Only dispute maybe whether Dr. Lee spoke specifically about the case. The prosecution feels he did, the defense feels he did not, but all agree that the other witness did. I am ordering all parties to tell their witnesses not to discuss this case until the case is completed, and if my order is violated, I will take appropriate action. This case will be tried in the courtroom, not in the media, and especially not in that manner. Is there any question whatsoever? None? Okay, take care of it.
We'll pass it.
Take care of it.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else that we need to do? There's a couple of other things that have come up. The prosecution filed a motion Friday dealing with the exclusion of evidence and or witnesses. It's premature to deal with it at this time. They're going to file some addendums under seal, which I will take a look at, and we will deal with that as appropriate. The defense previously had filed a motion for a jury view. It is my view, and I've discussed this in chambers, it's premature. We'll see how the prosecution case develops. And at the close of the prosecution case, we will see whether that would be appropriate to have a partial or full jury view, as the case may be, depending on what evidence is developed. Okay, anything else that we need to?
Thank you.
All right, we're in recess. Yes, Mr. Spector.
You got the copy of the motion without the exhibits. Is there a reason I've drafted up a response and I'm working on it. In fact, when we're dark today, I'll try to get it on file hopefully by the end of today. Is there a reason why we can't lodge the exhibits just like regular, that they have to be filed under seal? Because we need to make.
I thought they were trying to protect your client's right to a fair trial, but I could be wrong.
No, that's correct. There are obviously the subject matter contained in the exhibits is going to be the subject matter of the litigation, which we believe violates the discovery statutes, and ultimately where certain appropriate sanctions may be in order, including, not the least of which would be a possible suppression of that information. If it's not filed under seal, I feel like that would be the tail wagging the dog. If it becomes public record, then we've defeated the purpose of the motion to begin with.
Well, what I will allow, and that's not ultimately the final test. I'm well aware of the public's right to access. I will allow you to file it under seal, and then the court has to make certain findings, whether it's going to stay sealed. And until I see it, I can't make that determination. And I'll certainly give, usually Ms. Sager is the representative, if you will, of the public or the press. I would give her a right to argue it. But so I will allow them to be filed under seal at this time and at this time only until I have a chance to consider them and feel whether it's appropriate and lawful.
We appreciate that, Your Honor.
Yeah, we were going to file exhibits not under seal.
Well, I'm going to tell you, quite frankly, Mr. Ford, don't do it. If it has to do with the comments of these witnesses who may not testify and who may or may not have inflammatory things that might prejudice either side's right to a fair trial, those are things that I have to consider and then weigh against my statutory obligations to public access. And there's only very limited reasons when they can remain under seal, even things that don't come into evidence, even things, confessions and other matters. That is an automatic right to seal, but I will allow you to file it under seal at this time until I have a chance to consider it. And if it has to do with statements of witnesses, the defense is ordered to do the same until I have a chance to look at it.
That's fine. I was simply
Okay.
wanting direction as to what to do. And
Okay.
we need to make offers of proof as to what these witnesses would say. That's really what we're trying to do. So very good. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Do that.
We are in recess till 9:30 on Wednesday. Thank you. All right. The record will reflect that the parties are back that were present earlier. I've had a briefing camera simply to go over what we were going to be doing after. So, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr.
You guys can't hear the court?
All right. The record will reflect that the parties are back that were present earlier. I've had a briefing camera simply to go over what we were going to be doing this afternoon and also talk about Mr. Cutler's expected return. In my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Brunon or any other counsel, that it is expected that Mr. Cutler will be in the jury portion of the trial will resume on Monday. Is that correct?
That's what we.
I didn't say anything. I just went to the next video. Yeah, I didn't say anything. I just went to the next video. That's all. This is the first trial. This is a trial that ended in a mistrial. And they didn't televise the second trial, much like the Menendez brothers. Their first trial was televised and it was a mistrial and they didn't televise the second one. So I don't know why. That's weird. Did they think not televising the second one would get a verdict? I don't know why they're both California trials. I don't know. That's interesting to me. I would love to know the thought process behind why they didn't televise both of these second trials. But he was found guilty in the second trial, and he did go to prison for 19 years to life, and he died in 2021 in prison. I don't know the exact date, but the year of the trial is 2007. So I'm not sure what the march he was talking about was for. Of course, I got married in 2007, so I was not paying attention to any current events that year. I have no idea what was marched about for what. It was couldn't have been Black Lives Matter. That came way after this. And 9/11 and all that stuff was way before. I have no idea. It might have been something that was just in California. I don't know. If somebody that's good at Googling and research could figure it out and let us know, that'd be cool. I mean, I guess it's not important. I was just curious if somebody knew.
Anticipate, Your Honor, and as we indicated, Mr. Cutler has agreed to stay in touch should the matter deteriorate.
Okay, we will keep in touch. We'll keep in touch with the district attorney's office if necessary. We can have a conference call with all parties with me because witnesses do have to be arranged and arrangements have to be made for witnesses to be flown in and housed and things like that. And if for any reason it appears there may be a problem, then we have to deal with it, and we will at the appropriate time. Now, this afternoon, what we're going to do, and it depends upon time, is there's going to be basically two separate matters, but they're both discovery oriented. One, and I will indicate, it has been brought to the court's attention, and we have set a hearing for this afternoon. And this is, a lot of this is pure speculation, but the court has been notified through counsel, and counsel have been notified that there is the possibility, and it is just that, a possibility. The reason for the hearing is to determine whether or not there is any credibility to it, that at some point early on in the case, a piece of evidence that should have been turned over to the prosecution was not. We're going to determine whether or not any such evidence exists. If it does exist, what is its present status, and why, if it does exist, it wasn't turned over to the prosecution. There's lots of ifs and ands and buts, and until we have the hearing, I will not be in a position to make that determination. Witnesses will be present this afternoon, and we will have that hearing in open court. And depending how long that takes, we also have the discovery motion filed by the people for sanctions for late discovery of other items that have been turned over to them. The defense has filed a response, which I have not yet had a chance to read since it was apparently filed this morning. It was given to me a short time ago.
We had to find our way to the courthouse yesterday.
I understand that. That's why we weren't in session yesterday. And although the demonstration was much smaller than was expected, I certainly did see pictures of the crowd on Broadway, and it sounds like it was a good idea that we didn't have the court session yesterday. So at 1:30 this afternoon, we will proceed on those motions and go as far as we can. I'll see you at 1:30 this afternoon. Thank you. All right, the record will reflect defendant is not present pursuant to his 977 waiver. The counsel are all present with the exception of Mr. Cutler. The people are present. Mr. Rosen is now present. Mr. Brunon is at the table as well. The court has set this hearing, and I'll give you an overview of what we're going to do this afternoon. Sometime back, probably within the last week to 10 days, my understanding is someone contacted the district attorney's office indicating they had evidence concerning this matter and wished to talk to the district attorney. However, the person identified himself as I believe, and you can correct me, Mr. Dixon or Mr. Jackson, I'm doing this from memory, that he was a former law clerk for Mr. Shapiro, Mr. Spector's former counsel, which set off alarm bells, and the prosecution very properly indicated they did not wish to talk to the individual because of the possibility that this might involve privileged communications. So they did the following two things. They, I believe at that time, sought the outside or the intervention of an outside police agency not involved with this case, which was the Los Angeles Police Department, to interview the individual to see if there was some non-privileged material that might be discoverable, and also came to me and asked me to appoint a special master to oversee this information because of the possibility of getting into privileged material. And I appointed one of our special masters that the court uses, Professor Lori Levinson, who is a professor at Loyola Law School. She began an investigation of this matter, and initially, as she would give me oral reports, it appeared that this would definitely, whatever was there, and quite frankly, I did not want to know, but however, it would be privileged information, which the prosecution wouldn't have a right to, that I wouldn't have any interest in, and we were going to leave it there, basically write a final report and let it go at that. And then I would talk to the parties and let them know what had happened. However, in, I guess, her conversations or something alerted Professor Levinson that there might be the possibility that some of this information was not privileged. And that had to do with an allegation concerning a piece of physical evidence that this individual, as I understand it, felt had been moved and I had no idea whether it had been turned over to the prosecution. Had it been, we would have dropped the matter at that point. It wouldn't really made any difference. I brought the parties in, informally made an inquiry as to whether the prosecution had received what this individual indicated he had seen taken by someone, and they indicated they had not. And I informed the parties that we were going to have a hearing on this matter. It's going to have to be, I'm going to have to basically, to use an expression, ride herd on it, because we're not going to get anywhere near any privileged communications. However, if, and this is just a hypothetical, any defense attorney and or his or her agents uncover a piece of physical evidence, once they move it in any manner, they have an absolute obligation to turn it over to the prosecution. It cannot be manipulated, tampered with, concealed, or anything else. And that's what we're here to find out, if any such thing exists. If it doesn't, we move on. If it does, we see where it goes. And that's what we're here. When I met with the parties, the district attorney, we had to have, none of us want to deal with this directly until this hearing. So I believe the Los Angeles Police Department took care of issuing the subpoenas. I can't remember. Was
Actually, what happened, Your Honor, is that I think the court gave us the name of this individual's attorney. We contacted him, accepted service.
Okay, accepted service. And the other individuals, I guess, are here voluntarily. Would that be correct?
Some of them have been subpoenaed, some are here voluntarily.
Okay, well, we can get in. I guess either, in a way, this is the prosecution's attempt now, I guess, to find out if there's discoverable evidence. I don't know whether you consider it your motion. If not, we can consider it a court's motion and I can proceed. And
Your Honor, it would be our, just for purposes of, I guess, labeling it, I think this is a proper court's motion of inquiry. However, it does seem natural that we would take the witnesses on direct examination, try to find out what we can, if anything, happened.
okay, with most of the witnesses, I'm not too concerned. I'm sure they're aware of their obligation not to reveal privileged information. However, the fact that this individual has come forward, I'm going to be very careful with them. So you proceed in any manner you want in calling the witnesses in any order that you wish, and we'll see where we go from there. Mr. Bruno.
Your Honor, we're requesting a little bit of additional guidance.
Tell me.
First of all, this appears to be the nature of an investigation of some sort as to whether or not this piece of evidence existed, whether or not it was improperly handled. And
that would be the first part, because it's part of whether the people have been deprived of appropriate discovery.
That sounds to me like something that can be handled in the normal investigative process. We certainly will make witnesses as we know them available, and we don't need to have a deposition over this. Now, here's what I'm concerned about. We don't have any framework for this type of hearing. I went back and looked at Meredith after I became aware of this issue. Meredith tells us what the rule is, but it doesn't tell us how to determine what the facts are to apply the rule. And we're concerned about the fact that there have been these communications between the referee and potential witnesses that we're not privy to. Now, that's relevant for two purposes. One, to test the credibility of any potential witness, but two, to determine what information has been privileged or otherwise has been given up, so that we can deal with that as appropriate.
Well, we can bring, my understanding is Professor Levinson's out of town today, but she can certainly become a witness, and there's no reason why she can't.
Well, because we're dealing with potentially privileged information, it seems to me that
She knows certainly how not to get into privileged communications.
Well,
there's not a doubt about that.
But it's not a two-way street, Heather. Things that are available to us might not be available to the prosecution, and probably ought not to be available to the court, because you're a neutral and detached party here, and somehow or other all of these roles have gotten tumbled into some unknown process we're going through here. Here's the other issue. Now that we've identified, or the other questions, now that we've identified the issue, I guess the people have assumed the burden of proof here, or the burden of production of evidence. I don't know if there's going to be a burden of proof assigned, but we had an informal conversation this morning, and the most important issue, one of the most important, before the proceedings began this afternoon, we don't know what is at stake here. What are the consequences of whatever particular findings are going to be made? Without identifying those, we're kind of wandering around in the dark here. And the reason I'm concerned about this is that there is some potential for significant prejudice to Mr. Spector, and Mr. Spector didn't have a thing to do with any of this. He, to my knowledge, is completely unaware of any of these assertions until this gentleman came out of the woodwork, or wherever he came out of, and attempted to, what appears to be, engender some self-aggrandizement, some publicity, some to place himself in the middle of this process, which is almost predictable, unfortunately. But I think that we ought to determine where we're going before we start the trip, because I don't want to have a situation where something happens that significantly prejudices this proceeding, and we have to abort the whole issue, or abort the whole thing.
I don't see it going there. It's very simple. As to what sanctions, if any, may be applicable, it depends whether or not there's been a violation of the discovery order. And certainly whether there's been a violation of any ethical obligation of anybody. We don't know that. This individual is making certain claims. First thing we have to do is find out if there's any basis for the claim, and then worry where we go from there. The first thing is to find out the facts.
I don't have any problem with finding out the facts. I do have a problem with giving a grandstand to somebody that we've not had any opportunity to discover what the nature of his allegations are, other than the broad allegations that the court has mentioned. We don't know anything about the background of this fellow. We don't know what kind of notes or anything that he's made. We don't know what kind of efforts he's made to peddle this information. These are all relevant to finding out what the truth is. And to me, this is not something that should be aired in a public forum. There is too much at stake here to have people wandering in off the street, making uninvestigated allegations, and having them publicized across the United States. I mean, there's too much at stake.
Well, there may be a lot at stake, and I agree that there is. However, all of those matters can be gone into when we find out what the facts are. And as far as continuing the matter, if necessary, for you to do further investigation, that's fine. But first, we're going to find out if there's any basis for this. We're in trial. If this is true, we'll worry about it. If it's not true, it's going to be a very short hearing. And that's fine.
Right. I understand that here. I guess more directly, I should ask. It seems to me that we don't know what's going to here, that we ought not to air all of this in a public forum. Once the facts are determined, the court can make an informed decision as to whether or not any of this is potentially prejudicial to Mr. Spector's right to a fair trial, and then release that part that's appropriate. It's not as if we're asking it not to be released. We want to have it inspected first. We don't do in cameras in public, and that's basically what's happening here.
I believe this is no more than part of a discovery motion, which is part of the public forum. We will proceed. Ms. Abramson, I'm going to tell you something. We've known each other a long time. Don't shake your head. Don't sit there if you don't like my ruling. Just don't do it.
No, it's not that I don't like your ruling, Your Honor. I sort of here to be the voice of Christmas past. And we've been here before. and when I was on the case, and the people withdrew that same complaint and didn't allow our witness to testify, and that should have ended it. Instead, same thing all over again.
Thank you.
My concern.
Ms. Abramson, thank you for your input. Thank you. You're not a party to this as of now. If you're a witness, that's one thing. The people may proceed.
Thank you. Just two quick comments. One, I would ask the court for a witness exclusion order in this hearing, like any hearing, and I think that would include Ms. Abrams.
I don't know.
Actually, she's assisting us, Your Honor, because this issue has been litigated in part before. It was brought to the court's attention, not this court, but another judge. They were in the middle of a hearing, and then the people withdrew their motion. That was litigated by Ms. Abramson. We contacted her in the last 24 hours to try to get up to speed, doing everything we could, because we have to now challenge this allegation, and she was very helpful. She met with us last night.
If she's not a witness, then she can remain.
She's going to assist us in this case.
Fine.
Thank you.
Your Honor.
Any other witnesses that are present, however, that have been brought in by either side and remain outside the courtroom?
I'm Greg Diamond.
All right.
Your Honor, one other thing.
Yes, Mr. Roman.
Yesterday, I had contact with Janet Ryan, who is for Bob Shapiro and Sarah Kaplan.
Okay.
And I've been working through her. She made a request with me last night when I spoke with her, and this morning as well as this afternoon, that if it gets to the point in this hearing, if we get there, we may not, but if we get to the point where the government seeks to call either Mr. Shapiro or Ms. or both, Ms. Levine would like to come in to address the court first on the ground rules because there are privilege issues.
Absolutely.
Okay.
She's
Can I just
present.
have one moment to go outside and let her know that?
No, you don't have to. She's right behind you.
And Your Honor, Mr.
Yes.
Nassiter will be representing Ms. Kaplan, who's present as well.
All right.
Mr. Shapiro and Ms. Kaplan are outside the court, but there are a number of issues we want to address with the court before testimony. And we are just into this case, and we have very little idea of what went on, except I do have knowledge of what went on in 04 and early 04 with the earlier subpoena issued to Mr. Shapiro and the withdrawal of that subpoena.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm informed that Mr. Worksman, who is Greg Diamond's attorney, is here before the court. I'll let him.
Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good afternoon.
Judge, it was my impression that we would be having whatever hearing is necessary in chambers. And I'd like the opportunity to address the court in chambers in the presence of defense counsel and prosecution.
About what?
About the reason we're here today.
Well, you can address me here now if you want. If you can convince me that there's some reason we should go on camera, I'm happy.
Pardon me. Judge, the nature of the hearing, the speed with which it's come on, the representations that were made to me and my client leave me in a position where I'm not in a position to advise him adequately today unless I have the opportunity to learn from the court more about.
To transpire is your client contacted the authorities and indicated that he had information that he believed he wanted to pass on. Parts of it appeared instantly to those that he contacted, which I believe is a district. He cannot. He has no right to pass those along. But part of what the special master who I appointed gleaned from him was apparently it deals with matters that are not privileged, and that would be whether or not any evidence was concealed, manipulated, tampered with, not turned over to the prosecution that should have been. That's the issue we're attempting to find.
Judge, you're not asking me to make the determination of what's privileged and what's not. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I don't know what determination Your Honor has made. And I as a member of the court, with an obligation of the court, I want to tell you it's not that easy. And I need the opportunity to make a presentation to the court outside a viewing audience, but in the presence of the prosecutor and the defense counsel.
All right, if that's your offer of proof, we'll go back in camera.
Thank you.
Let's go back.
Excuse me, are we now showing?
Not at this point.
All right.
She's assisting you to bench.
I understand that we don't have room. You want to go on camera, that's fine. We have room for just a few attorneys. You can go out before you do anything else. You can consult with Ms. Abramson.
Can I wait in the hallway then?
No, you can wait out here. If they need to talk to you, they'll come out and talk to you.
Ms. Bodden-Kenny has given up her seat on the Titanic to Ms. Abramson. She joined us today.
Well, that would be too many. That's too many for Chambers. Decide, Ms. Abramson, I'm going to tell you this one time.
No, I'm saying fine, and I don't
Okay,
have to go.
just let's easy on the gestures. Okay, thank you.
You want me not to be Jewish now?
I'm not even going to reply. Two prosecutors, two defense attorneys, and counsel, Mr. Worksman. That's who we have room for, plus a reporter.
I was just about to say, she can't not do gestures. She's not capable of not making gestures. Oh my goodness. I'm confused. Okay, so something happened when Shapiro was representing him. About it just happened. But they don't want to talk about it in open court. Bye, Maiko. Oh my goodness, look at that face. She is mad. Well, dang it, it was working for about
Alluded to, which had to do with a demand of Mr. Shapiro to produce a piece of evidence.
okay, something about Shapiro producing a piece of evidence.
And I guess this was the subject matter of a court hearing. This was the hearing that you've already had at some point in some other courtroom.
Well, let's say it's a hearing we tried to have in May of something of the.
So what you're just saying is this is supposed to be been briefed. All right.
Was in, I think.
Absolutely a good comeback. She is fearless, man. I think it might crash. But you guys know what to do. Just stay put. I will come back. Okay, it didn't crash. Yay. I just got to get it to play the clip. Phil, where is Phil? I don't see him.
It was in May. Mr. Dixon was there.
In any event, I just wanted to make sure that I.
Exactly.
All right. At the present time, Mr. Worksman, you're present with your that I tell Mr. Diamond what the scope of the hearing is. Is that correct?
Among other things, yes.
Well, Mr. Diamond, you are here for the following reasons. It is my understanding that you contacted either the district attorney's office and/or law enforcement with information that you thought needed to be brought to their attention because of the fact that you had worked with a prior attorney in this matter. No one wanted to speak to you directly from the prosecution team because of the concern that it might deal with privileged information. Pursuant to their request, I appointed a special master, Professor Levinson, to oversee this along with the Los Angeles Police Department. She has made a report to me which indicated that as far as the only thing that we are concerned with, since we have no interest in getting into privileged communications, however, You have made an allegation that could be viewed as moving or manipulating or tampering with a piece of physical evidence, and that is not privileged if it is true. You're being called here today is solely to deal with that issue as to what your observations are concerning this piece of evidence that you brought to the attention of the authorities to find out what, if anything, happened, what, if anything, was done, if such items exist at all. And that's the sole purpose. You are a witness here. You are not a target. You're not anything else. You're a witness. You have put yourself into this case. You have made yourself a witness, and that's what you're here for. I have no problem with you hiring counsel. That's your business, but no one has given me any basis to believe that in any way there's any criminal liability on your behalf. There is none. You're a witness. You're here to testify as to observations that you made. Those observations may well be challenged. In fact, they will be challenged by the defense. That's what you're here for, sir.
Yeah, just a comment about something you just said.
Yes, sir.
What your comments were might connote a form of immunity.
I'm not giving him immunity. He has the same responsibility as any other witness who takes the stand to be truthful when placed under oath.
Judge, if he chooses not to testify, Your Honor, as you talked, most witnesses appear before a jury without a pre-trial, full-blown in public. So to call this the ordinary witness is not entirely accurate. Most witnesses end up based on statements or volunteered statements interviewed by the defense and the prosecution, who then make a choice. Either we'll call them or we won't call them. So it's not fair to characterize this as an ordinary.
Okay, this guy went to the DA about some evidence that he knew was tampered with, but he doesn't want to testify. Why did he go to the DA? That's stupid. Did he think he was not going to have to testify and just be like this anonymous person? And does he want immunity to testify? Why would he want? Was he the one that tampered with the evidence? Like, I don't understand why this is such a big deal. Unless I'm obviously missing something. Yeah. Like, what did he do? He must have done something to cause him to hire his own counsel. And it gets weirder. It's Los Angeles. I should have known it was going to get weirder.
Ordinary proceeding with an ordinary witness. And I must again, I'll say in public what I said in your chambers. We were misled as to why we would be here today. And the special master, whose comments I've seen in the paper on this trial, assured me that she would let me know what was happening, would keep me informed. I never heard from her again. The prosecutor who called me Monday and asked me to accept the subpoena told me nothing except the judge wants to talk to you. Now, Judge, I really, under these circumstances, if it takes me stepping down as counsel, I'll do so. But I don't think what's happening here is fair to Mr. Diamond, and I don't think it's that important in the overall scheme of things. And I think he's entitled to reflect on what's happened here today. He was brought up here, and if I'm responsible for misleading him, I apologize to him and to the court. And you know, Judge, Laura Evans were interceding and making it straight, but she never called me and told me that this would happen the way it's coming down today.
She couldn't have because she didn't know. Number one, she's out of town. Number two, I haven't spoken to her because it would be inappropriate. She did the job that she was supposed to do, which was to oversee this matter. She had no idea that this witness was going to be called because I haven't spoken to her since she submitted her report to me. So don't, excuse me, I let you be heard. Don't impugn Professor Levinson. There's no reason for it, number one. Number two, witnesses aren't entitled to time to reflect. And witnesses also aren't entitled to counsel unless I feel there's going to be a Fifth Amendment potential issue, which we've decided there is no issue. If you want to be here, that's fine. If you want to sit by the side of your client, that's fine. But if you want to step down, that's fine as well.
Judge, by we have decided there's no Fifth Amendment. Please don't include me.
I'm not including you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, you can proceed as you wish. Sir, do you have any other questions?
Well, Judge, I'm going to step down.
That's fine.
Because I've done the best I can, and I think under the circumstances, Mr. Diamond should be given time to obtain counsel and to reflect on what Your Honor has done.
That's fine, sir. And if I think there's any Fifth Amendment implications, he can either contact you, we'll stop the proceedings, or he can hire other counsel. That's up to him. He's a witness in this matter.
Well, Your Honor, given the admonition that you said you were going to, or if you have.
I just did.
Okay.
Call your first witness.
Great, Don.
All right, sir, step forward to be sworn, please.
I'm going to object to Mr. Diamond speaking unless he's under oath.
Well, if you want, I'll allow him to address.
Judge Easy, thank you.
Mr. Diamond, what did you want to say?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. I would like to ask you if it would be possible to obtain counsel and to ask for a continuance in this matter.
At this point, sir, no. There has been no basis given to me to do that. I've indicated no one, either in your statement or anything presented to me, has indicated any possible Fifth Amendment implications in your testimony. You are a subpoenaed witness, or this actually not subpoenaed. You came in because your counsel, in essence, accepted a subpoena on your behalf or agreed to have you present. You're now present. You have been called as a witness. Your duty is now to testify, sir.
Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
With all due respect, it wasn't to my knowledge that this was going to be the type of proceeding that was going to take place today.
Sir, let me just say something.
But I appreciate that.
Whatever happens, you put yourself in this case, sir. No one put you into this case. You approached the authorities on your own. You said you had information. You are a witness. You have been brought to court as a witness, and now you've been called to testify. Step to the stand, sir, to be sworn.
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause of opinion before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Thank you.
Mr. Worksman, did you want to remain, not remain? I'm unclear.
Well, Judge, I really, an obligation. He came up under, I guess I'm flying under false colors. This is the last thing that I would anticipate happening, so I appreciate Your Honor allowing me to stay.
You stay. Would you like to sit in the jury box in case he needs to talk to you? All right. Thank you. You may proceed.
Please state and spell your name for the record.
Gregory Diamond, Gregory, Diamond, Diamond.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Diamond. I should tell you, my name is Pat Dixon. I'm a Deputy District Attorney. I'm going to ask you a few questions this afternoon. I'd like to invite your attention back to February of 2003. Were you employed at that time?
That is the answer to that question cannot be answered with a yes or a no.
So you may explain if you would. Excuse me, you may explain if you would.
At that time, in 2003, February?
Yes.
And what date?
Well, let me be more direct. On February 4th, 2003, did you go to Phil Spector's house at 1700 Grandview Avenue in Alhambra?
I believe that was the exact date. It was, yes.
Sometime in the late afternoon?
Yes.
Were you employed on that date?
Employed in what capacity?
Were you working with Bob Shapiro that day?
Yes.
In what capacity?
I, at the time, was preparing for the bar examination. I had been employed in the past before that, but this was at that moment in time, I was technically, I was there working in some capacity, but I was taking the bar exam. I was asked.
Prior to that date, had you been a law clerk for Mr. Shapiro?
Yes.
Could you give us the approximate dates of that?
I was I was an intern and a law clerk.
Now, on the date I suggested, February 4th of 2003, at Phil Spector's house, did you go to that location with other people?
Yes.
Who?
Robert Shapiro. Would you like me to name all the individuals?
All the names that you can remember.
It was his defense team at the time.
And those names, who were they?
Yes.
May I take the Fifth Amendment?
No, you're to answer the question as to who was present. There's no basis for claiming the Fifth Amendment.
In any of the...
You are to answer the question as to who was present.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, you're welcome.
Sarah Kaplan, Bill Pavlik, Michael Bodden, Henry Lee, and other individuals that I do not know the names.
The other individuals, let me just ask you, do you recall a Jay Romaine, a private investigator?
I do not know the name. At this time, I do not recall.
How about a Stan White? Does that sound familiar at all as a private investigator?
I do not know. That name is not familiar. I do not recall.
Of the people whose names you don't recall, and then we'll talk about the ones that you do, were they, to your knowledge, did they appear to be investigators? Was that their role at the scene?
Yes.
He said yes. Based on that, you can cross-examine. The objections overruled. The answer will stand.
You mentioned Bill Pavlik, correct?
Yes.
Was it your understanding that he was a private investigator working for Bob Shapiro?
Yes.
And Sarah Kaplan, who is that person?
She was an employee of Mr. Shapiro.
A member of the bar?
Yes.
Was there as an expert to assist?
Yes.
How about Henry Lee? Do you recall Henry Lee? Let me first ask you, withdraw that and ask you, do you know who Henry Lee is today?
Yes.
Did you know who he was in February of 2003?
Yes.
Was he present at the scene at
Yes.
some time? Yes. And was it your understanding that when you went to Phil Spector's house on that day at that time that Robert Shapiro was representing him?
Could you repeat the question, please?
When you went to Phil Spector's house on the day and time I suggested, was it your understanding that Robert Shapiro was representing Phil Spector?
Yes.
He was his lawyer. When you first arrived, were there members from the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department there?
I do not know if they were from the LA Sheriff's Department.
Did it appear to you that there were members of law enforcement at Phil Spector's house when you and the rest of, as you've characterized it, the defense team arrived?
There were members of law, there was law enforcement. There was law enforcement there present, yes.
Without telling us what was said, did it appear that there was some conversation between Bob Shapiro or other members of the defense team and the members of law enforcement?
Yes.
And shortly after that, did members of law enforcement leave Phil Spector's house, leaving the defense team and you there alone?
Yes.
Let me just digress for a moment and ask you a couple of questions about things that happened just recently. About 2 weeks ago, did you call the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office at 213-974-3800 after 5 o'clock one evening?
Answer the question, sir.
I don't recall that phone number.
All right. But you do recall calling the LADA's office?
Yes.
And did someone, perhaps me or perhaps Mr. Jackson, answer the phone and have a short conversation?
Objection, compound.
Sustain. You could break
Did
it up.
someone answer the phone after 5 p.m.? That might surprise some.
The answer is yes.
And after that, did you have a conversation with eventually a deputy district attorney who identified himself as Alan Jackson?
Yes.
Let's return to February 4th, 2003. How long were you there with the rest of the defense team?
I don't recall how long we were there as far as.
Was it 10 minutes, an hour, 3 hours, 5 hours? Do you have any estimate?
It was throughout the entire evening.
And without revealing any conversations at all, could you tell us what, if any, was your role that evening?
Your Honor, that doesn't privilege.
It might be. I'm going to sustain it. It's also not important for us. As long the court's going to make a finding unless somebody has other information that he's a member of the defense team and their conversations would be privileged, except those, observations that we're here to talk about, which are not conversations in any event. Let's just try to keep it as close as we can.
And if I could, I'm merely trying to establish that he was there observing, or maybe he was off in the corner sleeping. I don't know.
Your Honor, just to clarify my objection, what they were doing is also privilege.
Right.
Unless it.
I understand, but just the fact that you were present and you were part of the defense team, is that correct? If you work for, in any fashion, a defense attorney, you are part of a team. You don't have to be an attorney. You don't have to be an expert. You don't even have to be compensated if you're there to assist the attorney. Were you there to assist Mr. Shapiro? In any fashion?
I was there, I was present, and as far as assisting in any capacity, with all due respect, I don't, could you elaborate on any capacity?
Were you doing anything to help Mr. Shapiro?
I was not in a working working capacity mode when I was there.
Well, with all due respect to the objections, one of the things to determine whether anything is privilege is whether a person who doesn't have a right to claim the privilege as part of the privilege holder's privilege, and I know I've said privilege about 4 times, but I think you know what I mean. I have to find out what his role was. So with all due respect, Mr. Brunon, we have to find out if he holds a position of privilege.
Your Honor, I would submit that his idea of why he was there is not the controlling idea.
And you know what? Other evidence or other witnesses, I'm not going to base whatever ruling I might make or any holding I might make solely on his determination. I agree. But his understanding, we may be able to, shorten this up. We may not. I'm going to ask him what his role was, and I think that's appropriate.
Well, Your Honor.
I don't think that's privileged. If a person, you have a third party of any, Mr. Brunon's pretty able to handle himself.
Then why not want to point to the action to handle with it?
You want to confer for a second? You may.
Your Honor,
yes.
His perception is irrelevant. Why don't we get to the point of the evidence and not.
Unless, if the people are conceding that this.
No, we're not conceding.
Okay, then we need to know what he views his role as, and then obviously that's not controlling.
Well, see, here's the problem. I said earlier, we don't know where we're going. There's no.
I understand that, but the bottom line is, I want to know what his understanding of his role there. That's as to why he was there. I'm not asking for any conversations, all right? Sir, what was your understanding of why you were there? Quite simply.
I was more of an observer.
Did Mr. Shapiro ask you to observe?
No.
Okay. Did anyone ask you to observe?
Using the word observe?
Sir.
I'm just trying to elaborate because.
What was your understanding of why you were there?
My understanding was that I was just to be there to really observe. I was not going in on this with any intention of having to do any particular job, as I was coming from studying to take the bar exam that same day. Really, I was invited to go along, to be there.
And were you there to do anything you might be asked? Would that be fair, if you were asked to assist?
I was originally asked to go not to the mansion. Originally, I was asked to be at Mr. Shapiro's office. That was the original thing.
All right. I'm satisfied unless something else comes up, and you can argue that depending upon what other witnesses testify. At this point, we're going to assume he was there in a privileged capacity. You may proceed.
Should I ask one or two more questions?
We'll see. What are the questions?
Okay. You said that you were studying for the bar. You were studying for the February bar at that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and so this was, as I suggested to you, February 4th of that year. So you were in the middle of studying for the bar exam. Last 3 weeks before the bar.
That's right.
And is that what was occupying all of your time at that point?
Absolutely.
Prior to that, prior to studying for that February 2003 bar exam, you'd worked for Bob Shapiro.
Yes.
But at the time you were studying for the bar exam, you were no longer working for him. Is that correct? Were you working in a paid capacity at that point in time?
Were you drawing a paycheck, sir?
I did receive paychecks.
Last question here, and then I'll move on, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Before you arrived at Phil Spector's house that day, did someone say to you, "Hey, come along, this might be interesting, just watch"?
Your Honor.
Or words to that effect?
I'm going to sustain the objection. This may get into privileged material. I'm satisfied, and you know what? Eventually, Mr. Shapiro's here. If he does testify, I'm sure we can find out what his view was. I'm satisfied there's enough here, given his prior employment, working for Mr. Shapiro, who was present at the scene, that anything that was done in front of him was not intended for public dissemination. All right?
Thank
you may
you, Your
proceed.
Honor. Thank you. Before we got into that area, I think I was asking you if you could estimate for us approximately how long you were there at Phil Spector's house that evening.
As far as making a determination on the possible amount of hours that we were.
Well, were you there for an hour, 2 hours, 5 hours? What's your best estimate?
For an estimate only.
Yes.
It could be 3, maybe more hours that we were all there.
All the people that you've named. Is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
At some time during that period of time, did you notice, observe someone there pick up a small piece of evidence, perhaps a part of a tooth?
Right, sustained. Just, did you see anyone pick up anything?
Your Honor?
Sir?
I'll ask again.
Yes, sir.
I'm sure I know what the answer is, but may I ask it again?
Certainly.
May I assert my Fifth Amendment privilege at this point?
Not based on anything I've heard, sir. There doesn't appear any basis for it.
Would it be possible to have a continuance in this matter for this specific what we're opening up here?
No, sir. No, sir. Unless,
May I talk to this?
yes, if you can tell Mr. Worksman and he can communicate to the court as to where some privilege might lie, I'm happy to consider it. Yes, Mr. Brown.
Is he an attorney?
We may be coming into something similar to a perjury.
So is this guy an attorney? Does he have privileged information? Is that why he doesn't want to talk? Why did he go to the DA in the first place if it was privileged information that he wasn't supposed to be telling somebody? That was stupid. If that's what this whole thing is about, that he doesn't want to testify because it's privileged information and he wasn't supposed to tell anybody in the first place, that's a you problem, dude. Nobody would have even called you to the stand if you hadn't done that. Oh, if he passed the bar, he's probably going to get disbarred for this because you can't do that.
Trap. This gentleman's made statements to law enforcement and others. If he now says something contradictory, he's placed himself in a position where he is subject to prosecution.
No, the only thing speaking to law enforcement, it's not a federal rule. He doesn't, this is pure hypothetical. Let's say, for instance, he said something that was not truthful to law enforcement, but he gets up here and he testifies truthfully. That's not perjury. And there's no crime as opposed to a federal statute where you cannot lie to a federal officer.
I'm talking about the other way around, Your Honor. I'm thinking of 148 of the Penal Code. If you make a false report to an officer, you're subject to prosecution for that. And
If you'll let me, and with all due respect, let me worry about the witness's Fifth Amendment concerns, because I sometimes one might be concerned that your concern for him is not your concern for him, if you understand what I mean. It wouldn't be the first time such a thing has happened.
Your Honor, I'll bare my soul. I couldn't give less of anything for him.
Okay.
I'm concerned about my client.
Any part of a rat's anatomy, I know. Okay. All right.
Mayor, while we're waiting,
Yes.
the question that was posed, did you see anybody pick up anything that's too broad? We would.
No, it isn't, because first, I don't believe it's too broad. We're trying to tread very carefully here, and I think it's appropriate, and even if it is broad, I'm going to allow it.
Okay, just for the record then, the allegation is against one person.
Right. Okay.
For the bar, so anyway.
Let's see where we are here.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.
I think that was actually the court's question.
We'll find it. Just hold on a second. Sir.
Judge, to the extent Mr. Diamond is testifying now, it's because you told him he doesn't have a Fifth Amendment right.
As long as he testifies truthfully.
And I
Everybody's
assume,
obligation.
I assume if he does have a Fifth Amendment right and he's forced to testify against it, and the court made an error, that he's covered.
I would agree with you.
Fine, thank you.
All right. Sir, are you ready to answer the question? Did you see someone pick up anything?
I'm so sorry, Your Honor. I apologize.
Sir, I'm going to give you're a witness here. Now, I'm trying to be as generous as I can in allowing you to occasionally ask questions so that perhaps it gives you a better understanding why you're here. I am not going to engage in a colloquy with you, sir. When you are asked a question, you are going to answer the question. All right? It's that simple. And let's put this as a ground rule right now. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, Your Honor, yes.
All right. Re-ask your question, and we'll see where we go from there.
While at Phil Spector's house on February 4th, 2003, did you observe someone pick up what you believe to be a piece of evidence that caused you some concern?
The objection is overruled. It is the heart of the matter. Everyone is clear about what we're talking about. And this is a statement from the witness. The defense is in possession of it. It's not vague to anyone. You may answer the question, sir.
There was an item.
Describe it, please.
It was, you want me to describe I'm going to give you a description of what it looked like.
Please.
Is that correct? It was whitish, was white. And it was quite small.
Where were you within the house when you saw this item picked up? How far away from the item were you?
I was in, I guess it's the foyer area, the living room, the entryway around where Lana Clarkson was
found.
Found.
And the lighting there was sufficient, is that correct?
Objection, leading.
The objection is, oh, well, he said correct, so by then he's modified his question. Was the lighting sufficient for you to see what you just, did you have any problems seeing what you saw?
I don't recall any problems.
All right, next question, please.
Who picked up this item that you just described for us?
Answer the question, sir.
One of the members of the defense team.
Objection, non-responsive.
No, that's a beginning, and now we'll find out who it was.
Who was it?
The objection is overruled. The answer will stand. Now answer the question.
An attorney. And it was Ms. Kaplan.
What happened next? What did you see happen next? Please don't tell us any conversation, but what happened? What did you see happen next after Sarah Kaplan picked up the small white item that you described for us?
If there was a conversation without telling us what it was, you may say that somebody conversed with someone else without telling us what the subject matter was.
May you ask, can you ask the question again?
After you saw Sarah Kaplan pick up the small white item that you've described for us, what happened next? Did she give it to someone, have a conversation with someone? Tell us what happened next.
The item was turned over.
To whom?
It made its way.
Who was it first turned over?
Was this saying, who was the object turned over to? Name the person if you know.
May I confer with Mr.
No,
Wilson for a
sir.
moment?
I have ruled on your privilege. At this point, this question simply calls for an observation of who this object was turned over to.
Dr. Bodden.
At the time that Sarah Kaplan turned over the small white item to Dr. Bodden, without telling us what the conversation was there any conversation between the two of them?
I don't recall.
Dr. Bodden then took the item from Sarah Kaplan, is that right?
He did look at the item.
What happened next with the item? What did you see happen next?
As far as the item is concerned.
Yes, what happened next after Bodden took it from Sarah Kaplan? Did he keep it? Did he give it to someone else?
I don't know.
Do you know a man, well, I think, well, let me withdraw that and ask you this. You've told us earlier that Bill Pavlik was there, correct?
That is correct.
And it was your understanding that he was a private investigator?
Yes.
Did you ever see Bill Pavlik take possession of that item after Dr. Bodden had it, took it from Sarah Kaplan?
I don't recall.
Do you recall, well, let me back up a moment. I asked you earlier if you called a couple of weeks ago the DA's office and talked to Alan Jackson, correct?
Yes.
And at some point he told you to be contacted by members of the Los Angeles Police Department. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you were. You were contacted by officers of the Los Angeles Police Department, isn't that right?
That is correct.
They interviewed you?
Yes.
And during that conversation, isn't it true that you told them
Objection, Your Honor. We've never been given discovery.
I don't have any reports. I think this is based on our conversations with what Professor Levinson reported. A lot of it was done informally, and I believe you have heard this. I'm going to allow the cross-examination.
What we're anticipating.
I'm sorry if I misunderstood.
What we're anticipating is now we're, based on Mr. Dixon's questions, it's clearly he's laying a foundation here. Apparently, this witness has spoken with somebody from LAPD, and if so, there's a decent chance, better than a decent chance, that they offered some reporters.
Well, it's very easy to find out. It's very easy to find out. Is there a report?
No, I have never talked to, and neither's Mr.
That takes care of the objection.
This, and for the record.
Mr. Dixon, I think I've laid it out as to my understanding. You may proceed.
Thank you. During that conversation with members of the Los Angeles Police Department's Robbery Homicide Division, didn't you tell them that at some point you saw this small white object that you believed to be part of a tooth given to Bill Pavlik, the investigator?
I apologize. Could you repeat the question just one more time? Thank you.
During your interview with members of the Los Angeles Police Department's Robbery Homicide Division, isn't it true that you told them that you saw Bill Pavlik, the private investigator, take possession of the small white piece of evidence that you believe to be a tooth?
Overruled. I'm going to allow it because that's how we're going to get there. Did you make such a statement?
I don't recall.
And did you tell them in that same conversation that Bill Pavlik took the small white piece of material, placed it in his pocket?
No.
You recall that?
Never said.
He answered the question. He says he didn't say.
What did you tell them, if anything, what you saw Bill Pavlik do that evening? With respect to the white piece of...
There's no foundation for that, Your Honor. He said he didn't make that statement.
At this point, so the way the question was phrased, the objection is sustained. But I'm going to interject myself at this point. Sir, I want you to tell me all your observations concerning this white object from the time that you say that Ms. Kaplan got it, showed it to Dr. Bodden. What, if anything, did you then observe with that object?
I recall seeing the object. I recall hearing that it was.
Objection, excuse me, Your Honor, that's not responsive.
I'm going to sustain that. I will strike that. Just tell me if there was a conversation, you may say you heard a conversation without giving me the contents of the conversation. I take it that you heard a conversation concerning the object.
It was not exactly a conversation.
You heard words concerning the object?
Yes.
All right. What did you then observe, if anything?
I observed that it was simply identified.
Okay, with that, again, just you saw somebody talked about what it was. Is that correct?
Yes.
What happened then?
You mean as far as what the defense started to do?
What happened to the object? That is all I'm concerned.
Your Honor, I do not know what happened to the object. I do not know.
The last time you saw it, who had it?
I don't recall.
You're certain you don't recall?
At this point, right here and now, I do not recall.
At some time earlier, whether in the last 2 weeks, did you recall who had the object? Did you tell anyone who had the object?
At this point, it is unclear.
Not responsive.
No, that's responsive. You have no present recollection of making such a statement? Where the object was or who had it?
I'm trying to answer as accurately as possible, Your Honor.
This would be good.
And as truthful and as really accurate as I can remember.
That's what we want.
And that's why I say, Your Honor, right now, at this present point, I do not recall the last person that had it.
Could you tell us all the people you do recall who might have had it?
Excuse me, or might have had it.
No, who you recall, I'm sorry, it was in our, also saying that you can remember who touched the object.
Right now, at this present time, it's a little cloudy to recall exactly, but it was seen and it was observed, and at this present point, I would like to answer the question, but it is obviously a very serious question.
All my questions are serious. The question is, can you give it a serious answer? Just tell me, to the best of your recollection, who touched the object.
At this present time, I cannot answer that question.
You may proceed.
Why can't you answer it? Why? Please tell us.
It's you want a chance to consult?
Yes, I would.
All right, you may have an opportunity. Yes, it's a good time for recess. We'll be in recess for 15 minutes. Thank you.
Water courts again session.
All right. Excuse me. Court's in session. We're back on the record. The parties and the witness are present as heretofore. In reviewing, Mr. Worksman, in reviewing your request to be in camera to go over the privilege claim, I've taken a look at some authorities under 915B of the Evidence Code. If the witness claims a privilege, even though I don't particularly see it, I'm going to give him an opportunity to explain to me the basis of privilege. It must be done in camera. So therefore, I will go back with the reporter, with counsel, with the witness. If you want, Mr. Worksman, if he is claiming a basis, he has tried on a couple of occasions to claim the Fifth Amendment privilege. If you think there's a basis for it and you want to go in camera with that, I'm happy to do so. I'm required to do so, more than happy to do so.
Just a moment.
You may.
Would like the opportunity to address you.
All right, so that everyone understands, if what you tell me, sir, is not privileged, then that proceeding will be part of the public record. If for any reason I uphold your privilege, then obviously it would not be. So I'll go back in camera with the reporter, with Mr. Worksman, and with the witness.
Water courts again session.
All right, back on the record. I'm sorry, not back on the record because the record's not working right now. Okay. All right, back on the record. We have held it in camera. Based upon that in camera, there is no basis to claim a privilege. We will now proceed. Mr. Dixon.
Thank you. With the court permission, just to recap a little bit from where we were.
All right.
Okay. Again, good afternoon. Mr. Diamond, you told us earlier on February 4th, 2003, you were at Phil Spector's house with the members of the defense team that you've mentioned, correct?
Yes.
And at some point, you told us that you saw Sarah Kaplan pick up an item, a small white item, correct?
Sarah Kaplan found an item, yes.
Can you describe that to the best of your ability?
An item was found. An item was simply found at
The objection is overruled. You may answer.
An item was found lodged between a carpet and a staircase.
How far away from Sarah Kaplan were you when she found that item?
Within the same vicinity, in the same room.
Well, with it 10 feet, 5 feet, tell me someplace in the courtroom. I'll walk towards you. Tell me how close you were.
Around there. Around that vicinity,
7 8 feet,
maybe more. Maybe more.
I'm sorry, I looked down for a second. Where were you pointing to?
Well,
Where you are is approximately 9 feet.
is that approximately how far away from you Sarah Kaplan was when she found the small white item?
The room that we're talking about isn't very large, so it couldn't be further than a certain distance from one side to the other. I'd say it was no further than the cart behind you.
Can I ask?
No closer than where you're standing.
Just a second, let me interrupt if I might. Do we have a photograph that's available right now? If you do, then we might be able to pinpoint it on the photograph.
We have the Elmo fired up.
Well, I don't know if you can show them the photograph, that'll be fine. Well, if you want to put it on the Elmo, we'll be happy to do that.
Let me go on though. And then after you saw Sarah Kaplan pick up this item, she gave it to Dr. Bodden, correct?
Dr. Bodden was somebody who commented on the item, yes, afterwards.
Actually, it is non-responsive, but I've given some thought to the comment about the object once that object was moved, a comment about that object is not privileged.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Thanks for the ruling, Ms. Abramson. I'm going to have to respectfully disagree with you.
No, I didn't say it, Judge. It never happened.
Okay.
Well, with that in mind, may I?
Right. Yes, so that we know what object we're talking about. And it does have a lot of bearing on what's going on here. I'm going to allow it.
Did Sarah Kaplan make any statement with respect to the object when she first found it?
Solely the identity of what it was. That's all I'm concerned about.
I don't recall as far as her making the comment, no.
Then she gave it, as you told us, to Dr. Bodden. Did he make a statement with respect to apparently the item?
Dr. Bodden did make mention as to what the item at the time, to his knowledge, was.
And what did he say?
It was a fragment of a tooth.
And what happened next? What did Dr. Bodden do, if anything, with the item?
That I don't recall.
Did you ever see him give the item to Bill Pavlik, the private investigator?
I don't recall at this moment.
Earlier, before the break, you told us that your memory was, what, fuzzy about this now?
No, I never said that.
That you just didn't recall?
I'm attempting to be as accurate as possible in light of the questions that you're answering. I mean, you're giving to me.
Isn't it true? Let me just ask you, isn't it true that you told the LAPD robbery homicide investigators that Dr. Bodden gave the small white tooth-like item to Bill Pavlik?
Well, if you're asking me what I might have said then, I'm not exactly sure what I might have exactly said in light of those terms, but I did say, what I did say was that it was passed around. I did say that, and I'll stick, obviously, that's
okay,
a fact.
Let's talk about that. After Dr. Bodden received the small, perhaps piece of tooth from Sarah Kaplan, who got it next? Describe to us all the people that had possession of it.
Dr. Bodden had taken a look and for him to have made that judgment of what it was, he had it. As far as Bill Pavlik having the item and taking it, everyone had seen the item in some capacity. As far as everyone holding it and taking possession of it, that's why it's hard for me to answer this question. As far as anyone having a hand on it, we're talking about, did one person individually have it after another, and who was the last person to have it? I know that Dr. Bodden had seen it, Sarah had seen it, I know that Bill had seen it, Mr. Pavlik.
And please, again, going back to my earlier question, I'd like you to tell us in as best detail as you can recall the path from person to person that this small white item followed that evening. It went, as you just told us, from Dr. Bodden to Bill Pavlik next.
It wasn't at the time when, as an observer being there, it was passed around, yes. I have to answer yes to that question.
Tell us, to the best of your recollection, who of all the defense team there had it that evening? Who was it passed to from person to person to person? Describe those people. Tell us who they were.
Well, Sarah was the one to find it. And Bodden was the one to make his assessment of what it was. And there was Mr. Pavlik, who was present around that area too, everybody was mulling around what they found. And I was I was there, but I was like an outsider to that group. I was an observer. I'm not an attorney. I'm an observer. I was getting ready to take the bar exam, and I was just there, and I just happened to see this. And may I add?
No, sir. You just be responsive to the question.
Okay.
If that's an objection, it's sustained. You may ask your next question.
Thank you. Could you tell us, as this piece of evidence, the small white piece of perhaps tooth, was passed from person to person in the defense team, were there other statements made with respect to the piece of tooth?
Your Honor.
You can answer that yes or no.
What was alleged to have been a piece of tooth? Was that?
It's the yes or no qualified.
Well, yes or no, it might be a little more difficult than you might assume. You may go ahead and ask the question.
You recall?
That's the only statement that really clearly stays imprinted in my mind. That's the one.
The one from Dr. Bodden.
That's correct.
Did you ever see Bill Pavlik take the small white item, perhaps a piece of tooth, put in his pocket?
No.
Do you recall ever telling the Los Angeles Police Department?
No.
You never said that.
I never said that. However, I'd like to elaborate.
Objection, non-responsive.
Well, if that doesn't answer the question, I'll allow you to explain what might have happened or what you believe happened. Go ahead.
That question that you just asked me was posed to me, and I answered no. Just the way you presented it to me, that somebody might have put it in their pocket. And the answer to that is no.
When is the last time you saw the small white item, perhaps the two, of that evening? Who had it last?
That question that I've been asked here and earlier with law enforcement, and that's a question that at this point in time, I don't recall who might have had it the last time, but it was something that was passed around. And as far as I know, Sarah found it, Dr. Bodden had made his identification of what it was, and Mr. Pavlik was there as well to be there with this piece of evidence that was found.
I understand. If it's the term piece of evidence, that'll be stricken. Thank you. You may proceed.
Did it appear from everything that you saw that evening that one of Bill Pavlik's jobs was to assist in the collection of any evidence?
Objection is stricken.
No, I'm going to sustain as to what his role was. We're concerned with whether something was discovered, what was done with it, where it is. Right now, I'm going to leave it at that.
Do you have any idea what happened to this small white item?
No, I do not know. I don't know where it is.
And you're telling us that you don't recall who last had it?
No.
Could I have a moment, please, Your Honor?
You may. While you're taking a moment, sir, can you see the pictures up on? They're not real clear from where you are. Can you see those pictures?
Yeah.
Do you recognize what they are?
Yeah, there's the red carpet, and I can barely make out, well, I guess there's the staircase.
Are you able to point out where this item was recovered? You were trying to describe it before. Do you see it there in any of the pictures?
From looking at it from a distance at this point, I can't exactly pinpoint that. No.
If Mr. Dixon comes up to you with
Sure,
a picture.
I'd like to take a look.
You may.
And would you like to mark this for this hearing?
No, hasn't it already been marked? If it's going to be marked, we'll hold off for a moment. Do you know, temporarily, we'll mark it. I believe we have courts 1. Let's make it courts 2, but we'll vacate that if you put it into evidence under your own number.
Mr. Diamond, I'm going to present to you what we've now marked as courts 2 for this hearing. It's 4 photographs, color photographs. Take a moment, look at it, and then we'll have another question. Have you had a chance to look at that exhibit, courts 2?
Yes.
4 photographs. Looking at that exhibit, do any one or perhaps more than one of those photographs assist you in telling us where you were standing when you first saw Sarah Kaplan pick up this small white item?
I was standing more, not in, if you look at picture A.
Yes, sir.
Picture A. I would have been in here more.
Yes, please.
So looking at photograph A in courts 2, up near the top of the photograph is where you were standing. Is that correct?
Yes, because I was not in the zone where, that the closest area to where Lana Clarkson was shot, or whatever. Anyway, but this obviously these pictures to look at this point, since I was there, it is very highly, emotional as well, because I haven't taken a look at.
Let me ask you another question. Again, using courts exhibit 2 for identification. Any one of the 4 pictures, A through D, can you assist us in using any of those photographs and telling us
Absolutely.
where Sarah Kaplan was when she found the small white piece of?
It was more in the circular area.
Let me finish before you start.
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. It was more in the circular area and
Using what photograph?
A.
Okay, again, A.
In more of the lodged between the wood and the staircase area.
Do you have a
Is
laser
from what I
pointer by any
recall.
chance?
Do we?
Mr. Ford will.
That would help. Thank you, Your Honor.
You're welcome.
I'd read something, but it's a long one.
Mr. Ford thinks he might have one. Court can't afford a laser pointer, so we don't have one, but.
Maybe we have a laser inlet.
Thank you, though.
It's hard to push.
There we go. All right, again, inviting your attention to Court's Exhibit 2 for this hearing. Photograph 1, in an earlier answer, you said you were standing in the area that I'm now pointing at when you observed Sarah Kaplan pick up the small piece of white tube.
I was there.
Okay, and in the later answer, and correct me if I'm wrong, did you indicate that Sarah Kaplan was in the area I'm now pointing to in photograph A of Courts 2 when she found the small white piece of?
Everybody was congregated pretty much in that area.
When you say everyone, who do you mean? Tell us.
Kaplan and Bodden and Lee were in that area. This whole area was very much.
I'm going to object to any questions and answers now because
I agree, that portion,
motion to strike after.
the latter portion that is just coming to that will be stricken after the question was answered.
You, in an earlier answer today, said that this small piece of white, perhaps tube, was passed around to everyone there. Is that correct?
It was passed around. Yeah.
Did you see Henry Lee with it?
No, I did not. I didn't see him.
Where was Henry Lee in relationship to Dr. Bodden when Dr. Bodden had it and made the comment?
Dr. Bodden was more from the chair, where the chair was. You can't see the chair in the pictures, but if you look at picture A, and to the right of that picture would be the chair and the mirror above the chair. So Bodden mostly stayed. Dr. Bodden was pretty much in that area. Dr. Lee was in that area, and he would go back and forth because he had a lab kit of some sort, some kind of kit in the other room. So he would go back and forth.
Earlier you told us that at some point Bill Pavlik had the item, but you don't recall whether or not Dr. Bodden actually handed the item to Bill Pavlik. Is that correct?
I think that's not.
Well, I'm asking him.
Since he asked, is that correct? If it's wrong, the witness can indicate it's wrong.
That's correct.
Thank you. Do you know in what order that happened? Did Pavlik have it first, the small white item, or did Bodden have it first? Or do you know?
From what I recall, it was something that, Bodden, I really recall Bodden just making the point of what it was. In my memory, from 4 years ago, this was something that I remember Bodden making the point that was a tooth fragment, and I don't forget that. And as far as if he was holding it, he was very close to it, and I was at a certain distance away from that with, there were other people there all excited.
And then was the small white item passed around after Dr. Bodden made his comment about the tooth?
It was somehow looked at from the people in that area, that group, the group that was there. And that includes Bodden. And I don't know if Sarah might have kind of walked away from that area to let the other people get involved to see what it is.
Just a few more questions. Some perhaps 2 weeks ago, or maybe as recently as a week ago, you told us that you were interviewed by members of the Los Angeles Police Department Robbery Homicide Division, correct?
That's right, yeah.
Do you recall their names?
Vic and Jay.
Jay Mobley,
Yes,
and Vic Petrotroni.
that's correct, yeah.
One more moment, I think.
All right,
Can we have just a second?
you may. Yes.
Thank you. I think I'm through, but I would like to approach and ask the court if I might go into one other area. I think I need the court's guidance. Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
All right, cross-examination, who's been selected? Mr. Port, yes.
Just before Mr. Port begins, may I make an inquiry along the lines of 1118? It doesn't seem, well, the reason I'm saying this is that if there's not enough to go forward, there's no point in going forward. And what you're talking about is some unidentified item that was overlooked during the 24, 36 hours, however long the legions, literally, of investigators were there, that has previously been described to the earlier court as there was nothing of any evidentiary value that was removed from the scene. We haven't heard anything contrary to that at this point.
Well, I would disagree. That may be where it ends up. It is certainly quite possible that this may not be a piece of evidence. We have to hear from all the parties. But at this point, given the witness's observations, the characterization by Dr. Bodden as to what it appeared to be to him, that would not be the conclusion that I would reach, what you just stated. So at this point, preliminarily, and just preliminarily only, because who knows what all the evidence will show. There's already been some contrary evidence. I've been told that, but for the missing piece from the coroner, there's a complete set of teeth, so this has to be explained as well. The court's going to take all that into consideration at the appropriate time. Mr. Ford?
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Diamond. What's your current occupation at this time?
At the present time, I am a paralegal secretary right now.
Okay.
And, go ahead.
And when did you took the bar? Did you ever pass the bar?
No, this all goes to the overall understanding. It goes to credibility. I need to know as much as legitimately can be raised about the individual. You may proceed.
I was preparing, as I mentioned before, to take the bar examination. I was well on my way to go ahead, and after visiting after that day, 3 weeks later, I never showed up to take the examination.
Did you ever take the bar examination?
I did take it again.
3 times?
No.
How many times did you take it?
You know what? That's becoming irrelevant.
That's not true.
That's all right. It's becoming irrelevant.
Do you have any projects that you're trying to sell right now in the works outside of your paralegal duties that you just described, secretarial duties?
Over the past 4 years, I have been a writer and technically a producer. I did sell a show to CBS back in 2004.
Do you have any other projects relating to legal matters that you're trying to sell to any companies, entertainment companies?
I've always been working on
Yes or no?
projects.
Just yes or no?
If it can be answered, yes or no. Not every question can be.
Are you trying to sell any type of projects relating to legal matters to any entertainment companies? If you can answer yes or no, please do so.
I have been over since I've been selling. That 2004 show to CBS was a law show, yes.
Okay. Right now, are you trying to sell something to an entertainment?
I am continuing to do so, but not in particular any particular entertainment company. Okay. No, I'm continuing to do what I've been doing.
Now, with reference to your relationship with Mr. Shapiro, how did you physically get to the Alhambra property? In other words, what car, vehicle, mode of transportation did you take?
Going from Century City to Alhambra, I was in Sarah's car.
Okay. Who else was in the car besides yourself?
In that car, it was just us.
Okay. And when you arrived there, were there any other vehicles there that you observed?
Yes, there were other vehicles.
Okay. What other vehicles did you observe?
There was a limousine.
Okay. Other than that, what did you observe?
I believe there were some other officer cars.
Law enforcement vehicles?
Not necessarily with the decals on it, but from what I recall, other cars that.
Other than law enforcement vehicles, just a limousine was present, is that correct?
And the limousine, yes, that is correct.
Did you see any other vehicles arrive after you arrived with Ms. Kaplan?
Well, there was Mr. Shapiro's car,
Okay.
who was in front of our car.
Who was in Mr. Shapiro's car?
I believe on the going, to be accurate again, I can't be certain who was in his car, but I can't assume either, so.
Was he in his car, Mr. Shapiro?
Absolutely.
Were there other people that you were in his car at the time? You just don't know who they were?
On the going, I'm not sure. I know Dr. Bodden and Dr. Lee were present there, but I don't know if they were in that car.
Were there other people in Mr. Shapiro's car that you observed, but you just don't know who was?
I'm certain there were other people in his car. I don't know exactly which ones.
How many other people were in his car that you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. Did you ever know a person by the name of White, Stan White? Was he ever identified to you?
I don't recall the name.
Could you recognize him if you saw him again?
Possibly.
Your Honor, I'd ask that Mr. White be asked to be brought in so we can see whether he recognizes.
That's fine.
Thank you.
Sir, if you could just come up here, that'll be fine.
Oh, just right there. Mr. Diamond, do you recognize this gentleman right here in the distinguished grayish hair? You recognize him?
You know, I don't recall. I really don't recall.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step out.
Thank you. Your Honor, can we just have a moment? I have one.
Yes, certainly.
Your Honor.
Yes.
Because of the urgency of the hearing and the schedule and so forth, as the court knows, Dr. Bodden came in from New York on a flight yesterday to be here today. We'd like to have him testify and interrupt this witness's testimony if that's the case, because we'd like to get it back to New York to his normal routine.
I'll hear from the people.
Your Honor, so we're happy to accommodate the defense.
I agree we should. All right, sir, you're not excused. You can step down. We'll see how we're going today. Just step out in the hallway. Do not discuss this case with anyone unless you have my permission to do so, except your own counsel, of course, or the attorneys in the case. And we'll interrupt. Yes, but we may get back to him today is what I'm saying. But it's up to you, sir. He's basically the court's ruled on the privilege, so it's between the two of you. While we're waiting, there's another issue. While we're waiting for Dr. Bodden and Ms. Abramson, could be a big nothing. I know at one point you represented Mr. Spector.
Yes.
And then you no longer did. And I can't remember, and again, what's in the papers doesn't, control what's in the courtroom. Something about a potential conflict. And no conflict?
No, not at
All
all.
right. That's all I needed to hear. Thank you.
No, sir.
All right.
I wouldn't be here.
I appreciate that. I just had to check. All right.
This says it's out of the presence of the jury. But it says.
Please raise your right hand and be sworn. You do solemnly swear that the testimony you may give in the cause of opinion before this court shall.
It said it was out of the presence of the jury because this guy was going to dispute the previous guy's testimony. But they just said they were just doing him because it was like like a scheduling thing. They were just taking him out of order. So I don't know why he would be out of the presence of the jury if they're taking him out of order because of a scheduling issue. Because OPJ means out of the presence of the jury. Forensic pathologist Dr. Michael Bodden, oh, I spelled his name wrong. Michael Bodden takes the stand outside the presence of the jury, denouncing Gregory Diamond's claims that Spector's original legal team withheld evidence. So, I don't know. Anyway, we're gonna watch it.
Be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you, please be seated. Please state the first and last name.
Thank you.
Yeah, Dr. Bodden, what is your occupation, sir?
I'm a physician, forensic pathologist, medical examiner.
And how long have you been doing that type of work?
47 years.
Do you have any employment with any law enforcement agencies in the United States?
Yes.
And what agencies are there?
New York State Police.
And how long have you been employed with them?
22 years as a chief forensic pathologist for the New York State Police.
And as a forensic pathologist, have you ever been retained by third parties or outside individuals or agencies?
Yes.
Have you ever been employed on behalf of the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
When's the first time you were employed by the District Attorney's Office?
1980, at the concerning the death of Ron Settles.
Okay.
I was employed by Johnny Cochran and then by Mr. Garcetti as for the District Attorney's Office.
Okay. And since that first retention, have you worked on other cases involving prosecutions by the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Okay. And approximately how many different cases, if you could briefly describe that?
Oh, I guess about a half dozen other cases. John Belushi, I testified for the District Attorney's Office in the grand jury. Dr. Richard Boggs, which involved a physician who was accused. And I testified, I think, in 3 trials for, I think the district attorney was Al McKenzie.
Okay.
I also worked with Al McKenzie in the Saldivar, the Glendale respiratory assistant who was accused, who had admitted to killing 50 people at the hospitals around Los Angeles. More recently, I think about 2 or 3 years ago, I performed an exhumation for Mr. Barshop in a Air Jordan death case that I understand is still pending.
Okay. Pending in some type of litigation, I think?
Yes, that is the question of homicide, which John Perkins and the Glendale police are involved in.
Okay.
Lieutenant Detective John Perkins.
Okay. Dr. Bodden, in your career, approximately how many times have you gone to a death scene in the type of work?
I've been to many thousands of death scenes in the past 47 years.
And when you go to a death scene, what is your role? In other words, what would be the reason you would do that?
My role is to investigate any aspect that might be of help from a forensic pathology point of view in evaluating what happened, evaluating things like time of death, medications the person may have been on, whether they're digitalis or insulin or alcohol bottles in the place where the death occurred, and making sure that any type of evidence that might be present on the body is properly removed or protected during the transportation from the place of death to the mortuary, and then to further examine the body at the mortuary for any trace evidence, in addition to causing.
Do you not have audio? Okay, I don't think it's a Brady hearing. Brady is when, like in the Alec Baldwin trial, when the prosecution has evidence that, excuse me again, I'm eating watermelon. It makes me burp. I'm sorry. I can't stop burping now. A Brady violation is when the prosecution has evidence that could prove the defendant innocent and they don't turn it over. That's a Brady violation. And that gets a case thrown out. And that's what happened in the Alec Baldwin trial. Right. So this isn't Brady. I misspoke. But so this is the other way around. But it's still, that's why they're doing this outside the presence of the jury, because the judge has to determine if the defense held back evidence. So it's an evidentiary hearing to decide if evidence was withheld from the prosecution. And I'm sure it has some name that I'm not aware of. So it's not Brady, but it's the reverse of Brady. Okay. So did you not have sound? Do I need to like reshare? Because sometimes it'll say that the Bobby Brady. Sometimes it'll say that I have to reshare my screen because it disconnected the audio, but I didn't get the message. Oh, it was your earbuds? Okay. They happened in other states before Salem? I didn't know that. Yeah, I knew England was before Salem. Because, everybody talks about burning witches. We didn't do that. That was England. We didn't burn witches. We hung witches. Well, they weren't really witches. Yeah, we didn't hang. They weren't witches. That was, everybody got hysterical over stupid crap. That's what. It was men, is what it was, that wanted land. Anyway, whole nother subject. Hardo! But I can't talk bad about Brady because he came to Tampa. He was on our side for a little while. So I can't talk bad about Brady. That was a good one, though. That was very, very good. Okay.
Thank you. Now, with reference to the month of February of 2003, were you retained by an attorney by the name of Robert Shapiro to come to California for any reason?
Yes.
And what was that reason?
He advised me that he had a client, Phil Spector, who had been accused of, I think at that time, accused of killing a woman, Lana Clarkson, and asked me if I'd be able to respond and attend the autopsy.
And did you
of Ms. Clarkson.
Okay, and did you do that?
Yes, I called Dr. Lakshmanan, the chief medical examiner who used to work in New York City, and he arranged to delay the autopsy till I got there, and I attended and participated in the autopsy, I think by Dr. Penna.
And at some point in time during that trip to California to do the autopsy, did you have occasion to go to the home of Mr. Spector?
Yeah, after the autopsy was completed, at some time, I think later that same evening, I think, I did go with Mr. Shapiro Dr. Henry Lee, and others to the death scene.
And when you arrived at the death scene, you mentioned there were others that went there. Were there some other attorneys other than Mr. Shapiro that were there?
As far as I remember, attorney Sarah Kaplan was there, Bob Shapiro, Dr. Lee, Investigator Pavlik, myself. I think there were other people there, but I don't recall specifically.
Dr. Bott, did you collect anything from that death scene?
No.
Did you observe Sarah Kaplan pick up or collect anything from that death scene?
No.
Did Sarah Kaplan ever give you any item or object to look at?
No.
Specifically, did she ever give you any type of a white object or a white colored object and ask you to take a look at it or anything such as that?
No.
Did you ever make a comment while you were at the home of Mr. Spector on that night or that evening that you just talked about that you had seen anything that you thought was like tooth material?
No.
As a forensic pathologist, would you comment on making a find like that? In other words, do you identify things as being tooth material as opposed to something else?
No, and that would be well beyond my expertise or ability to contribute anything.
What is the subject area of the forensic discipline dealing with tooth material?
There is a discipline of forensic odontology that specializes in evaluation of teeth and fragments of teeth. And of course, criminalists, forensic scientists like Dr. Lee also can evaluate any kinds of trace evidence, including teeth.
Can I have a minute?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else while you were present pick up any white object and make any comment that it was some type of tooth material?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Pavlik was an investigator? Is that
Yes,
true?
I believe so.
Did you ever see him handle any type of item or object?
I didn't. I mean, I wasn't watching him all the time, and it was a big place, but I did not see Mr. Pavlik pick up or handle any kind of evidence.
Other than just observe what was going on there, were you doing anything at that particular death scene during that period of time?
No, it was mostly to observe the place where the death occurred, the layout, the temperature that has to do with time of death, and but I did not. Remember, we got there. There'd been like a few dozen Los Angeles police and crime lab people who had been there for 37 hours before I got there. Before we got there, that cleaned up whatever evidence was there, as far as I could see.
Okay. Very good. Thank you. Nothing further. Your
Thank you. Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. When were you retained?
I believe I was retained shortly after the death occurred, before I came to Los Angeles before the autopsy. I hadn't been retained by Mr. Shapiro.
Explain how you were retained. How were you first contacted, Doctor?
As I recall, Mr. Shapiro.
How he was contacted, what is the relevance of that?
Your Honor, I'll reform my question. All right. Were you contacted by phone?
Objection 350.
Again, how he was contacted, this hearing is a rather limited hearing. Anything that certainly goes to credibility, anything along those lines, but how he was contacted, I don't see the relevance.
Then I'll narrow my scope even further.
Right.
How much were you paid to fly from the East Coast to the West Coast that first time?
I think, I don't recall. I'd have to check the records, but I wasn't paid to fly to the East Coast. I think
to the West Coast.
To the West Coast. I think there was my secretary would have billed for the hours that I was involved in working on the matter.
Okay. Well, the point I was getting to, Doctor, is you were not local. In other words, when you were first contacted and retained.
No, I was 3,000 miles away.
Okay. And give me a general idea. Robert Shapiro calls you up and says, Dr. Bodno, I need you out here on the West Coast. I need you post haste. How much would you charge to come out here?
Normally, nowadays, which is more than I used to charge, when this happened was less, and now it would be about $7,500 to come out and review an autopsy. And it was less 4 years ago.
All right, and that's just the initial payment, correct?
The initial charge for going there, doing work, and coming back.
Okay, and did that include going to the crime scene?
Yes.
Did you know that? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on
And
you.
whatever time I spent, it was for time. No matter what I did, it was the time involved.
Makes us all want to dance, doesn't it?
That's good.
Did you know when you were asked to come out here and attend the autopsy, Dr. Bodden, that you'd also be asked to go to the crime scene?
Yes, that in order to do a proper forensic pathology evaluation, one should see the autopsy, participate in the autopsy if possible, and to see where the death occurred. And that helps in figuring out what happened.
And you were also aware that the body of Lana Clarkson had previously been removed before you ever made your way to the crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
As a matter of fact, even the chair that she was sitting in had been removed by the authorities before you ever went there.
When we got there, the chair wasn't there. That's correct.
So there was really no reason for you to go there to see the body as it lay in state, correct?
Well, I knew when I went, that the body was in the Los Angeles Medical Examiner mortuary. I spoke to Dr. Lakshmanan, who's the chief medical examiner, before I came, and advised him of my schedule and whether it would be possible for me to attend the autopsy, as I had done previously with other deaths that I've been called during the past 25 years.
Dr. Bodden, what did Mr. Shapiro explain to you was going to be your role as far as coming out?
Sustained.
Were you in fact told that you were coming out to attend the autopsy and possibly look at the crime scene?
Objection, privilege.
Sustained.
Was your role one of an independent practitioner? In other words, a member of the defense team, an independent person to come and review the autopsy along with the medical examiner who's going to actually perform the work?
Yeah, my role was to come to the autopsy, to participate as much as proper in the autopsy, to go to the crime scene, death scene, we didn't know if it was a crime, and to advise Mr. Shapiro of my opinions and what I, as a forensic pathologist, thought should be further explored.
As a forensic pathologist who's been hired by third parties before, both by that you indicated on direct examination by the prosecution in certain jurisdictions, and I'm assuming by defense in certain jurisdictions as well, correct?
Yes.
As a forensic pathologist, do you believe that it is important to maintain a level of independence in order to ensure an unbiased view of the facts and circumstances that you're asked to opine on?
Objection, Your Honor, 352.
Overruled. Again, this goes to credibility.
Absolutely.
And as an independent practitioner, did you in fact observe the autopsy being performed by Dr. Pena?
Yes.
As an independent practitioner, did you go to the crime scene and observe the crime scene as it was turned over to the defense?
Yes.
Do you believe that it is important to maintain that level of independence in order to maintain an unbiased view of any crime scene or death scene or autopsy that you review and analyze?
Yeah, not only an unbiased view, but an accurate view. Yes.
Are you related to anybody in this courtroom?
Yes.
Who are you related to?
My wife.
Well, who's your wife?
Linda Bodden Kenny, Linda Kenny Bodden, who is
you're never going to live that one down.
Who is in the back of the, whatever you call this area.
This is a courtroom.
That area
Next to the bar.
that you're privileged to be in.
All right. The young lady to my right, the blonde.
Yes.
Okay.
The three young lady blondes before me.
So I understand you correctly. You're actually married to a member of the defense team in this case.
I am, proudly so.
Do you recall Greg Diamond being at the location?
I have no idea who Greg Diamond is.
Did you see a young...
I don't know who he is. If you show me a picture of him, I can get a better idea.
Well, I can do you one better than that. Did you see a young man walking out of the courtroom when you were walking in?
No. I know there was somebody who walked out. There were 2 or 3 people who walked out. I have no idea what it looks like.
Yes. While we're waiting, although it's obviously inconvenient, I hope you appreciate the chance you got to be with your wife.
That was the benefit. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Since we don't have the jurors present, we can go a little bit later today.
Okay.
We'll go to 4:30.
Thank you.
While we're waiting,
Or as long as it takes to get Dr. Bodden's testimony completed.
while we're waiting, I might as well ask you the next question. I'm also going to ask you if you recognize the name Stan White as well.
Now, the 2 people came in,
Okay.
neither of whom I recognize.
The person to my right wearing the black jacket and the glasses. Do you recognize that person?
No.
All right. Do you recognize the name? Thank you very much.
Thank you. You may step back.
Do you
outside.
recognize Stan White? The name Stan White.
Oh, who is Stan White?
I'm going to ask you that.
No, I don't.
Okay. I'm going to have somebody else step in the room and see if you recognize this person by face also. While they're on their way in, I might as well ask you a couple of other questions. Do you recall investigators being at that crime scene in addition to yourself, Dr. Henry Lee, Robert Shapiro, Sarah Kaplan?
And Mr. Pavlik. Yes. There were other people there, but I just don't recall.
Okay, I'm going to test your
So
memory.
if you're asking me if Mr. Diamond was there, I don't recall, I don't recognize him, but he could have been there for all I know.
Okay, was he, your understanding was, well, Mr. White's becoming an exhibit this afternoon. Do you recognize the gentleman in the glasses and the gray suit carrying the briefcase?
I do not.
Okay, thank you, Mr. White. You're going to get your exercise for the day. I told you I needed that Polaroid. There were other individuals, the 2 that walked in here may have been at the crime scene, may not have been. You don't recall. Is that right?
That's correct. If they could have been there, but I don't recall, and I don't remember their names or whatever. I don't remember them at all. I remember the people I mentioned because I had multiple contacts with them.
Okay, the people that you mentioned, Robert Shapiro, Sarah Kaplan, Dr. Lee, yourself, Mr. Pavlik, were all members of the, quote, and I'm going to use this term very broadly, defense team, correct?
Yes.
And you cannot say the same about Stan White. You cannot say the same about Greg Diamond, correct?
They may have been members of this defense team. I just don't recognize them. I don't recognize their names.
Okay.
And I assume I did not have very much contact with them.
If you had multiple contacts with them, as you had with the other members of the defense team, kind of that inner circle, you would recall that, I'm assuming.
Yes, I think so.
Do you recall, take a look, this may be a little bit difficult for you to see, Dr. Bodden. No, I don't think I was going to actually use the photograph. Let's do the photograph. You want a man?
Yes.
Mr. Ford, same photograph.
That's fine, thank you.
This is a little easier to see, Dr. Bodden. It's the same thing that's being displayed up on the overhead projector. Take a look at the photos A through D, A, B, C, and D on Quartz 2, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay, on Quartz 2, that's just been marked for purposes of this hearing. And tell me if you recognize what's depicted in those 4 photographs.
Yeah, I do recognize this as the interior of Mr. Spector's residence that I visited that night.
All right. Do you recall the area, and I'm going to point your attention to, or direct your attention to the area depicted most prominently in photograph D, as in dog. Do you recognize that area?
Yeah, I believe that's a foyer area, yes.
Do you see the back door, which appears to be the only part upper left that's lit? It's the very bottom of an open back door, it looks like.
An open door, a stoopway.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, and just to orient us, to the very right of that picture, bottom right, would be the base of like a statuary, something like a pillar.
Yeah, but that entrance, that way that you call the back way is the entrance that I believe I came in.
Okay, adjacent to the motor court.
Yes.
And a big fountain out there.
Yes.
All right. The area that's dark wood paneled, do you recall Ms. Kaplan being at that area and finding something that was then subsequently passed around?
No.
Do you remember there being any discussions about an item of evidence that was passed among yourself, Mr. Pavlik, Dr. Lee,
No.
Do you remember any discussion about this item or an item being considered by you to be a tooth or tooth material or tooth-like material?
No.
Would you have been in a capacity to make that determination by sight?
No.
Why is that?
Because I'm not a forensic dentist, and I have not been asked in the past. I don't have that expertise.
All right.
Dr. Lee might have that expertise, but I don't.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dr.
Lee, as a criminalist, would have that expertise if he had proper equipment, but not me.
You said that you've been a physician for 47 years?
I've been a physician for 48 years and a forensic pathologist and medical examiner for 47 years.
And I'm not trying to date you, Dr. Bodden, but for probably 4, 5, 6 years before you became a licensed physician, you were probably in medical school before that?
A medical student, 4 years, and a resident at Bellevue Hospital for 4 years.
Okay,
yes, sir.
So substantial, to say the least, medical training. Is it your testimony that you can't recognize a tooth?
I can recognize an intact tooth,
okay,
but not a fragment of a tooth.
Okay. Would that hold true with things, other parts of the body that might be fragmented at a crime scene? For instance, a piece of acrylic?
Oh, acrylic, I'm not an expert in acrylic.
Okay, so you would not be able to opine about an acrylic nail, for instance?
No, but I could opine about pieces of human bone, for example, or human skin. There's little fragments I can opine on, but I'm just saying that acrylic and teeth and dental material that go into making teeth, I would hesitate to give an opinion. A whole tooth, no problem, but a fragment of a tooth, a problem.
You indicated, and that goes, not to put too fine a point on it, but that goes back to the acrylic nail too. A whole nail you might be able to opine about.
Yes.
A cracked nail or a part or a piece of a nail, maybe not.
Well, not a piece of a nail at a scene, not, but certainly when the autopsy, when it's down at the autopsy, I could opine that a portion of Miss Clarkson's right thumb was broken off. A piece of acrylic was broken off the thumb. That's because the whole rest of it was there, but I couldn't identify to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty a fragment of acrylic nail at a scene.
You indicated that you went to the crime scene because that's an important function of a forensic pathologist, to get kind of a full global view of an incident, correct?
Jeffrey, he keeps referring to as a crime scene. Dr. Hunt says
that's a term of art, and the bottom line, this is not in front of the jury. I'm going to allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yeah, I go to death scenes tell us a great deal about the individual when the death occurs. Not as much as the autopsy does. My specialty is the autopsy. The scene can be helpful, and especially if it's a scene where the decedent lived. There's a whole lot. If a scene where a person dies who didn't live at the scene, it's less helpful.
All right. And one of the things that you indicated is that one of the helpful features of going to that scene, whatever it may be, whether we call it a death scene like Mr. Plourde would like to call it, or a crime scene, I'm sure that one of the reasons that you decided to go to that scene was to determine sort of what might have happened inside the foyer area where the body was recovered, yes?
No, I think that's sort of a given. The objection is overruled.
Is that yes?
Also, we're trying to determine whether everyone that was there is a proper holder of the privilege, so that's appropriate.
Could you repeat the question, please?
I doubt it. I'll try. Let's see, what did I ask?
Want it read back?
You know what? I hate to do that to reporters.
Okay.
I'll try to reframe the question. One of the things that's important as a forensic pathologist, I believe you indicated, was to go to a scene in order to determine what may or may not have happened. There was no struggle at this scene, correct?
Section 352 is to this hearing.
Your Honor,
It's overruled. I'll allow it.
thank you.
Yeah, just so we get straight. No, I couldn't determine one way or another whether there was a struggle or not a struggle at the scene. I could tell a lot from the autopsy that I had already witnessed, but part of the reason a forensic pathologist goes to every scene that is possible is you don't know what you're going to find or you don't find.
Right,
Sometimes
Dr.
I go to a scene and I find a suicide note that nobody found, for example.
Okay.
So you don't know what you're going to find and what you don't
Okay,
find.
then maybe I got it wrong. Let me read a quick paragraph from a report that I got from Mr. Plourde. Tell me if you recognize this, Dr. Bodden. Ms. Clarkson, quote, Ms. Clarkson, 40 years old, was found dead by responding police officers in the early morning of February 3rd, 2003, seated in a chair in the foyer of Mr. Philip Spector's home. A gun was present on the floor near her feet. There was no evidence of a struggle. Did you write that?
That sounds right, but I'm referring to what the police found. When I was there, the gun, the body, the chair were gone. I'm quoting that what the police investigation indicated as I read it.
Okay, so you're not opining, and you have not concluded to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that there wasn't a struggle inside that home, correct?
I think we're getting beyond it.
Your Honor,
Tangentially, I understand you're going to, if he's formed opinions as to how independent he is, which in a way affects credibility, but I think under 352, we're going too far. If you want to make
a showing. If I make an offer of proof, Your Honor, it bears directly on an item of evidence that may or may not have been found, and whether or not this witness has a bias or an inherent motive to deny that an item of evidence was found because it doesn't comport with his report. If in fact a tooth was found or a fingernail,
I understand where you're going. Very briefly, you may proceed.
Okay, very briefly, Doctor, and I want to try to get to this point as quickly as possible. If in fact a tooth material was found or a fingernail material was found at the crime scene, that would evidence at least be consistent with a struggle at the location, correct?
No, and for the very reason you asked me, I had seen the autopsy. What you read to me was what I adopted from what the police investigation was, if I may.
Wait, stop, but just a second. Both of you will stop. Thank you. Allow him to finish his answer. It appears to be responsive in part, and then if you want to follow up, you may. You may proceed to answer the question.
And I was able to determine from the autopsy and coming back to the scene that once Lana Clarkson was shot, she suffered the gunshot wound, she became paralyzed and couldn't move and couldn't struggle and couldn't do anything. So just because there are blood spatters, if there were teeth, which I didn't see, if there were a fingernail fragment, in no way would indicate a struggle. It would just indicate, if it were true, I don't think it's true what you're telling me, but if those things were there, it would indicate the power of gunshot explosive gases pushing teeth and blood and tissue out. One of the things that comes out of the gun with the bullet is a huge amount of gases, and so that if a tooth were blown away, were found 6 feet away, or if a fragment of nail were found, or if blood were found 6 or 10 feet away, that would not indicate to me necessarily a struggle. That would just indicate to me the power of a gunshot wound.
If in fact, going back to the nail, if in fact a piece of a broken nail was found at the scene, that in and of itself is consistent with evidence of a struggle.
No.
So it's inconsistent with evidence of a struggle?
Wait, first of all, second. The answer, no. Do you need to explain your answer?
Yes, please.
You may.
Because since I had seen the remaining portion of the fingernail at the autopsy, this tiny little bit of acrylic, it wasn't a fingernail, it was the acrylic top of the fingernail, was not present at the autopsy. And since it was a clean cut, of just a quarter-inch fragment or so, to me, it looked typical for a piece of fingernail, a portion of a nail that got caught when a gun is discharged. So when I looked at that autopsy, to my mind, she had lost that fragment of fingernail, was evidence of having her hand on the weapon and having the fingernail broken off in a, as I've seen in other cases where people have discharged a weapon.
So, doctor, you're testifying that you and your 48 years of experience can tell the difference between a broken fingernail that is a result of a gun jolting it loose versus snapping it in a bathroom door, tripping and catching oneself on a chair, catching it on a purse clasp. You can tell the difference.
Mr. Jackson, you're very correct. I can't tell just by looking at it,
right,
but by taking into account the circumstances that there's no other injury to any hands or fingernails or any kind of bleeding or any kind of gunshot residues on the finger, I can tell that broke off. And what I assumed from what I gathered that she didn't have a broken fingernail when she was at the club because she was well coiffed all the time. That was consistent with coming off at the time that she died.
You assumed?
Yes, yeah.
You have no knowledge one way or the other when actually, to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that nail may have broken, correct?
It was consistent with coming off at the time the gun went off.
You have no knowledge to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, doctor, when that nail was broken, do you?
In my opinion, taking all the circumstances, facts, and all the information I have, it's my opinion it came off at the time the gun was discharged from the basis of the fact that it's the only injury to her hands, and it was a kind of straight fracture, and there was no surrounding blood or gunshot residues or skin or breakage of fingernails as occurs if a struggle had been involved.
You have no knowledge to a reasonable degree of medical certainty exactly when that nail was broken, do you, doctor?
In my opinion.
Just wait. No, just stop, please. The objection is sustained. I think for the purpose of this hearing, we are starting to go, I understand what you're trying to establish. I think you've gone as far as you can with it. For this purpose, you may move on.
Do you recall Stan White? And I know you don't recall the face. Let me ask it a different way. Do you recall an individual at the scene when you were at that foyer area, Dr. Bodden, mentioning the fact that he saw and identified a possible broken nail with a bullet strike mark on it?
Objection. Hearsay, also privilege.
Well, the question is, again, we're getting into if something was observed, where is it?
Well, it's not by this witness.
I understand that, but it certainly would be circumstantial if such a statement was made. This issue has been raised before. I'm going to allow it. You may answer the question. If you need it re-asked, we'll do it.
All I'm asking, doctor, is whether or not you recall someone making that statement.
No, absolutely not. And if he...
Okay, guys, we're about to make history on my channel. My very first poll. Are you ready?
said that, I would have remembered it because it would be so contrary to the remaining fingernail that I had examined under a magnifying lens at the time of the autopsy earlier that morning.
Okay.
There's no way to get gunshot powder on a fragment of a nail and the rest of the nail be perfectly clean.
Okay.
So I would have remembered it if he said it and absolutely didn't say it.
You don't recall Stan White having a conversation with Dr. Henry Lee about a broken fingernail?
If he did, I didn't hear it.
Okay.
I didn't hear anything, and I didn't see anything that he raised in that regard.
And of course, if in fact there were a broken fingernail with a bullet strike mark at the scene, that would be inconsistent with your conclusions of a self-inflicted wound. Correct?
No, I'll allow him to act just for the purpose that this, I have no idea if it's going anywhere. He can ask the question, he can opine and answer, and then we're going to move forward.
It would be inconsistent with the autopsy findings.
Okay.
Yes.
And your conclusions?
No, not necessarily, but it would be entirely inconsistent with the autopsy findings, period.
Okay. So you don't recall that conversation ever taking place?
Absolutely not. And if it had taken place, I would have remembered it because it was such an odd thing to say.
Just a moment.
You may.
I think that's all I have.
Thank you. Redirect.
Dr. Biden, your forgiveness, treating it.
put
Did
that
I
issue.
break it?
In fact, I want to direct your attention to a person by the name of Brando. You went to that death scene after the body was actually found some evidence in your church LAPD. Is that correct?
Yes, when Christian Brando died in Mulholland Drive, I was called by actually a week later by Marlon Brando because he was concerned that a bullet hadn't been found. And I came in and I did a second autopsy on the decedent and could not find the bullet. And I then went to the residence, the house that had been totally
I just can't have nice things. I just can't. That came out 50-50. Man. On this particular case, in general, no, it wouldn't be a conflict of interest. But on this case, yeah, because they're both working on the same case. If they work on different cases, or if they are honorable people that would swear to be truthful no matter what. Right. Like the whole thing with the tooth. He saw the tooth. If he was there, he saw the tooth. That they hid it. So of course he's going to get up there and say, "Oh no, I never saw it," because his wife is the guy's lawyer. So I can't see how it wouldn't be a conflict of interest. Now, if they were not on the same case, yeah, that no problem. And it sounds like she may not have been his lawyer at that time, but still it doesn't matter. Then she shouldn't have become his lawyer later because her husband was working on the case. Yeah. And that's exactly right. That's also what I've been saying about Judge Beverly Cannoni. She should have recused herself just for propriety's sake. Because what if she's not really biased? Look at how many people are saying how biased she is. What if she's not? What if those are really her rulings that she thinks is fair and it looks biased, but in her head it's not. She really thinks that's the law and she's doing the right thing. So now we all know that she's friends with the whatever they're calling them, McAlberts. But it looks biased to us. See, I would have recused myself. So there's no even appearance of impropriety. Right. Exactly. Exactly. I would have said, "Oh, good, I don't have to do this case. Yes, I will recuse myself. I don't want this problem." Yeah. Why? That's like when I was a nurse. If I did something, sometimes you just rub somebody the wrong way. And if I ever had a patient go to the charge nurse and be like, "I don't want her to be my nurse," I was like, "Okay, fine." Because if I had been their nurse, what kind of problems would they have given me? I was like, "Okay, sure, just assign me to somebody else. I'm good." Now, when I first started nursing, I took it personally. But after I realized what that meant, I was like, "Sure, give me a different patient. I'm fine." Yeah. And I don't think he's making it up. Because why would you make it up and then not want to tell everybody? Like, if you make up a story, it's because you want to tell it, not because you want to hide it. Right. Why would he make it up and then go to a DA who you know is going to call you as a witness, especially if you've been to law school? I guess the guy, I mean, he didn't pass the bar, so he must not be that smart. I mean, no shade, but he obviously didn't think it through when he went to the DA. You know, you don't go to a DA with something that important and not get called as a witness. This is fascinating. I didn't realize it was gonna to get into these types of things. I wonder if that has anything to do with the mistrial. I know the jury's not there now, but I wonder if some of this weirdness ended up trickling out into the part that the jury saw, or because of how this got discovered, maybe that tainted the trial or something. I don't know. Oh, yeah, exactly. I wear acrylic nails all the time. I do my own nails, and a lot of times, I don't know if it's sometimes I don't put them on as well as others. They break in all sorts of different ways, doing all sorts of different things. There's no way to figure out how a nail got broken. I don't care what he says. And see, and that's another thing about the poll. That's what made me think to do the poll, actually, was the nail thing. Because do you remember the opening statement where she put the pen in her mouth and pretended like she was shooting a gun and her nail got broken? He probably gave her that idea. That's what gave him the idea to do the poll. Ugh.
What? We called the police immediately. We called the sergeant, came, got the bullet, even though it may have been not to the help of the people I was working for. And I think if ever I would find evidence, it would be given immediately to the police.
I'm going to just finish up by asking you some follow-up questions to Mr. Jackson's questions regarding your report that he read from to you in his cross-examination of you. You authored a report in this case recently in the last couple of months. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in that report, you discussed your full review of this case, including your conclusion that Ms. Lana Clarkson.
Well, you brought out parts as to what was, I'm going to, you sort of opened the door to that extent.
I brought out, if I may, I brought out specific, very specific conclusions concerning the fingernail based on what we've heard so far and what I expect will be part of this evidence. His ultimate conclusion is irrelevant for purposes of the hearing, except for the portion that goes to the fingernail itself.
I'll tell you why it's not, because you have raised an inference, at least as I understood it and what I believed you were trying to do, to show that he's come to a certain conclusion and he might tend to forget a conversation or do something with evidence to support that. And they have a right to show what his conclusion is and whether it's consistent or inconsistent. That's what you did, whether you meant to or not, and therefore I'm going to allow the question.
You came to the conclusion that Ms. Lana Clarkson died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Is that correct, Dr. Bodden?
Yes, sir.
And you based your conclusion on your attending the autopsy, what you observed there, your visit to the scene, as well as your review of the police reports and records regarding the investigation in this case. Is that correct?
And past medical history and lots of circumstances. Yes, sir.
Now, with reference to this nail issue that you were asked about, this acrylic nail, you took into consideration the facts and circumstances regarding the nail. Is that correct?
Yes.
Including your experience regarding self-inflicted wounds and whether or not nails can be broken in those circumstances. Is that true?
Yes.
Dr. Bodden, With reference to this particular case, Mr. Jackson brought up this point, is that back in 2003, you were paid for your services in coming to California and attending the autopsy. Were you paid for anything other than your independent judgment to give an opinion or opinions regarding the subject matters that you were retained for?
Well, I was retained by whoever retained me, and whether by Mr. Shapiro or by the district attorney's office, I always received some payment, and the payment had nothing to do with my opinion.
Thank you. And is that true in this particular case?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Your witness.
We do a little different. Mr. Ford, you may recross if you want.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just one question. Your opinion wouldn't in any way, shape, form, or fashion be influenced by the fact that you're married to a member of the defense team, would it?
No, it would not.
Anything further?
Nothing further.
Excuse me,
If you want to consult with your fellow counsel, yes.
Dr. Bodden, one final question. Do you recognize this this blonde woman with curly hair wearing a bright?
Yes, Leslie Abramson. Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. And did you make contact with her when she was Mr. Spector's attorney?
Yes, very much.
Was that before your wife got involved in this case?
Yes.
And at that time, you had the opinion that Lana Clarkson died of a self-inflicted wound. Is that correct?
My opinion was formed when Mr. Shapiro was the attorney, when Ms. Abramson was the attorney. Absolutely, yes.
And that predated your wife's involvement in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, it did.
And you recognize her, I take it, and you love her very much.
Yeah. She's the one who was in her.
Thank you.
Yes.
Recross?
Just one question. What's the year report, Dr. Bonner?
I don't know if you gave it to me. It was a few months ago.
14 February 2007, correct?
Sounds right.
The first time you put that, your opinion.
That's Valentine's Day, isn't it?
That's the first time you put your opinions and conclusions into a report that's been turned over to the prosecution, correct?
I believe that's the first time I was asked to, yes.
And that was well after Ms. Linda Kenny Bodden, who was on this case.
Oh, yes.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
Thank you. You may step down.
Thank you.
He's excused from this hearing, not from the trial, obviously. Yes. What time we need to get Mr. Diamond back and other, Ms. Levine?
Your Honor, may I ask if Mr. Shapiro may be excused?
Can be placed on call.
That would be fine.
We'll work out on, we can place everybody on call except the witnesses we know we're going to be here. Mr. Nassatier, once we figure out who's coming back, how long, as long as it's no more than an hour, I'm happy to do that.
My only son, Your Honor, is I'm going to be going into surgery tomorrow.
You're going into surgery?
In surgery, yeah. Nothing big.
Minor, okay. Well, you have, not that certainly lawyers are not fungible, but you do have partners. I'm sure one of them. And they're very good lawyers as well.
That is also true.
So we need to make arrangements for that. Okay, thank you. I hope indeed it is minor.
Sorry?
Your surgery, it's minor.
Yeah.
Okay, good. All right.
We're going to have some witnesses ordered back.
Let's bring Mr. Diamond and other witnesses in, and we can sort of plan out a schedule here. No, if I do, it'll be at 9. I mean, we're looking at 9:30.
So we start at 9:30.
9:30 would be. I think we have a long day.
Yeah, it's fine.
Good.
Your Honor,
Yes.
joined us here.
The lineup gets more interesting by the moment.
I understand. Because we asked that Stan White and William Talbot be ordered back for tomorrow at 9:30. I expect those to be the next witnesses in this hearing.
What about Mr. Diamond as well?
Mr. Diamond, we haven't finished the process.
All right, Mr. Diamond, you're ordered back at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Mr. Worksman, you're welcome if you want to appear with him. Thank you, and thank you for your appearance today. Mr. White is ordered back at 9:30 tomorrow.
I have a problem. I heard, please.
Certainly.
I might have an appointment with a neurosurgeon.
Okay.
Not life-threatening, but I can be paralyzed. I will be here, but if I have that appointment tomorrow, I'd like to be excused to go see him.
We'll work with you. Mr. White, we'll work with you. There's not a problem.
Thank you.
All right. Who else did you want to order back?
Sarah Kaplan, perhaps at 11.
Okay, if we know that's Ms. Kaplan, 11 o'clock?
We have another.
Well, we'll have to work with it, okay? So I'd like to have you here at 11 if possible. If you need me to call someone, I'll be happy to do that. All right. Mr. Shapiro, you're on 1 hour's call and we'll work. Good afternoon, Mr. Shapiro. 1 hour's call. Nice to see you. Thank you. 1 hour's call.
They all have my cell phones.
All right. Anybody else we need? Mr. Pavlik? Where's Mr. Pavlik? There he is. Good afternoon, or yes, it is good afternoon. What time? How about 10 o'clock? 10 o'clock, Mr. Pavlik, tomorrow?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, we're going to start at 9:30.
Yeah, well, he's first. He's going to go on first because we're going to finish with him tomorrow morning. All right, thank you. 9:30. All right, we're in recess. Thank you.
You guys want to do one more? Or are you done? I don't know how long the next one. Oh, it says it's like 43 minutes long. If it'll start, I don't know why it's not starting. I don't know if I was told that the nerve block could take as long as up to a month to start working. And yesterday, for the past couple days, I can bend over and it doesn't hurt to bend over. But today I'm like full pain again. So yesterday I was having muscle spasms. I think that was from the fibromyalgia though, just because like anytime anything gets manipulated, I get muscle spasms around the area. And I'm used to that. So I'm like, oh, well, that's just fibromyalgia. But now I'm having the regular back pain, like from the arthritis and all that. So I don't know. But I have a follow-up next month with him. And if I guess if I'm not pain free by then, we talk about whatever next steps are. That's possible, Carla. But Travis always goes, are you going to pick that up? Like just dropping some little something. He'll be like, are you going to pick that up? I'm like, no. Will you pick it up for me, please? He's like, why not? We've been married almost 20 years. Why not? Travis, it hurts to bend over. You know that. Why is Court TV's website so weird? In one place, it said this was 43 minutes, and here it says it's 59. Make up your mind. Okay. This is going to have to be the last one, though. Travis gets home in a little bit. And he's going to want me to do something, I'm sure. He's trying to put the window unit air conditioner that we bought, and bless his heart, he knows I can't lift stuff. So he takes a major weight off of it, and lets me just like stabilize whatever it is that he needs me to hold, so I don't take the whole weight of it. And bless it, he's so sweet. He knows I can't fully help, but that I try my best, and he doesn't get aggravated. But we were doing that the other night, and it just wasn't working out, and he just like took the air conditioner and put it on the dining room table. And I was like, we can do it this weekend, honey. I'm sorry. And he never gets mad or anything. He's so good to me. I fell off a horse when I was 16. That's when mine started. Oh, I'm sorry, Mill. Yeah, when we were dating, he lived 2 hours south of me. And I had driven down there, and I would drive down there and spend like 2 or 3 days with him, and then drive back up here. And one time he had to go to work one of the days, and I had taken my phone with me, but I forgot the charger. So my phone went dead, and he knew that I wasn't feeling well, because I had tried to explain fibromyalgia. This is, like 18, 19 years ago. So I wasn't as bad off as I am now. And so I had explained to him what fibromyalgia was and everything. And when he couldn't, he called to check on me at lunchtime. And when he couldn't get a hold of me because my phone was dead, he actually drove back to his house to check on me. And that was the moment that I knew that this was the one. Because I was like, I cannot believe he did that. He's like, I came home to check on you. Are you okay? And I'm like, yeah, my phone just went dead. And I said, but my shoulder, I think that was when I first started having problems with my shoulder. I'm like, but my shoulder's hurting really, really bad. And he just held me and said, oh, my poor baby. And I was like, oh, this is it. This is the one. I'm marrying this man. And he's been that way ever since. The other day, I started having that weird, like, I don't know, this new fibromyalgia thing I have where like it starts at my stomach and then my chest and then around to my back. I don't know what's happening. Anyway, I started having that the other day. I was sitting at the computer and I started, kind of moaning because it was starting to hurt. And he came in here. He just stood in front of me. He's like, what's wrong? What's wrong? And I'm like, honey, you can't do anything. Just go watch TV. You can't do anything. He just stands in front of me like, what can I do? What can I do? I'm like, you can't do anything, honey. You can't do anything. You told him you didn't want him to go, and he dropped you off and didn't go? That's funny. And then I worry about him because he's worried about me.
For the record, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. Are we ready to proceed?
Yeah.
All right.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow him to ask a question. We'll just say yes, sir. What did you want to ask?
Yes, I wanted to ask, Your Honor, if I could make a statement.
No, sir, you may not. That's the answer to that. Witnesses do not make statements. You may proceed.
Mr. Chairman, if you could please listen to my question and please try to respond to the question, I'd appreciate that. Yesterday, we ended by a discussion of how you got to the home of Mr. Spector back in February of 2003. And my first question is, other than the one time that you've talked about, did you ever go to Mr. Spector's home on any other occasion?
No.
After the occasion that you went to Mr. Spector's home, did you ever work for Mr. Shapiro again on any other matters?
Yes.
And before you went to Mr. Spector's home, had you worked for Mr. Shapiro on other matters?
Yes.
Did you ever work for Mr. Shapiro on matters relating to the Spector case?
On matters relating to the Spector?
Correct.
Yes.
After you went to the home?
Forgiven. Well, actually, it's not. Excuse me, that's not
In
necessarily.
other words, between the time that the incident occurred, the death occurred, the time you went to the home. And, before you, well, let me ask you this question. You were asked some questions about a telephone call that you made to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office. Do you remember those questions you were asked yesterday?
The telephone call?
Yeah, you were asked
Yeah,
questions about
yeah.
that yesterday.
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe so, yes.
I want to ask you some additional questions
Sure.
about that telephone call.
Yes.
Did you make more than one call to the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office?
No.
When you contacted the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office by telephone, where were you calling from?
My cell phone.
And when you, so you would have a cell phone record of that date and time that you called, is that correct?
Probably.
Okay. What was the approximate date that you called the Los Angeles County District Attorney's Office?
You know, I really don't recall. Ballpark. Probably no more than 4 weeks ago, no less than 2.
Okay, between 2 and 4 weeks ago, would that be fair?
That'd be pretty fair.
And you would actually have a record of it as a cell phone call, is that correct?
It would be.
Okay, and you have your cell phone records, I take it, available to you?
They're available.
Thank you. And Mr. Diamond, the date, so would it have been in the month of April that you called?
Well then, yeah, that would, because.
Sometime in April?
Sometime in April.
Okay, and that date, was it after 5 PM?
It was in the evening. It was after business hours, I believe, yeah.
Okay, and when you called, did you get a voicemail or did you get a recording? How did you, what?
I believe, actually, I called and somebody else answered and I asked to speak to the district attorney. I believe I asked, district attorney handling the Spector case.
Okay, and the receptionist or whoever answered the phone transferred your call to somebody else?
Yes.
And how long did that take?
I really don't recall if I was patched twice. Maybe I was bounced to maybe 2 people. I think it was the first time I said, from what I recall, I called, spoke to one person, and they patched me through directly to the DA's office.
Okay, the DA's office.
Yes.
Did somebody say something to you in response to their being involved with the Spector case, somebody from the DA's office? You talked to somebody about what you were calling about, correct?
Yes.
And did that person identify himself by name or by position?
I believe I don't recall how they identified themselves. I'm sure I believe it was their name.
Okay, did that person say anything about him or her being involved in the Spector case?
No.
Okay.
We're talking about before I got patched through, right?
No.
Oh, no, I'm so sorry.
Once you got to the person you were intending to talk to.
Okay.
You wanted to talk to somebody in the DA's office who was involved in the Spector
Just 1
case.
second, sir. You have a habit, and I understand a lot of witnesses do. When the attorney is asking you questions, you interrupt. The court reporter cannot take down 2 voices at the same time.
apologize.
All right, thank you. You may proceed.
Yeah.
Eventually, you talked to somebody and you may have gone through a couple of people to get to that one person that you talked to.
Yes.
Okay. Was that person that you ultimately talked to about your information male or female?
Male.
Did that person identify him or himself by name?
From what I recall, it might have been by name.
Okay.
I apologize again. You're talking about the first person that I contact, the first person that picked up the phone. Is that correct?
Let's back up here. I don't want to know what the receptionist told you or what some person.
The ultimate person that I was trying to reach.
Yeah, you ultimately had a conversation with somebody about the substance of what you were calling about, correct?
Yes.
Now, did you talk to the receptionist about that?
No.
Did you talk to anybody that transferred the call about the substance of what you wanted to talk
No.
to? You ultimately talked to one person about the substance of what you wanted to speak about, correct?
Yes.
And that person was a male, as I understand
Yes.
it, and may have given you a name, but you just don't recall the name.
No, that person was the person that did tell me who he was.
And who did he say he was?
It was Mr. Jackson.
Alan Jackson, this gentleman here, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay,
Yeah.
and you talked to him about information you had, is that correct?
What information? Well, I talked to him about something that
Okay,
yeah.
I don't want to know what you talked to him about. I just want to know that you did talk to him.
Yes, I did.
And
Sure.
My next question is very simple. How long did you talk to Mr. Jackson?
Not very long.
Okay, give me your best estimate.
It seemed like maybe minutes or so. That's from what I recall. I really don't remember exactly, but it feels like to me 3 minutes or so.
Okay, and your cell phone would have a record of the total
It
length
would be
of the
there.
call?
It could be 8 minutes. It could be
10
but
minutes. Okay.
I don't, but it was short. It was pretty short.
Okay, now, did Mr. Jackson give you any information, like let's say a name or a phone number or anything such as that?
No. No, he did not give me a name or a phone number, no.
Okay, did he tell you anything in that conversation about anybody contacting you at a later date or time regarding why you were calling?
Yes.
Okay, did he talk to you about the Los Angeles Police Department calling you or contacting you in that phone call?
I don't recall if he said that, if it was going to be LAPD, the Los Angeles Police Department, is that what you said?
Yeah, LAPD or anybody else.
I don't recall. He did say that somebody would be contacting me.
Did he take any information from you, like a phone number, an address, or anything such as that?
Yes.
Okay, and what did you give him as far as your identifying information?
I did tell him that my name,
okay,
and I told him that I worked for Mr. Shapiro.
Okay, that you were employed by him.
Yeah, that I had something to do with the Spector case.
Okay, through Mr. Shapiro, who you worked for, you made that statement to him.
Not that I necessarily worked for him, but that I was involved in the case in some capacity. But I don't remember exactly what my words were to him, but I basically relayed to him that I was working on the case in some capacity then, originally in 2003.
Okay, and you related that to Mr. Jackson, and he asked you some questions about that, isn't that true?
He asked me just general questions.
Okay, let's talk about all the questions that Mr. Jackson asked of you. What's the first question that he asked of you regarding your work on the Spector case in this telephone call in April of 2007?
From what I remember, I mean, he asked about me.
Okay, what did he ask about you?
He asked about my name, and I worked on the case. I was involved in Spector. I believe he might have, repeated that.
Okay.
I don't really recall anything else. I don't recall the exact words.
And did he ask you questions about your involvement in Spector and that your involvement was through attorney Robert Shapiro?
I don't remember what he said exactly.
Did you mention Robert Shapiro in your conversation with Mr. Jackson?
Yes.
Okay. Did you tell him that anything about your current venture regarding enigmatic pictures
No.
Did you say anything about what you were doing now as far as your employment or any ventures you were involved in, specifically that you were launching a television and film production company regarding Enigmatic Pictures with Tabitha Calero?
I did not mention that.
Okay, and let me ask you some foundational questions, sir. With reference to your current employment situation, you have launched a venture called Enigmatic Pictures. Is that correct?
It's enigmatic.
Enigmatic.
It's something that never materialized, and it was something that this case has interrupted the launch of this venture. And
did you ever issue press releases regarding that company that you just Enigmatic?
It was premature, and we have not completed. I really don't know exactly what the other person involved has done on that particular case. I mean, in that particular matter, as far as, getting it going and everything like that.
Let me ask you just a simple question.
Sure,
did you ever issue a press release regarding Enigmatic Pictures?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. When did you do that?
Not too long ago.
Okay, did you do it before or after you called the district attorney's office?
I don't recall.
Okay, do you have some record either on your computer or anywhere else regarding this press release?
I'm sure there's some kind of record of it regarding some press release.
Okay, and is this venture, what type of business entity are you using for this venture? Is it a corporation, a partnership?
It has not materialized into that. It has been dropped and has not been necessarily, it's at a pause right now. It has not been launched as of yet the way it was supposed to because of this case.
When you contacted Mr. Jackson in this telephone call, and you only talked to him one time, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. I want to talk about before that telephone call. In other words, to your knowledge, did your venture, as you call it, that's been stopped, did you launch that before or after that telephone call?
I don't recall.
Okay. You would have records as to whether it was somewhere in your possession?
Yes, but my venture has been going on for 4 years. It's just a name that we would associate anything that's done under.
Okay, just so that we're clear here.
Corporation.
You're talking over each other again, please. All right.
Just so we're clear, the venture is with a Tabitha Calero, is that correct?
Yes.
Is there any other people involved in the venture other than yourself
No.
and this other person?
No.
Okay. Please wait till I finish my question, okay? Because the reporter's got to take it down.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I apologize.
Now, did you, prior to speaking with Mr. Jackson, did you ever contact anybody regarding the Spector case that was in any type of a news gathering organizational capacity?
Yes.
Okay. Did you contact the Los Angeles Times?
Yes.
And did you speak with somebody from the Los Angeles Times? Who did you talk to?
I spoke to a reporter at the LA Times.
And you talked to him for how long?
I talked to her over the phone.
And did you talk to her on your cell phone?
Yes.
Do you have cell phone records of that conversation?
Yes.
And you talked to her for approximately how long?
I don't recall, but I think I had maybe more than one conversation with her over the phone. So it was more than one conversation.
Let's talk about the first conversation you had with the LA Times reporter. Do you know her name?
At this point, I really don't recall.
How long did you talk to her on the first occasion?
I don't recall how it came about that I spoke to her, how I first got in touch with the Times, the LA Times.
Okay, let me ask you a very simple question. You talked to a reporter from the LA Times.
I did, yeah.
And what was her name, if you know, first of all?
It was Ashley. Ashley I don't remember. I really don't remember her name.
Okay.
But it's, I think it was Ashley.
Did she call you or did you call her?
You know, actually, she called me.
And
After I had attempted to call the LA Times.
the first time you made contact with the LA Times, did they call you or did you call them? The first time?
I'm the one who initiated the call.
Okay, let's talk about that. You initiated a call to the LA Times with your cell phone, correct?
Correct.
And did you talk to anybody on that occasion?
I don't recall how the initial conversation was with the LA Times.
Okay.
Go
ahead. I'm sorry.
Ultimately, I did wind up speaking with a reporter with regard to what I wanted to speak about.
Do you recall the reporter calling you back?
Yeah.
Okay, so you must have left your phone number, is that correct?
I must have, yes.
And did you leave your cell phone or some other phone?
It was the cell.
And did you talk to anybody the first time when you left your cell phone number about any substantive matters regarding anything that you had to say?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question again?
Did you leave a message, and what was your message?
Before speaking to the person of contact?
Yeah, when you called them and left your number, did you just call and say,
I really
my
don't
name is
recall.
so-and-so?
Wait, you're talking over each other. If you hear each other talking at the same time, you know that the reporter can't do it. So somebody has got to stop.
Sorry.
And Mr. Please, I'll try to do the same. I'll try, let me finish my question before you answer. Okay?
I will
I'll try to not interrupt your answer.
Yes.
Okay, now, when you contacted the LA Times, before you talked with Mr. Jackson, you left your phone number. That's one thing you did, correct?
Yeah, I must have left my phone number for her to have called me back. Yes, I did.
Did you leave any other information other than your phone number? Like, I want to talk to you about this or that, anything like that?
I probably did because I wanted to speak to the right person.
Okay. Who was the right person?
Somebody in the right department other than,
Did you want to talk to somebody relating to the Spector case?
There were various people, now that I'm recalling, as far as with the LA Times. Ashley was the point of contact that I really spoke with. There were a couple other people as well that I spoke to also at the Times. There were a couple other people.
I would like to know, very simply, when you first contacted them, when you left your number, what did you want to talk to them about? What message did you leave? I want to talk to them about your new projects, or did you want to talk to them about the Spector case? What did you want to talk about?
No, this had nothing to do with that, with any.
Did it have to do with the Spector case?
No, it had to do with the Spector case. It had nothing to do with my projects.
Okay. Did you want to talk to him about the Spector case?
Yes.
And your work with Mr. Shapiro relating to the Spector case?
Yes.
Okay. And did you leave a message to that effect?
I don't know what kind of message I left, but I know it must have been something relating to the Spector case.
Okay, let me ask you this. When you first called the LA Times, did you want to talk to them about anything else other than the Spector case?
No.
Okay. Now, when they called you back, you talked to a person. Somebody called you, correct?
Yeah.
How long was it from the time you left your message to the time they called you back?
I don't recall. It must not have been too long. I really don't know how long it took for them to call me back.
Was it like a week or 2 weeks, or was it a day?
I think it was under a week.
Under a week, okay. And you talked to somebody, do you remember if it was a male or female that called you back?
On this occasion, yes.
Okay, what was it? The call back, male or female, first of all?
For this particular person at the LA Times, this one was a female. This was Ashley.
This was Ashley. Okay. Now, you had a conversation with her.
So he called the DA's office and the LA Times, but now he doesn't want to talk about it in the courtroom? What? Are you kidding me? Why? Why say anything to anybody then?
Where she called your cell phone. How long did that last? That's the whole conversation.
I don't recall the phone conversation. I was very brief and I didn't want to say much over the phone.
Okay. How long approximately? Give us your best estimate. I'm not trying to pin you down to the minute or second.
I'm recalling the conversation. And this one was when I was in the car. So I do remember her calling, and I just wanted to see if maybe we could meet.
Okay, you were trying to arrange a meeting. Did you tell her what subject matter you wanted to talk about? In other words, what was it? What did you tell her as far as subject matter? Did you say something like, I want to talk to you about the Spector case?
Yes.
And did you say that you were a law clerk or paralegal or something for Mr. Robert Shapiro back in 2003?
I don't recall what I said.
Okay. Did you say anything about who you had worked for and how you were involved in the Spector case?
I don't recall if I said it on the phone. I don't recall how I said any of those, but.
Did you talk about anything you knew about the Spector case in that phone call?
I really don't, at this present time, I really can't recall exactly the conversation as it was, but I do remember what I must have said was.
Don't speculate.
Okay, I really can't
Just
be
asking, you
precise.
talked about the Spector case.
Right, so it would be the Spector case. I don't recall the rest of my conversation with her.
Okay. And how long approximately was that conversation? Your best estimate, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, you don't know, whatever your
I don't
answer.
know.
Don't know. You
But
have
it was
no
short.
idea.
It was shorter than longer. It was
But you
just
would
minutes.
have, you would have cell phone records.
I do.
Now, did you mentioned you tried to arrange a meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever meet with anybody from the LA Times?
Yeah, I did.
Okay. When did that meeting occur?
I believe it occurred a day or two later.
Okay. And who did you meet with?
Her,
Okay.
Ashley.
Now, between the time that she called you back and the time that you had this meeting, did you talk with her on the phone on any other occasions?
Yes.
Okay. When was the next phone call before the meeting?
For the meeting. I don't remember exactly. Maybe I was asking for directions. I don't remember the call that might have taken place before the meeting. I don't recall. I really don't.
And your purpose when you talked to them to arrange the meeting, did you talk about any details that you wanted to convey to them?
Before I met?
Right.
I don't recall what I said.
Okay. Now, you went to a meeting. Where was the meeting at?
At LA Times building.
And you drove there on your own, is that correct?
No.
Okay, how'd you get there?
I drove with somebody.
Who'd you drive with?
I drove with my fiance,
And who is that?
Tabitha.
Okay, this person that is involved with this enigmatic pictures?
Yes.
Calero? Okay. And was she present at that meeting?
No.
When you drove there and you met, did you meet with just Ashley or did you meet with other individuals with the LA Times?
Just Ashley.
And when was this in relationship to the time that you talked to Mr. Jackson?
I think it was maybe 2-3 weeks before.
This would be?
Maybe something like, I really don't know the exact time,
Okay.
but it was maybe, I really don't know exactly.
Okay.
I don't know as far you're asking me specifically, how long?
If you know.
between? I do not know exactly.
Would it be, you said 2 to 3 weeks before, would that be your best estimate?
It's an estimate.
So would it be fair to say it was sometime in the month of March of 2007, approximately?
I really can't say exactly as far as I don't know exactly the dates.
Okay. Not asking you for the date. Can you give us a month?
It must have been, I guess if it was, it was before speaking to Mr. Jackson.
Okay.
So it must have been maybe 2-3 weeks approximately.
Very good.
Before.
Now, how long did that meeting take place? In other words,
It's about 45 minutes or so, something like that, an approximation.
And just you and the reporter, correct?
Yeah.
Did she identify herself as a reporter?
Yeah.
And
she did.
Did you bring anything to the meeting? Notes, records, pictures, anything such as that?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, After that meeting, did you ever talk with anybody from the LA Times again?
I did talk to another person at the LA Times.
Who's the next person you talked with, and how was that communication before it all the before? But you're saying you talked to somebody else before this meeting?
That's right.
Okay. How did that conversation occur? In person or over the phone?
Now that I'm recalling, because this was all over the phone for this right here.
Okay.
This was a person at the LA Times.
Did you call them or did they call you?
I called them.
Okay. This person other than Ashley that you talked with?
Yeah.
Was it a reporter?
I think it was there were two other people.
Okay, so you've had two other conversations with LA Times people before the meeting, correct?
That's right.
Okay, and let me ask you this question. Were you seeking to, for whatever reason, get information in the newspaper?
Get information into the newspaper?
Yes.
Could you elaborate?
Did you want them to print your story, what you had to tell them?
I wanted the people to know something.
Okay. Now, before you meet, you talk with two other reporters. Do you know either of their names?
I don't recall their names.
First names, last names?
Not to my recollection.
Did you call them or did they call you?
I attempted to contact them.
And how did you get their names?
From using the LA Times.
You would read the newspaper and you would read the names of reporters who were reporting on the Spector case, and those are the people you attempted to call and contact. Is that correct, Mr. Dunn?
No.
Where would you get their names?
No, I guess I perused I'm an LA Times reader.
Okay.
And I would get their names, not that they were necessarily reporting on the Spector case, but I just would get their names from somewhere in the paper.
Okay, you would see a reporter's name in the paper, a byline?
Yeah, there would be a name somewhere, either in like a magazine or one of the, areas in the paper.
Okay.
But I'm talking about the end of the paper. I'm talking about the credits.
Okay, so you would get some names and you contacted more than one, is that correct?
That's right.
In between your first call to the paper and your meeting with Ashley, correct?
That's right.
Okay, and you don't remember the names either first or last of the people that you called, is that correct?
Not at this point, I do not, right here.
Okay, but you would have cell phone records of the dates and times that you may have made some of these calls, is that true?
Absolutely.
And when you talked to the first person before the meeting with Ashley, how long was your conversation?
The first one before Ashley?
Yes.
Well, there's two other people before Ashley that I spoke to.
That's the first one of those two is that's my question.
The first person, I don't remember which one might have been the first person, just sitting here and telling you. But it was, one was, from what I recall, was somebody who did editorials.
Okay.
And one person who did West Magazine.
Okay, so the first person, the one that did editorials, male or female?
It was the first one was who did West Magazine. That was the first person.
Okay,
because
let's
she
talk about
referred me
that.
to the second.
Wait, he's answering, please.
I'm sorry.
All right. Who else did you talk to besides the person at West Magazine?
The person at West Magazine then gave me the name of somebody else in the editorial area that I might speak to.
Okay, so the West Magazine person, did you give him any information as to who you were or what you were calling about?
From what I recall, I said my name and that I was I must have said that I can't say I must have, but I don't recall the exact conversation, but I know that I gave information saying that I worked on this Phil Spector. I was involved in the Phil Spector case in some capacity. And
did you say you were a law clerk or a paralegal?
I don't remember.
Did anybody ask you what your capacity was in either one of these phone calls?
On those two people before Ashley?
Yes.
I don't remember.
Did Ashley ask you in that meeting?
Oh, yes.
And did you tell her you worked as a law clerk?
Yes.
Okay. You worked
And
as
an intern. I'm so sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
Okay. A law clerk and an intern for Mr. Spector through Mr. Shapiro?
No.
Just for Mr. Shapiro?
For Mr. Shapiro, an intern and then a law clerk for Mr. Shapiro.
And an intern is basically a volunteer law clerk that you're working to get credit through school and experience. Is that correct?
It can be, yes.
Okay. Your internship, how did it come about that you got an internship with Mr. Shapiro?
Can I, if I might just briefly interrupt, I would like to see Mr. Rosen, Mr. Plord, Mr. Dixon, Mr. Jackson informally in Chambers. I just want to get an overview of where we're going, sort of plan some time and things, and we'll be out with you. Why don't I see you in Chambers? All right. Back on the record, what I was doing with counsel was just trying to see what witnesses were going to be called and how long they were going to take, just trying to sort of get a roadmap for everything. With that in mind, everyone is back and present as before, and you may proceed.
Mr. Diamond, I apologize for the delay. I apologize for the inconvenience that you're being put through to testify here, but I wanted to ask you a couple of follow-up questions. And we were talking about your contact with the LA Times. And if you could just tell us how many times you spoke with people at the LA Times approximately?
Approximately, how many people have I spoken to?
At the LA Times, correct.
I spoke to 1, 2, 3.
Okay, and basically, to use the term or terms that Judge Fiddler was attempting to ask, you were trying to get them to print your story, essentially. Is that true?
No, I had some concerns that I wanted to address and get off my chest.
Okay, and were you trying to get them to publish your concerns that you wanted to get off your chest?
Well,
sir, just don't go into the conversations or what you were trying to tell them. Just were you hoping that they would publish what you were telling them?
Yes.
Okay. Now I want to leave the LA Times for a moment.
Sure.
And I want to now talk about any other contact that you had with any other news organizations or TV people before you spoke with Mr. Jackson on this date.
Right.
Anybody else other than LA Times people?
Yes.
What else?
The New York Times.
Okay. And how many times did you contact them?
I don't recall how many times I contacted them. I did speak to somebody.
Okay. You don't know how many times, but you spoke with somebody again. And did you call them or did they call you?
Originally, I called them.
And you talked to them how many times?
At least a couple times.
Okay. And then anybody else other than the New York Times? Let's move on from the New York Times now to other news organizations before you spoke with Mr. Jackson.
Did I mention the smoking gun?
Not yet.
Okay. I don't know if that's a news organization, though.
Okay. Well, I think some people would say it is.
Okay. Absolutely.
So before you spoke with Mr. Jackson, you talked to somebody with the smoking gun. Is that correct?
I did.
And that person's name was Bastone, was it not?
I don't remember if that was exactly his name.
Okay. Did you call them or did they call you?
I called them.
Okay. And how did you get a hold of this? It's actually some type of a court affiliated or court TV affiliated organization. Is that correct?
I was not aware of that, but okay. I'll take your word for it.
Okay. You contacted Smoking Gun, is that correct?
Yes.
And you talked to that person for about 45 minutes, did you not?
No, I don't think it was that long.
Okay. How long do you think it was? What's your best estimate?
Probably about, an estimate would be around 10, 15 minutes.
Okay. Did you get into any details of anything?
No.
Okay. So it was just kind of a contact phone call?
I had my concerns that I wanted to address to him, but I didn't give him any substantive information.
I see. Okay. Now, then you had your contact with Mr. Jackson. After you had your contact with Mr. Jackson, did you contact any news organizations or regarding your concerns?
I did.
And what other news organizations did you contact?
It was a return call.
And who was that from?
That was Court TV.
Okay, and
I returned I apologize for going over you again. It was a return call. Somebody had called me.
And his name?
I believe it was Beth Karras.
Okay, and when was that?
That was quite recent. Actually, it was, I think it was early this week.
Okay.
It was Monday.
Today's Thursday, so we're talking about Monday?
Yes.
Okay, and how long did you talk with Ms. Karras?
Very briefly.
Did you, now let me ask you this. With reference to your work with Mr. Shapiro, when did you stop working with Mr. Shapiro? What year, what time period?
I worked for Mr. Shapiro after the Spector case. I worked for him longer. I came back to work for him again.
Okay. Give me sort of the last time approximately you worked for Mr. Shapiro.
I did work, I know I worked for him again after the date of the bar. I don't have the dates exactly right in my mind as far as what dates are, but after the February bar, I worked for him again because I'd already graduated from law school, and I just worked for him until the next bar exam came up.
Okay, well, let me just ask you some general questions. When you say the February bar, was that the February of 2003 bar?
Yes, it was the February 2003 bar, and I worked after I studied, and after that date of the examination, I worked for him again up until the next bar, and then I worked for him again after that.
Okay, all right, so did you work for him in 2002, the year before, any time period at all? In other words, when you were, obviously you were still in law school?
While I was still in law school, I was working for him, yes.
Okay, and your capacity was some type of a law clerk or internship?
Yes.
Okay, and then in 2003, you worked for him off and on, when you were not studying for the bar, you were working for him, is that correct?
Yeah, in 2003.
Okay,
Yeah.
and then you studied for the bar but didn't take the February bar of 2003, is that true?
I didn't show up for it.
Okay, you signed up for it, correct?
Signed up for it.
Okay, and you felt you weren't going to pass, so you just didn't show up?
I didn't show up.
Okay, because you felt you weren't prepared to take it, isn't that true?
Because what I witnessed at on that date had left some kind of impression in me.
Okay, so you studied for the summer bar. Then you went back to work for Mr. Shapiro, correct?
Yeah, I took the bar and then I worked back for him again, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
And did you study for the bar again?
After that?
Yes.
That was it.
Okay. But did you work for Mr. Shapiro after you studied for the July bar?
Yeah, I did work for him again. From what I recall, yeah, I did work for him again for some period of time before the test results came out for that bar, which was the only one I took.
Okay. And when did you stop working in general? Give me a general time frame for Mr. Shapiro.
Without saying dates, I just know that it was just maybe weeks before the bar results for that July examination came out.
Okay.
Maybe it could be by like 1 to maybe 4 weeks. It was right before they came out.
Okay, fair enough. Now I want to shift the focus and kind of bring us current to 2007 again. And I want to talk a little bit about what happened after you talked with Mr. Jackson. You mentioned that you had talked with Los Angeles Police Department officials. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you call them or did they call you?
They called me.
Okay. And do you remember who contacted you?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, what was that person's name?
Vic.
And did you meet with them or talk to them on the phone?
Yeah, talk.
Did you meet with them in person at some point? in
Yes,
time?
I did.
And where did
We met at the.
Okay. And okay, Vic and Jay. Do you know any last names?
I think it was a Jay Mobley. If I have to take, but
Okay.
I don't recall the last name, but I think it might have been Mobley.
Okay. Did they ask you questions during the course of that interview?
Yes.
Did they ask you questions about whether you were working for Mr. Shapiro or not?
Yes.
And did you reply to them in the affirmative that you had worked for Mr. Shapiro?
Well, during our conversations, we were kind of going over was I really working for him during the Spector trial or not, because I was studying for the bar.
Okay. And did they ask you questions about your work for Mr. Shapiro?
Like what kind of work I did for him?
Correct.
I don't recall if they asked that. What kind of necessarily what I did in the office.
Okay. Did they ask you whether you were an intern or a law clerk or both?
I told them that I was an intern and a law clerk.
Okay. Did that come up because you volunteered it or that they asked?
I don't recall.
Okay. Now, with reference to these detectives, how long did you speak with him, Mr. Mobley and this person named Vic? Just give me your best estimate as to the time.
Maybe 45 minutes to an hour or so.
Did they take notes?
I don't recall if they took notes.
Did they tape record the interview?
No.
Did you see either one of them have a pad of paper or anything taking notes of?
I know that there was, Jay did have a kind of one of those kind of LAPD notebook things with the zipper around it.
Okay, did he open it up?
I don't recall. I don't think he did.
Okay.
I don't recall if he did or not. I actually really don't recall if he was writing.
You didn't see him writing any notes? Is what
He
you
might have.
Okay.
I don't recall if they were taking notes at that meeting.
Did you give him any contact information like your name, address, phone number?
I gave them I don't think I ever gave them my address.
Okay, did you give him any contact information like either?
Phone number.
Okay, did you see him write down the number somewhere?
No.
Okay,
I don't
so
recall that.
so they basically asked for your phone number and they just, you didn't see him write it down, basically.
I don't remember him writing it down.
Okay. Now, you had this conversation with them. Did you ever meet with them or talk with them again, either in person or over the phone?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. When was the next time you had this contact with them?
I had the next time we actually spoke together in a conversation.
Yeah, like these Vic and Jay, we'll call them Vic and Jay. Did you ever meet with them again in person?
We spoke on the phone after that meeting.
Okay, so you never met with them in person, you had another phone conversation.
Well, first we met at the library.
Correct.
And then shortly after, we spoke over the telephone.
Okay, and when you spoke over the telephone, was that with both Vic and Jay, or was that just with one or the other?
Jay.
Okay, and where were you at when that call was made?
I was driving.
And how long did that conversation take?
I was returning his call, and I spoke to him for a brief amount of time, maybe just a few minutes.
Okay, and then after that, did you ever talk with either one of them again?
Yes.
Okay, what was the next time you had a call from either one of those people?
I believe the next call was, he called me, Jay called me, and
Just when?
shortly after, maybe a day or two.
Okay, and how long did that call take?
Not very long. There were various messages left from Vic and various messages returned.
Okay, so these were follow-up calls where they were calling you, and were they asking questions in these follow-up contacts?
It was mostly conversations regarding,
I want to know if they asked questions, not what was said. Did they ask questions? Did they
questions
ask,
about the case.
I want to know whether they asked you any questions, whether they're about the case or not. I just want to know whether they asked you questions.
Yes,
Okay, and did you give answers to their questions?
yes.
Okay. Other than the contacts with the LAPD that you just talked about, were there any other contacts with the LAPD?
No, those are the points of contact, yes.
Okay. Now, after you spoke with Mr. Jackson, were there any other news organizations that you talked with? And this would be after Mr. Jackson, not the ones before that we've already talked about.
There was the court TV.
Okay. Anybody else?
Not that I recall. That's
So
it.
have we talked and discussed and identified all the contacts you made with media people already? In other words, the New York Times, the LA Times, the Court TV, the smokinggun.com.
Yes, those are all accurate.
Okay.
That's what I can recall right now.
And no more that you can recall, the magazine person?
The LA Times.
Right. Okay. And LAPD.
LAPD.
Did you speak with any other law enforcement officials other than LAPD, excluding news organizations, et cetera?
No.
Okay. Now, did you speak with a person by the name of Lori Levinson?
Yes.
Okay, when did that occur? When did that conversation occur?
Lori Levinson, we had a meeting at her office at the law school.
Okay, in person, is that correct?
Yes.
And one meeting or two, or more than one?
That was one personal meeting.
Was it just you and Miss Levinson, or were there other people at the meeting?
There were other people at the meeting.
Who else was at the meeting?
Jay and Vic.
Okay, so the two LA police detectives and Miss Levinson and yourself, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so we have another in-person meeting with LAPD, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and when did that meeting occur approximately?
That occurred last week.
Okay. And did the LAPD detectives tell you about that meeting?
Yes.
Okay, did they drive you to that meeting?
No.
Did you meet everybody there?
At the meeting? Yeah, yes.
Okay. And other than the LAPD detectives and Miss Levinson, was anybody else there other than yourself?
No. Not at the meeting.
Okay. I take it at the law school, there were a lot of people there.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you ever meet with Miss Levinson or the LAPD after that time?
That was the last time. That was the last meeting I had in person with any of them.
Okay. And you talked to nobody else from law enforcement after that? And the only people you talked to was the Court TV people, correct?
No, over the phone I did.
Okay. After that meeting, did you talk with anybody over the phone?
Yes.
Who did you talk with?
I talked with Vic.
Okay, from the LAPD?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when Vic and Jay and Miss Levinson was there, did you see the detectives taking notes of your conversations?
I don't recall them ever taking any notes.
Okay.
All right, we'll take a brief recess. I'll admonish myself. All right. All right, all parties and the witness are present as heretofore. You may proceed.
Mr. Diamond, I'm going to try to wrap this up in the next couple of minutes here. First of all, I wanted to ask you You know, today is Thursday, right? Correct?
Yes.
So yesterday was Wednesday, and did you talk to somebody yesterday with Court TV? Did
Yes.
you call somebody? Did you call somebody with Court TV on Monday, Ms. Beth Karras? Is that
Yes.
correct? So yesterday you called her. What time did you call her yesterday?
It was around before coming to court. It was a return call.
Okay.
And I called back. Apparently it was.
Did you call back before court or after court?
Oh, before.
Okay. Mr. Diamond, the DA is looking at a document here. I'm going to ask you to look at it to see if it refreshes your recollection as to when you issued your press release regarding your company. And ask you this, did your press release get put out over the internet? Did you do some type of internet?
Yes.
Okay. I want to have you look at this. Just look at it yourself and read it to tell me whether or not you recognize what it is and whether or not it helps you refresh your recollection at all.
Did you want to approach?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies.
You may.
Yes, I do recognize it.
Okay. Is it your press release?
It's the press release that they printed.
Okay. Could we have this marked next to Norrie?
Sure. We'll make this courts 3 for this hearing. Thank you.
Referring to Court's Exhibit Number 3, Mr. Diamond, it has a date of April 13, 2007. Is that the approximate date that you issued this press release?
Earlier.
Okay, it says today's news. It starts off with that. Is that correct?
I don't recall what it's. Go ahead and read it if you'd like.
It talks about Century City, April 13th, and then it goes on with the details of the press release?
Yes.
Okay, and did it get published right after you gave the press release? In other words, you released?
I believe it took some time.
What kind of time did it take?
I don't recall.
A day or two?
A few more, maybe.
Right. And it names you and your company, Enigmatic, I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing the right pictures?
Enigmatic.
Okay. And it talks about your scripts for Legal Defense, Cash Cow, Crime and Passion. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Other than yourself and Ms. Calero, is there anybody else involved in this company?
No.
And did this get published?
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. I'll allow you to make a brief inquiry, but what would it be?
That some of these projects that are on the list.
Yes, sir.
I'm involved in very confidential projects. I'm sure, as you know, in various the entertainment business. It's a big deal to let out information on what these shows are about for fear of other people doing them as well.
I understand, and we'll certainly try to work within those boundaries, but you will answer the questions. You may proceed.
Thank you. And I don't want to belabor this, but let me back up a little bit. You already testified yesterday that you sold some type of a program to CBS. Is that correct?
Yes.
That was 2004?
The show to CBS was sold. It was in 2004. Yes.
Who did you sell it to? The person at CBS. The name of the person, please.
It was the executive vice president, Gen Maynard.
Excuse me?
His name was Gen Maynard.
How do you spell his first name?
Ghen space Maynard, and he's the executive VP, a senior executive VP.
And the name of that show, just the generic name, no one of those details.
The name of the show that was sold to CBS
Correct.
was entitled The Law Firm.
Okay.
But I mean, I have
No, sir.
that.
No,
Okay.
sir. I understand your concerns. We're not
Okay.
going to get into intellectual property, but I believe the name, insofar as it's relevant to these proceedings, is appropriate.
Yes.
All right.
The name-
I understand your concerns.
Okay, now,
What's another concern?
who did the press release that you looked at that you recognized? Did you do it or did Ms. Calero do it?
I really don't recall.
Okay. Now, I want to finish up. I want to ask you, with reference to your call to Mr. Jackson, did you really get into any details with him or did you just basically trade information about contacts and so forth?
With Mr. Jackson?
Right.
We spoke about that somebody would be contacting me and that he said, okay, you're probably, I'll explain the conversation. Is this, what would you like me to do, digress?
No, now I am concerned that it may be getting into a potentially privileged area, so.
So I don't want to know that. I just want to know, did you give him any details of any information you had or did you just get contact information?
I didn't give him any details.
He didn't ask for any, you didn't give him any?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that's true.
Okay. Very good. Those are all the questions I have at this time, although.
We won't excuse him, that's fine.
And I would like him to be on call here. Thank you.
Well, we'll see where we're at the conclusion of the hearing. I'm not going to excuse him. Perhaps we will place him on call. We'll see. In any event, people?
Just a couple of questions. Thank you, Your Honor. Going back to February 4th, 2003 at Phil Spector's house.
Yes.
Do you have an approximation as to when you left?
We were there pretty much all night. It must have been like 11 or maybe almost even midnight. I'd say around between 11 and 12 a.m. I mean, 11 p.m. and 12 a.m.
All right, thank you. And who did you go with someone when you left? Did you travel back?
Yes, going back, Sarah Kaplan left earlier, so I went in Bob Shapiro's car back to the St. Regis to drop off Dr. Bod.
Now, without telling us any substance of the conversation, did you, and you can answer this yes or no, have a conversation about the tooth that you saw that had been picked up? Just yes or no?
No.
Okay. In an answer to defense counsel here, I think he asked you why you called the LA Times reporter and you said, I wanted people to know. Do you recall that question and answer?
To the LAPD officer?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry.
To the LA Times.
Oh, to the LA Times.
He asked you why you called and you said, I wanted people to know.
Yes.
Is that the same reason you called the LADA's office? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Nothing further.
Thank you. All right, at this point, unless you have something else on those questions, you're not excused as a witness. We'll place you through your attorney if you wish on call. We'll give you at least 3 hours notice if we need you to come in. And my prior admonition about not discussing the case remains. You may step down.
Your, could we have an order that he not destroy any of his telephone records?
Yes, you're to maintain all your cell phone records.
Thank you.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. Thank you for being here, counsel.
Your Honor, also maybe a further admonition that do not contact anybody about this until this hearing has been completed.
You know, I don't,
Other than his lawyer.
I've indicated he's not to discuss the case or the subject matter of his testimony. I think I only have so many powers, Mr. Rosen. I have to be very careful about that.
I understand. I'm just concerned because of his historical conduct in this matter.
Well, I would indicate if there was ever an attempt to leak privileged information, there would be severe consequences. And we'll just leave it at that. Without indicating there's been any, we'll just leave it at that.
May I just inquire?
Yes.
Just for scheduling purposes about how long the court expects the hearing to take place?
Well, I think we've discussed in chambers it'll probably go into tomorrow at least. And are you planning on calling him at the conclusion?
Yes.
All right. I would say that we're probably looking at tomorrow then, if I had to guess. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm not going to be in the LA area.
You're going to remain, sir. Yeah, you're going to be on 3 hours call. Thank you. All right.
Are we going to call Mr. Havlick out of order?
Yes, I've indicated in chambers that there are a lot of witnesses because of time considerations we're going to take out of order, and you may call him at this point.
Should be very brief.
All right. You may.
Yay! We got through a lot today. I'm sorry, guys, who missed it live. That has to be replay crew, but I appreciate y'all. And we will pick it up from here on Monday. And now next week, it is going to kill me to just be doing like an hour and a half or 2 hours at a time because I'm so invested now and I really want to know what happens next because I did not expect a hearing within a trial. I don't know why. Those always surprise me, but they happen all the time. So, yeah, this is even weirder than I thought it was going to be. Man. Okay, guys, thanks for coming out. This has been fun. It's been a nice morning, early afternoon. Have fun, Mel. Enjoy your visit. And I will see you guys on Monday. I'm taking tomorrow off. Bye. Love y'all.